keeps me from my winter hell. I've got candles and candy, I can be your daddy if you only let me creep into your prison cell. Hey baby, can you tell I'm not a criminal? Your choice is seminal. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true. Just speak low, stand in your row, try not to show this life's a show. Try not to glow way down below. Oh, it's a lot of woe, and that's not a place where you would like to go. I've got cigarettes and brandy, which could come in handy if you just help me loosen up my hand grenades fuse. Baby, don't refuse my truth, but it's up to you not to choose. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true, 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 true.
Good morning, everyone. Do you guys have sound? Is everything okay? Let me just check real quick, okay? Hold on a second. Let me make sure you guys have sound. All right, sound check complete. Everybody seems to have sound. Good morning, everybody. How are you? Okay, let me say good morning to you guys all. Let's see. Chicken Lady, good morning. Cat in the Hat. Cat in the chat, sorry. Sherry, good to see you. Karen, welcome. Good to see you. Neat and Noodle, good morning, babe. Jenny, good morning. Pointer Lover, hey. Good to see you, babe. Hey, Shamina, good morning. Chicken Lady, let's see. Hannah, good morning. It's good to see you. All right. Welcome in, everyone. If you haven't, would you do me a favor? Thumbs down, thumbs up, whichever one you think I deserve. If you want to wait till the end of the stream before you give me a review, that's cool too. Actually, let me do this. No, other way. There we go. All right. So, Ranger Espinosa is back on the stand. Hey, Mally. We're going to see more interrogation, more BS, because frankly, he's still pretending. He's switching back and forth between Zero and Tanner. And I was watching a little bit this morning just to see what we had in store for us. And I was reading the chat. And surprisingly, there are a couple of only two is all I saw that actually believe that Tanner Horner might have DID. Once I saw that, I was like, oh my, okay. Like I'm not trying really not to judge. It's hard because I don't I think, first of all, dissociative identity disorder is not something that all in the psychiatric community um, recognize, number one. It's a very controversial diagnosis. But of those who do recognize the diagnosis, they're not able to switch like that. And it's only after years, I don't want to say years, it's only after therapy. And it depends on the person, it depends on the situation, but it takes a long time before the alters will present themselves, and they don't do it all at once. And it just look, the whole thing that he's doing, they're not aware. Tanner would not be aware of zero. The main personality isn't usually unless there's less therapy, and then they try to I forget what the term is, but basically they try to bring all of the identities into the one main personality, which would be Tanner in this case. So they're not all, I mean, they might be aware of each other, but Tanner would not be aware of them. And I have not heard him one time talk about loss of time or anything like that. This is utter and complete poppycock. And Pointer Lover, thank you so much, for the super sticker or super chat. Pointer Lover says, thank you for streaming this. I caught up just in time. You're so very welcome. I hope everybody's having a great day and you're ready for the BS that's about to take place. Okay, here we go. Let me turn the closed captions on. All right, here we are.
Ranger Espinosa, you've been on the stand for a little while here and we're testifying yesterday. So at this point, when we're watching the video, but we cut it off yesterday, we have now gone from search, correct?
Yes, sir.
We have now detained Tanner Horner, begun questioning him. That was the first video, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now we have the jail interview video we watched yesterday, correct?
Yes, sir.
And now we have the last portion of the recovery of Athena's body video. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, just to make sure, when we get done with that little portion of it, do y'all go back to the jail and have further discussions at the
Bro, what is the camera person doing? Like, I'm trying to adjust the closed I'm already yelling. I'm trying to adjust the closed captioning. Camera person, could you freaking pick somebody to zoom in on and stay there? Maybe we need to zoom in on the person who's testifying. Could you do that for us? Thanks.
Yes, sir. At that point, after we leave the field, we come back to the Watts County Sheriff's Office and we conduct another short interview at the Sheriff's Office interview room.
All right. And so that we're clear, and I wanted to ask you something on this video. The second time that y'all went out there to the scene when it was dark, and Mr. Horner was walking you around the bamboo and telling you where he had put, or where he had supposedly put her body, what did we hear up above going at that time?
That was DPS aircraft, a helicopter that I had initially requested. My instructions to them were to fly until fuel was low, refill, and keep flying until we found Athena.
And so, going back to the end of this video before we started up again, by this point, how long have you been playing along with this zero charade?
Objection, Your Honor, to that characterization.
Sustain, rephrase your question.
How long have you been playing along with Tanner's story about being zero?
Going into approximately 6 hours at that point.
All right. But now we've seen, you've recovered Athena's body, right? And we've seen that happen. Why continue to play into that?
It's a matter of playing along with this game if it means getting Athena home. It's also a common practice in interview. As I'm assessing the interview, I know that if I don't play into this game, he could potentially shut down on me, and then the odds of recovering Athena, the window gets smaller. So I have to play into this game. I have to just take the lies he's given me. I have to continue that interview and maintain that rapport, because ultimately at the end of the day, it's about finding Athena.
So once you've found her, and we'll see that in this video here, is there an additional video after you go back to the jail and have that short conversation?
Yes, sir.
And when does that occur?
That occurs on that same night. Are you talking about the additional video that's occurring there?
Let me clarify. We have the short video you talked about when you go back from the jail on the 2nd, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was there any additional interview of Tanner Horner after that final interview on the 2nd?
Yes, sir. There was an additional interview with Mr. Horner where he asked to speak to me on December 7th.
And I was going to ask you that, who requested this interview?
The defendant, Mr. Horner, requested it.
Now, at this point, other than telling you where Athena was located now, is there anything else truthful that Tanner Horner has told you?
No, sir.
Now, let me just ask you, up until this point, how many different versions has Tanner Horner told you of how things went down at Athena's residence?
He's given me numerous different versions of how the events of that day transpired.
And up to this point, before we start this video again, how many different versions has Tanner Horner told you up to this point about whether he did or did not remove Athena's clothes?
He's also given me numerous versions of what happened to the clothes, if she was clothed or wasn't clothed.
And then also, how many different versions has Tanner Horner told you up to this point as to where her body's located?
He gave me two versions. One was at that bamboo, and obviously when he finally decided to take me to her.
Now, when we watch this this video, you're still talking to this alter ego zero during this time. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
At some point, do we get Tanner back?
Yes, sir.
Well, how does that happen?
At one point during the course of that interview, after we located Athena's body, he pretends to come out of this psychosis or whatever was going on at the time, and then I get Tanner back for a little bit. And of course, the only time I'm getting the truth is when I'm playing into his game of zero. So I asked to speak to zero because I feel like that's the only time I'm getting the truth.
And do you do that?
Yes, sir.
And what happens?
Zero comes back.
So all you got to do is ask.
Yes, sir.
Now, throughout all of this, who does Tanner Horner continue to blame for what happened to Athena?
Everybody but himself.
And has that been a consistent theme throughout all of this?
Yes, sir.
Now let me ask you, when we're doing this, and I'm trying to figure this out here. So when Tanner Horner wants a cigarette, or he's telling you the story about how he wanted to leave her on the scene, who is he then?
I feel like in that time he's Tanner.
But when you start digging in and asking him what happened to Athena and what's going on, who is he then?
That's going to be zero.
When he's telling you that he's worried about his kids and wanting to see his child and things of that nature, who's he then?
Tanner.
But when you guys start challenging him regarding some of his inconsistencies, who is he then?
0.
And is this a pattern that continues throughout what we're going to see today?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Throughout the course of the interview, that's obviously, like I stated before, something that I acknowledged based on the interview. And it's very strategic for us because, again, we want to maintain that rapport. We don't need him shutting down because we're trying. Now that we've found Athena, we still need to get to the truth. So if getting to the truth is playing this game, I'm willing to play it.
And so let me ask you just a little bit about this interview on December 7th. We're going to talk to you about it a little more in a minute, but I just want to get an idea here. You said that Tanner Horner asked for this interview, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you go to the jail on December 7th and interview him. Is that audio and video recorded as well?
Yes, sir, it is.
And is it in the same room that we saw before yesterday?
Yes, sir, it is.
And during this time, did Tanner Horner tell you what the primary purpose of this interview was with you on December 7th?
The only purpose of that interview, which I quickly learned from speaking to him, was that he wanted to cut a deal.
Judge, can you go ahead and finish the video here?
Yes, go ahead. Get at that? Oh. Yeah, okay. I knew that you could. You tore my. Sorry.
Zero. We were talking about, when it was Hannah talking earlier, about trying to break her neck. Did y'all really try and break her neck? It didn't work. Was it you trying to break her neck, or was it Tanner? Did you? Did you choke her from behind like you said earlier? Did she defecate on herself? Did she struggle? Did she try and claw you or anything like that? How's she trying to claw you? Trying to kick you? Did she actually get a kick on you? She scream at all? Wasn't able to. So about it. Did it end quick? So you talked about a sock being in the truck. Is that her sock? You don't remember where you tossed that at? Y'all remember, just some random place, for sure? Where you tossed the sock? Tanner tossed it. So it was him that tossed it when he threw up.
Zero. No, hold on. Say zero. Very important. What items of her did you take to Tanner's house?
Did you take any of her clothes or anything to your house, to Tanner's house? You didn't take anything over there? She was wearing her clothes? You were throwing clothes all over the highway? Do you think maybe Tanner took some home?
Are you saying you stripped her naked to throw her clothes out the window on the highway? Is that what you're saying? You thought it was funny? Did you take all her clothes off of her? Shirt, pants, panties, everything? Left the panties on?
So did Tanner take any of the clothes home, you think? You don't think so? think Tanner
He's
took,
not stupid.
you think Tanner took anything home?
He's not stupid.
I think
He
Tanner
might be a
had,
little bitch, but he's not stupid.
I think Tanner had stated to me earlier that he doesn't shit where he eats. Is that why?
That was me.
That was you? You don't shit where you eat? So you didn't take anything back to Tanner's house? Okay.
So the only thing she was wearing when she went in the water was her panties? How long have we been talking to you, Zero? The whole time? When did you take over?
When he addressed me as such.
So when we were in the building earlier, it was Tanner talking to us?
So if I'd addressed you as Zero from the get-go, you would have talked to me?
Probably. It's only respectful.
I apologize for not referring to you as Zero sooner. But it clicked to me. Tanner, you've been talking. I need to talk to Zero. Thank you for talking to me. You asked to talk to me. You wrote on the board, and I remember acknowledging that. You were trying to get me to talk to you the entire time. I just wasn't seeing it until I was there on the side of the road. I saw it. I heard you calling my name, I just wasn't listening. Zero, who's got one more question for you?
So her flat pants, you know, the little pants, think they're at the house.
You think?
Yeah.
Okay, so what Tanner doesn't know, all right, because I'm not playing this game with him. There's no Zero. This is ridiculous. He's out here like this. Where's the video? Anyway, what Tanner doesn't know is that when they arrested him earlier in the day, like at 3 o'clock, I think it was, they simultaneously made entry to his house. So the questions that they're asking him, they already know the answers to some of these, okay?
Remember that name?
I don't give anything away.
Okay, in the trash at your house? At your house, in the trash?
They're just in the trash.
Just in the trash, okay. Okay, anything else there at the house?
Shouldn't be.
You're being truthful.
Truthful as I can.
Hey, Zero, when you took her, was she wearing a jacket or anything? No jacket, no shoes?
The jacket, no shoes.
But she's wearing little pants and a shirt?
Yes.
Was it long sleeve, short sleeve?
I think it was short sleeve.
Maybe it was short sleeve. What color was it?
I don't know.
You don't know?
It was dark.
Did she tell you she didn't want to go with you?
Of course.
What'd you tell her?
We're going on a ride.
She was trying to fight you when you told her you were going on a ride?
No. She did keep asking questions.
What'd you tell her?
Told her no. We're just going on a ride.
Just going on a ride? So did you hit her before you dropped the package? I'm sorry, did Tanner hit her before the package was dropped off or after?
I want to talk to him.
No, I want to talk to Zero. I want to talk to you. Because you're being more honest, you're being more helpful. I want to talk to you.
And I went back to him.
I understand?
All it took was a quick motion and I'd be able to sign me on that.
I don't want to do that. I mean, I don't want you to die.
He wants to die. I want him to die, but I want to live.
So if he dies, you die. That's not helpful for you. You know what I mean? And you're being helpful for us right now. I greatly appreciate that. You said it was funny throwing her clothes out on the highway. Which highway did you throw them out on?
114.
114, so before you even got out of Wise County?
Why'd you take the clothes off, Zero?
It's funny.
A form of humiliation?
She was gonna tell.
See that puncher?
Did she tell you she was going to tell? She did? When did she tell you she was going to tell?
She said she was gonna tell her
At the house or after y'all left?
at the house.
At the house? I understand. I'd be a little upset too.
Zero. That question.
Her boots and jacket were there.
Turn her boots and jacket.
Okay. Where did you show her?
In the back of the truck.
Okay. And where were you parked at that time?
Private road.
The private road? Okay. And then, when were her clothes removed?
Garage.
Okay. And then what?
I drove off.
Okay. And what was done with her, the clothes at that point?
Indeed.
So, her clothes were taken off and you're driving down the road and she's not wearing clothing, correct? Am I correct? Okay. And then what? What did you do next?
I had a place to go.
And where was that?
Bottom of the creek.
Okay. And then what direction did you go?
And I started heading back to the station. And I let him take back over.
Tanner doesn't remember times. Do you remember about what time it was?
About 6:30. I started heading back, I believe.
When did you put her in the creek? You remember about what time that was?
A little bit before 7.
When did you turn the phone? When did you turn his phone back on?
And I let him take back over.
Do you remember what time that was? Do you remember being back at FedEx, back at his work?
No, I went to sleep.
You went to sleep, so you don't remember?
He might.
You got any questions for me?
Is that it?
No. It's not. I want to get to know Zero for a little bit.
Why? No one wants to do it.
I do.
Okay, so.
You intrigue me, Zero. Does that make sense?
I'll give it any other perspective, yeah, I guess it does.
Let's put you inside, get you some water. For sure.
What happened? Mission.
Thank you.
No, sir.
button-up pants and sock out there in the back shed. 0 top.
Is Tanner found in the backpack? Tanner found him in his backpack? So 0 put him in Tanner's backpack. You put him in Tanner's backpack. And that's how they got to the house? We'll be back, okay?
Yes, sir. Espinoza, I'm going to show you what Market States Exhibit 38. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what's that?
It's going to be the interview from the Wise County Sheriff's Office interview room, which I've initialed.
And that initial again means that you've reviewed it, and is that a true and correct copy of that interview?
Yes, sir.
And just to clarify, since we've got several videos here, this is the one that we're going to see right after where the video just ended. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, the body camera stops, and then the interview room camera would take over. So essentially, you'll see the transition.
Judge Weedoffer states 38.
Any additional objections other than those previously mentioned?
No further objections.
Okay, those objections remain overruled and State's Exhibit 38 is admitted.
So this one's fairly short. Can you publish this one?
Absolutely.
I should have a look.
Okay.
I should have a watermark.
Where do you shower and go to the bathroom at in your house?
Up in the regulars.
Okay, where's that at?
On the same property.
Okay. What about the bathroom?
What about a bathroom?
Yeah, where do you go bathroom at?
My grandmother's.
Okay. So have you told us everything?
What?
Have you told us everything?
Me?
0.
here?
It's me, like just me.
Oh, okay.
Did you have a little zero?
It's not zero.
Tanner,
Yeah.
welcome back. You okay?
I'm a little flabbergasted, I guess.
Why is that? How's that?
Because I was in the back seat watching everything happen, and I'm kind of freaking out.
Alright. Is there anything Zero didn't tell us that you can remember? Or were you in and out?
I mean, I've been in and out the entire time. He hasn't really let me come out at all.
Okay. Since I brought him
He
out?
has like a weird, he has this like weird type of respect because you actually, how should I put it? You addressed him, which I think is, he's, okay,
Yeah.
he,
There's lots to process, Tanner. There's a lot that happened. So, we're going to step out for just a second, okay? And give you a second to process that, okay? Give us just a minute.
We do not know, Brandy, if he had a drug panel done. We don't, the only things that we know are the things that are coming out in trial because they kept all of this so close to the vest. We just don't know any details really. So we're all learning them together.
Hey, Tanner? Tanner? Hey, what's the passcode of your phone? What's the passcode of your phone?
My finger.
There's no numbers?
Yeah, give me a second. 1561.
1561?
Mm-hmm. Fine.
1564?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, we'll eventually need it to, look at your phone. Alright, hey, we're gonna let you get some rest, okay?
I want to talk to Cassie.
I'm gonna talk to Cassie. We'll let you make your phone call to Cassie in a minute, okay?
I want a video chatter.
Okay.
I want to be able to send this up.
We'll do that for you, okay? But right now you need some rest. Alright?
Is she still waiting on me to call her?
You got something handy? Just write down Cassie's number real quick.
Yeah.
It's on the phone.
Is that the phone, you know it?
No.
You don't,
What's her number? You don't know? Oh, you don't know it? Okay, we'll get it. We'll get it.
It'll be under my recent calls. It'll be under my name because I never saved your number.
Okay. Almost.
I used to be able to do that.
Friend Espinosa, before we get to this next video, and I've talked to you a little bit about that, in the very beginning of this, there was a question asked to Tanner Horner about did he take any items from the house? What was his initial answer?
No.
And then when, I believe it was, Danny Briley was asking about her panties, what did he say that he did with those?
He stated they were still on her.
Okay. What do you know about that statement?
That was a lie.
And why do you know it's a lie?
I visually could see her body, and I was privy to information of evidence.
Objection, Your Honor, that is hearsay.
Overruled. Just don't testify what the information was.
The clothing was located at Tanner's house.
Objection, Your Honor, that's based on
Sustained.
hearsay.
That's sustained.
Now, let's talk about that. As part of this interview, one of the officers mentions to Tanner Horner that there were some pants located at his house. Did you hear that?
Yes, sir.
And does then Tanner Horner now remember that there might be some pants at the house?
Yes, sir. I believe he stated they were placed into a backpack.
And did he state what he had done with the pants at the house?
They were thrown in the trash.
I want to clarify this here. When asked why he took her clothes off, what did he say?
It was about humiliation.
Objection, that is mischaracterization.
Or you say it was funny?
Yes, sir.
Now, any of this information that we have as to what he said about throwing the clothes out the window, is that what he said? He threw some clothes out the window?
Yes, sir. I believe the statement he made.
So all of this information about that, if we wanted to know if that information is true or not, what would we need to know if that information is true or not?
Based on the course of this investigation, I knew that was a lie.
And in this particular investigation, did you obtain any additional evidence at a later date that would allow us to determine if any of the things he is saying is true or not?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
Video evidence.
Now, let's move on to this next interview here, because I want to make sure there's been a lot of video evidence here. This next video is about 2 hours, right?
Yes, sir. I believe so.
And this was the interview that Mr. Horner requested of you.
Yes, sir.
Let's talk a little bit about, in the beginning of that, and how did you come to find out that he wanted an interview with you?
On that particular day, I was contacted by the Wise County Sheriff's Office and advised that Mr. Horner had sent up a kite, which is basically a letter that says, I'd like to speak to the investigator.
And do you remember about what time that you arrived to conduct that interview?
I can't remember the approximate time.
Secondarily, you said that's on December 7th. So how many days is that after you located Athena's body?
Approximately 5 days.
And how many days after he had murdered her was that?
It was going to be approximately 7 days.
So a week after he's kidnapped and murdered Athena, he's wanting to talk to you again.
Yes, sir.
Now, you said earlier that he had indicated to you the purpose of his interview. Let me get a little bit of feedback there. Purpose of his interview was he wanted to cut a deal. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir, I did.
And let me ask you a couple of questions about that. When people say that they want to cut a deal, what does that mean?
Objection, Your Honor, that calls for speculation.
I'll let him answer. Overruled.
Basically, obviously, in my time in law enforcement, with my experience, we always have people that want to essentially have us be a conduit to the district attorney's office as far as, if I'm truthful, will the district attorney's office show us some type of consideration or maybe lessen our charge or do something if we're more helpful, which is a common practice that people do in order to reduce their time.
And in this case, is that the case here?
Yes, sir.
And so, as part of this, who arrives to conduct this interview?
Myself and Investigator Oliver.
Again, same interview room we saw before.
Yes, sir.
And so on the first part of that video, is that where we see you guys discussing what this proposed deal he has? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Neat Noodle asks, now we know what he did with her clothes. Oh, I thought you were asking. I thought it said, do we know? Apparently I can't read this morning. Yay for me. All right, here we go.
And then later on, is there also a discussion about Tanner Horner telling you about things, for example, his work history?
Yes, sir. That's common in interviews. What we do is, especially on this one, it's more controlled. Kind of things are settled down now. What we'll do is we'll obviously get through the constitutional rights, and then we'll go through some historical questions, obviously what you want, and then we wanted to learn a little bit more about him, work history, family history, things like that.
And in this case, did you go through that with him, his work history and his family history?
Yes, sir.
And did you go through his dating history and, for example, his having a baby with Cassie, his girlfriend?
Yes, sir. Yeah, that would encompass some of that family history.
And were you able to discuss with him as far as work, the locations and places is where he worked?
Yes, sir. Yeah, previous employment, things of that nature.
And then also scattered through this interview, is there also still references to this whole zero thing?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk a little bit about the deal he wanted to cut, okay? Prior to talking to him, did you advise him of his rights or have a discussion about his rights at that point?
Yes, sir, we did.
And he had asked for this interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
Initially, what is his basic proposal that he makes to you as far as this deal he wants?
Basically, just a brief synopsis of it is I want to be freed with an ankle monitor. I want to spend Christmas with my family. You guys can monitor me, keep track of me, and I'll fully cooperate in this investigation.
So that's his proposal. If you'll let him out, then he'll tell you the truth.
Yes, sir.
Now, during this time, did you ever agree to anything about that?
No, that's another thing. We can't make any promises. We can never do any guarantees. That is not in my job responsibilities, and I am 100% forthcoming with people on that. I can't make him any promises. I actually told him that's not going to happen.
And as part of this interview, you said he wants to have Christmas with his son.
Yes, sir.
And in fact, he says that if he can do that, he'll tell you everything. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you essentially, he wants you to give him something for him to be truthful about what he did to Athena on November 3rd.
That's correct.
Now, it is part of this investigation and questioning. Do you ask him some questions during this process about the why and what happened to Athena?
Yes, sir, I do.
And at all points in this, does he volunteer any additional information about that?
No, sir. Usually when we start talking, he diverts back to this deal, refers back to it, and then it's more me essentially trying to pry information out of him. Just, hey, be honest with me, talk to me, tell me about this.
And so does this process of you trying to question him and then him wanting you to give him something to tell the truth, does that repeat several times?
Yes, sir. Yeah, throughout the course of the interview, you could kind of see how that plays out.
And that's in the first part of the interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
The middle part of the interview is what you're talking about when you discuss all of the history. Is that right? His family history and things of that nature?
Yes, sir.
And then at the end of this, do you also have another detailed discussion about this whole zero thing?
Yes, sir. We speak about it.
And let me ask you a couple of questions about that. At any point during all of this, does Tanner Horner ever take responsibility for what he does, what he did?
No, sir.
And during all of this, do you ask him questions about whether he feels remorseful or not?
I do.
And at any point, does he directly express remorse for what he's done?
No, sir.
Does he ever say that he's sorry for what he did?
Not that I can recall.
Did he ever ask to apologize to Athena's family?
I believe I asked him if he wanted to say anything to the family.
And what was his answer?
He just said he wanted to give him a hug, I believe was the response I got.
Judge Brown?
Yes, sir.
And Judge Brown, I'm a little out of order on the numbers here. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 275. Same questions as before. Do you know what that is, and how do you know what that is?
It's going to be the reinitiated interview, and it's going to have my initials on it with a date stamp of December 7th.
Indicating you've reviewed this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is this a true and correct copy of the interview that you did on December 7th with Tanner Horner?
Yes, sir. I believe this one may have a redaction that was requested by the defense based on my review.
All right. That's included here?
Yes, sir.
Judge, we would offer State's Exhibit 275.
Any further objections other than those previously given to you?
No additional objections, Your Honor.
Okay, those objections remain overruled, and State's Exhibit 275 is admitted.
Judge, this video is about 2 hours.
I anticipate what we'll do is we'll start, and about halfway through or so, we'll take a break, and then we'll come back in and finish it, okay? Yes, ma'am. You need a break? All right, let's take 10 minutes and we'll get started, all right? 5 after 10, we'll start, everybody.
Okay, so I'm glad that you had a delicious patty melt from Whataburger last night, Amber. Yum. Good morning, ATS. Good to see you, babe. I can see you now, Lisa. I don't know if you're still in here, but I can see you finally. I don't know what my chat was doing. So now we are going to listen to the interview that Tanner gave on law enforcement December 7th. This was a interview interrogation that he himself requested. Now, in all of the like pretrial motions and stuff, the defense wanted his interrogations suppressed, claiming that he did not understand his rights. He didn't understand that he didn't have to speak. He didn't understand that he could get an attorney and that would stop the interview, all the things, right? Well, the judge is like, no. I find that he was read his Miranda rights repeatedly. He does not, there's no evidence that he didn't understand his rights. So, and he didn't understand what his rights were and how to, what's the word I'm trying to say? Not the opposite of waive his rights. He doesn't, he didn't, whatever the opposite word of that is. I don't know what look, I'm just going to tell you guys. Last night, well, yesterday afternoon, at like, I don't know, 2:00, I don't know what was going on, who did it, how it happened, but there was a water main break. And so we didn't have water from like 2:00 at the apartment complex until like, I don't know, 6:30 this morning. So, and then on top of it, my husband drank the last 5-hour energy yesterday and then didn't get any last night. So when I got up at 4:30 this morning, I was sans 5-hour. We all know that Bindi cannot function without her 5 hours. So I had to just go on a cup of coffee. And then he went to the store and got me one. But that was like at 7:30. So my brain is extra buffery today. Okay. He didn't know how to enforce his rights. That's what I'm trying to say. So yeah, now we're going to watch.
Total estates 275.
Jenny says, I don't know of this Whataburger that y'all speak of. I don't think we have them where I live. Please tell me more. Whataburger is a southern thing, although they are in the Southwest. Like they are in Arizona, they are in New Mexico, they are in Texas, but like I think they're in Louisiana too, but I know they're definitely, or they used to not be. I think Georgia now has a Whataburger, but they're not in Florida. They are the absolute best hamburgers of a fast food chain ever on the planet. And if you've been into the cups and overserved, then they are the best hangover food. Whataburger is the best. I suggest that if you do not live in a place where Whataburger is available to you, move immediately because Whataburger is the best. That is all. Hey, boss lady, good morning. Let's go, sound engineer. Were any of those people in this chat, chicken lady? Because let me ask you this, hold on. We need to be, this is a serious moment for just a second. A side mission, but it's serious. Chicken lady says, people told me Five Guys was the best burger, but I didn't think so. Was any of those people me? No. Let me tell you something. When I say something is the best burger, you can take my word for it. I'm not like, I eat to live. I don't live to eat, but there is one food. There's a couple of foods actually, burgers being one of them, that I will move heaven and earth to get to. And that is a good burger. Okay. I've never had Five Guys, but I'm telling you right now, Whataburger is a delicacy. It is delicious. That is all.
Those off here real quick, and then we're gonna go through some formalities, okay?
So did you get the ladies and gentlemen this way, or what?
Hang on just a second. Okay, it's, before we kick off into anything, our obviously you have constitutional rights, and you have been appointed attorney, so we're gonna go through some of that. First and foremost,
Oh, I muted. Sorry about that. Steak and Shake is caca. Absolutely not. I don't care for Steak and Shake. It is far superior to Steak and Shake.
yeah. So it says 9/11, around 9 o'clock p.m. last night, you requested to speak to an investigator again in reference to your case, and let me make you aware of your rights again, okay, because you have constitutional rights regardless of the fact that you have to speak to us. Yeah, absolutely, that's really. So you have the right to remain silent and make a statement. Any statement you make is against you in trial. Any oral or written statement you make is against you in court. You have the right to have a lawyer present to advise you prior to your question to any police officer. If you can't afford an attorney, you want to be appointed to advise you prior to your hearing question. You have the right to terminate this interview anytime. You understand your rights? Yes, sir. Do you know who your attorney is?
I can't remember the name.
Okay, but you do have an attorney and you have consulted with him and now you're asking to speak to us, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Alright, and you do understand your rights and you waive those rights, correct?
I mean, I understand my rights.
Okay. You understand the rights and you know you have the right to counsel, that you have the right to turn this interview anytime, right? Okay.
Sir, I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I'm going to get offended easy.
Sorry, I have a lot of female jailers.
Okay, so name and date of birth.
10/11, August 8th.
Okay, perfect. Alright, Tanner, so obviously you have some questions for us, right? What's going on today?
You know, I've been thinking about this for literally hours and I don't know how.
Yeah.
Give me a second.
Yeah. I tell you what, you didn't have a cigarette for 2 days.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm absolutely sure.
In here?
Yeah, it's gonna help you relax.
I mean, maybe, I guess. It just feels weird doing it inside.
It's okay. I've done it numerous times.
This is my home, so.
Is that gonna help you relax? So what are you saying about 4 hours? Use that water bottles match straight and use this to drink. No, you want to chug it.
Leave a little bit in there.
What are you gonna think about 4 hours?
So, I imagine you have basically a list and bullet points that you want to know from me, correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
There's only one thing in this world that I want.
What's that?
I don't want a month. If you can't do that, I understand.
You don't want what?
I want a month.
A month of what?
Even if y'all have to put ankle monitors on me, GPS monitors, check off with you, like, if you give me a month with my family so I can have Christmas with my son,
Yeah,
I'll tell you everything.
I'll be completely honest with you, Tanner.
If that's beyond your power, I understand.
Yeah, no, it's something that I can't even easily think that's possible, but I don't know that for sure because I'm not the prosecutor. I'm not, the courts. I don't know that. So it's above my head. It's a question I'd have to ask.
Like, I'd be willing, like, even if y'all set up cameras outside the house, like,
You know what, Tanner? Give me some good faith. We talked a bunch that night. You were completely honest with me. Completely honest with me. I mean, and I think that goes into trust because there's a two-way road. I think you trusted me and I trusted you to do the right thing and tell me the truth. And you did. Literally, I'll tell you right now that it's okay. Don't worry about that. That's my tip. Don't worry about it.
still,
We'll have some cleanup of that.
Listen to me. Small potatoes, right? Remember, I kept telling you that night it's a small piece of a bigger picture, right? So you told me the truth, and you walked it in. Obviously, in today's modern world and with our capabilities, we can make a lot of things. We can corroborate a lot of things, right? We can put all the pieces together and see if you're telling us the truth, and you are telling us the truth.
We've literally, I mean, we've got everything nailed down. You go into the store and get the cleaning materials and all that. We know all those things, right? So a lot of the what has been answered. I think I told you that from the beginning, right? What happened has been answered. What path you took has been answered. Where you put her has been answered, right? That's the biggest thing for me. I think I told you from day one. It's like, just let me bring her home, right? I think that was the statement I made to you, and that was my sole intent. I just wanted to bring her home. And we got her home now. But a lot of the why this happened hasn't been answered. And I know that you want some good faith and some things that are beyond my power to do, but I think you got to give me some more good faith on why this happened. Why did this happen?
Well, the thing is, I'm willing to tell everything. Even if you have to make a list, I'll make video entries of every detail of everything. If you can somehow give me a month just to be with my family, that one last month, if you can talk to somebody, anything, that's all I want. I just want to be able to have one Christmas.
I can't promise you anything.
I know you can't promise that.
I can't tell you that that's even possible, nor am I going to begin to give you any false illusions. Because I think from day one you asked, how many questions did you ask me there on the side of the road and I answered you truthfully?
I didn't count.
But how many times? You asked me several questions. Did I avoid your questions?
No, sir.
I answered you directly, correct?
I appreciate you.
Yeah, and I was truthful with you.
About this.
But what's a two-way road, Tanner? It's that two-way road means that what I expect of you, you should expect of me also. So I'm not going to.
That's why I'm not like upset that you're telling me that it might not be possible.
Yeah.
If there's like a sliver.
Yeah, I'll tell you where we're at right now is you got to give me some good faith and answer that question for me. You got to answer me the why, right? Because that's what's weighing on me, is why this happened. We don't have to get back into the details if you don't want to right now, but that's a big question I have. Why did this happen?
Sir, I want to answer everything you have to say. But the main motivation behind me wanting to talk to you is I literally just want to see my son. I
understand that.
I want to be there for him on Christmas. Yeah. I want to give him that good Christmas feeling. I want to be able to leave
Tanner, answer me this.
that he can look back on.
Absolutely. 100%. If I was in your shoes, I would want to do the same thing. But you got to answer me something, Tanner. You got to give me some good faith, right? Are you willing to do that for me? No, hang on. Listen to what I'm fixing to ask, because I didn't even ask you what I'm fixing to ask. I'm just asking you, are you willing to do that for me?
It's the only thing I want. And that'll give me anything you want.
Did you know what you did was wrong?
Of course. Now, I haven't been on my medicine in 5 days, and it's starting to wear off. I've actually been crying. Do you know what that's like? Not being able to cry for months and months and months.
Tanner, are you remorseful for what you did? Obviously, you're telling me you're crying, but I mean...
I'm a father. I took a fucking... I took away something from someone, and I thought they have something there. Oh, that was gel, I guess. All I want is just to spend one last Christmas with my son, and I'll tell you everything. Like, while I'm...
Tanner, you got distracted and you didn't answer my question. I said, are you remorseful for what you did?
I'm a father.
Tell me about that. Are you hurting inside for Athena?
Hurting for her, I'm hurting for her family. Like, even if this was some random person, I'd still be hurting for this child.
Well, what would you want to say? If her mom and dad were here right now, what would you want to say to them?
I put the illegal list of 0 questions, by the way.
What's that?
Is there a sliver of a chance?
Hang on, Tanner. And I told you that. One, I'm not going to promise you anything. That's way above my head. And I'm going to shoot you straight just like I want you to shoot me straight. I don't think there's that possibility. Now, is there a possibility for you to receive equipment so. I believe that may be a possibility. Obviously, you're going to get to talk to your family. There'll be a time and place for that.
I mean, I have a lot of rights that even along with my own family. Like, you've probably seen what that backyard looks like. My grandmother's been telling me she needs that cleaned up for over a decade, and if I'm on like house arrest, something like that, I'd be able to right those wrongs. If I was on house arrest, I'd be able to actually, give my son a Christmas. I'd be able to, you know what I mean?
Dan, where'd you come up with this idea? Is this your idea, or just something you saw someone else, or somebody tell you?
I pray about it.
Pray about it. God speak to you? And he said, this is what you should ask for?
So, Tanner, let me ask you something. I've answered your question just now. You said I'd answer around it, but I didn't answer around it. My question was that I told you that, one, I didn't know if this was possible, and two, it was way above my head. And I'm not going to sit here and give you false hope, right? Because you and I started from day one on shooting each other straight. That was our relationship from the minute we met. And I'm not going to begin to start jacking that up right now and not shoot you straight. So I've answered your question. The only question I have is, and you got to help me out here. You said you were a parent, right? As a parent, my question to you was, if Athena's parents were here, put yourself in their shoes for a minute, what would you say to them?
I don't know what I would say.
I mean, would you apologize to them? Would you explain why you did this? Or,
I don't know what I would say. I would be speechless.
What would you want somebody to say to you if somebody took somebody from you?
If you can make this happen for me somehow.
listen to me. Here's the deal. Again, I'll go right back to what I said before. I don't think in a minute, yeah. I'm not going to begin to give you false hope, right? I'm not going to begin to tell you that this is possible. The current offenses, the charges that you've been charged with, I don't believe that's something where they let folks, obviously if you can postpone, you have your constitutional rights for that, and you can be with your family if you can make bond. There's that side of it. But other than that, I'm not going to start with giving you false hope or telling you things. This is above my pay grade. That's a question that will be for prosecutors, judges, and different things that I don't have the answer to, because I don't think that's possible. So, that being said, if I wanted to sit here and bullshit you, which I'm not, and I haven't done from day one, I would give you false hope, and I'm not going to do that. Okay? Because, again, I think our relationship goes into telling each other the truth and shooting each other straight. Now, I think you can save a lot of grace and save some face here, which you've already done. First of all, hang on, let me tell you something, Tanner. From the bottom of my heart, I want to personally thank you for letting me bring her home. Thank you for that. Because guess what? That wasn't for me. That wasn't for you. That wasn't for anybody in this community. That was for her parents. You let me bring her home. You let me bring her home so she could rest and so that family could get closure. So thank you for that. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for letting me bring her home. I genuinely appreciate that. I don't think I ever got to really express that to you. Okay? So, again, thank you for cooperating with us. Thank you for being truthful, honest, transparent. I do see a little bit of remorse on you. I do see a little regret in you. And I feel you as a parent, as a person, right? Just because I wear this badge doesn't make me not human. I'm just like you, right? I'm a person, I'm human. I have feelings, I have emotions. Right? Do you understand that? So quit thinking of me as a police officer right now, think of me as a person. And understand the human aspect of this. The human aspect says that we know the what. Now the family needs to understand the why. People need to understand the why. Now we're going to start expanding our casting a little bit further. Now we need to explain to this community why. Now we need to explain to the people why. Officers. This case has impacted everybody tremendously. I personally, Mr. Oliver, investigators that were on the front line, I didn't sleep, man. Days looking for Athena.
Do you know her parents' names?
No, sir.
Her father's name is Jacob. Her mother's name is Maitland. Her stepbrother's name is Elizabeth. They want to know why. They're curious as to why it's happened.
If I would go to them next time I see them, because their question when I see them again is, why did this happen? We know what happened. We're always going to know the what. We get hung up in the what too many times, but we never understand the why. And you can go play every person I've talked to in the past. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you I haven't worked cases like this before. I have. And every single person's always helped me understand why, because there's always a why.
Let me tell you something, Tanner. Last night, there was a prayer group for this going on, and Jacob specifically asked me why this happened to us. Why did he get taken? He wants to know. I mean, he's got 2 other daughters, but he'd like to know why. Why this happened. And I couldn't tell him. I looked this man dead in the face, and I couldn't tell him. I said, I don't know. He hasn't answered that for me. He doesn't want to talk to you right now.
Tanner, I know what you want, and I'll listen to it. And you know, I've been honest with you and upfront with you, and you have been with us as well. But if that's something that you can help us put that piece of the puzzle in, then that's very important.
I know there's a lot of other details you have, a lot of what you want to give us, if we can grant this, but the why, it is pretty big for this family. This helps with their closure.
Would you be able to talk to a judge?
Yeah, you know what I'll do? I'll do is I'll convey what you've told me here today. I'll convey what you told me here today. I'll convey to the judge and to the prosecutors, and I'll convey to the department heads what your request is, right? And I'll also convey to them that I've told you this isn't something that I believe is feasible. Because again, I'm not going to sit here and bullshit you. I'm not going to sit here and give you false hope. But if you want me to relay something, I will. But I think as good faith, I think answering the why is crucial.
They guys have to come after I got,
Yeah, and it's fine.
Tanner, I want you to understand something. It's not crucial about the case. That's not what he's talking about. It's crucial to the family. This is not about prosecution, not about putting you on trial. The why is crucial to the family.
We need to, let me help you understand this again and walk you through. The what happened is done. We know what happened. You were held for what happened. You literally walked me step through step on when you took Athena, when you killed Athena, and where you put Athena, and what you did after you killed Athena. That's the what happened. What you did after, up until the day you came here. We know what happened because of you. Because of your cooperation and your assistance and your willingness to let me bring her home. That is what happened. And those answers have been answered. So that's what I want to help you understand. Would you agree with me on that?
yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying. But can I speak for a minute? No. reason I wanted to do this, I just want to spend that one last Christmas. Have videos of Christmas morning and waking up, gonna go sit, like, I go under the tree, see his presents. You would take the entire thing and have him be able to look back on that. This isn't even really about me at this point. It's about that little boy. I want this because I want to be able to, for him to have something to look back on. The reason I wanted to trade this is because if somehow by some million-1 shot they were able to put me on a monitor, put cameras around the house, everything. If y'all were able to do that, I would go no contest. All I want is that 1 month time. Hell, not even a month, technically, just end of the year, you know what I mean? That 1 month time, that one last crucial time for my son. I would give up everything. I would say, just throw me in a jail cell forever, I don't care. I would give up everything. I'd give up all my defenses. I'd give up everything. Plead no contest. Give you the information that you want, everything. That's what I want you to convey to the judge.
I'll convey that to the prosecutor, to the district attorney of this county. I'll convey that to him for you. But again, I tell you this, that is not like what you're requesting is more than likely not possible. I'm not going to sit here, and again, you know we can't make we can't make any promises. We can't give you false hope. We can't give you any illusions of what's going to happen. You know what I mean? It's like I'll convey it, but for you. But I can tell you what the answer's going to be. Does that make sense?
I like your shoes.
Thank you. What are your thoughts, Taylor? What are you thinking?
I guess I'll just wait on a response at this point.
What do you want to say to this community? What do you want to say to the families? Is there anything you want to put out there to do?
No one deserved any of this.
Have you spoken to your family?
My mom and my grandmother are currently coming today.
To see, you know what time they'll be here?
Pretty soon, from what I'm guessing.
Okay.
Is this y'all's water?
No, that's yours. Everything we got is for you.
Either way, that's basically my price. And then,
Yeah. So let me kind of reiterate some things. For me, right? When you do that for me, so yeah, I'm just gonna a couple things, some of the things that I want to kind of talk to you about. I don't spend a lot of time talking that first night. We covered a from a young age, you know, we're always taught right from wrong, and then as we come up, you know, through life, as adults, we become the persons that we are, right, through the course of times. But obviously, one of the main things that I asked you that night, and it's just something that has concern for me, is has anything like this ever happened before?
No, sir. Nothing like this has ever happened. Ever.
You've never killed anyone else?
No, sir.
This is the first person you've ever killed?
Nothing like this has ever happened before. That's I cry when I run over dogs at work. Like, I've cried over a squirrel before, dude.
Then why?
I fucking feed homeless people, man.
Then why? Why Athena? If you cry over a squirrel, this is a 7-year-old human being.
Wasn't me. Now that I haven't been on my medication, I haven't heard from Zero in like 2 days.
Tanner, I know you're being a little evasive right now to me about some of the things, rightfully so, right? This is your meeting. You call this meeting. You want to speak to me, you know, I know that you want to put it on your terms, right? But I do ask that you show me the respect that I'm showing you, because this is a two-way street. You know, honestly, by all accounts, if you hadn't reached out to me today or last night, we probably would have spoken again for a long time. You know, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to sit before you for a long time. It would have been a while. So what I'm trying to do here is not only primarily fill those voids for the family, first and foremost. Feel that void, feel that emptiness, feel that why for them. Because it's not about me, it's not about you, it's about them. It's not, again, I'll reiterate that. It's about that family, it's about that closure, it's about what you would want as a parent. Right? Closure. That's why I'm asking you those questions. That's why I asked that why. Again, I'm not going to sit here and pretend.
I told you the why the first night, though.
Which is what?
Come back and watch the videos. Y'all have access. I told you why it happened.
So the whole reason we took her is because you bumped her with the truck.
And knocked her down with the truck.
And then it just spiraled out of control from there.
I sat on my hands at that point.
So if you had never bumped her with that truck, this would have never happened.
Nothing would have happened. I'd be at work right now. I'd be at work, saving up for Chester's Christmas, getting everything ready, just trying to get us into an apartment. I was this close. I finally got a new car. Okay, I was having to drive the freaking work trucks home for like a month because I didn't have a car. Because my car broke down several months ago, then Cassie's broke down. Like, life was getting really bad. The stress was getting too much. I'm not a violent person. I'm not a bad person. I've never been a bad person.
Would you say for the majority of your life you've done the right thing?
I've always done the right thing.
Not always.
I've never been a violent person. I've never been a bad person. The only bad things I've ever done is, like, occasionally I'll smoke marijuana, but that's legally that's on its way out the door anyway, eventually. So, like, slowly things are going to get better, I'm not getting into all that. Like, it's That's literally the worst thing I've probably done in my life.
I would say so. I'd say so. I would hope so.
So you can look at my
The charges from 2013 say otherwise.
history. I'm not some deranged psychopath. I'm not some criminal.
I don't think you are either. I don't think you are either.
I'm an autistic, weird dude who likes music that other people tend to shun at.
Well,
Musician. I was in a Christian punk band at one point. A Christian punk band. You know, not gonna lie, the vocals weren't the best, but you know.
the alien vocals.
Oh no. Oh yeah. If I were to jump on a kid, your jaw would probably drop.
Yeah, it sounds like it just before you put your hands on your knee just now. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I worked years mastering my craft, and at this point, I write my own music. You know, I've written my own music, but I haven't really. I had lyrics and everything, but I never really got to. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Put it out.
Yeah.
I mean, smart, freaking talented musician. You work for a living, being a productive member of society.
Yeah.
So you can see where that why, and you've answered the why. If you're telling me, you know, if you'd never loved Athena with that truck, she would have never died. That's the why, right? That's some of the why. You paid by all accounts on your statement. The first night was that if you were scared, you know, that you were going to get put away for vehicular assault and go to jail. So you panicked and took her in the truck. And then at that
These are all things that have been covered.
I know, I'm just saying, that's the why, right? She died because she was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Essentially. Please have another cigarette.
In a minute, when the smoke got down, I'm not just let it settle for a little bit. I'm not a cigarette smoker, tobacco smoker, so honestly, you know, I know
you were probably chugging up a little bit.
Yeah. So if you're just giving, you know, a smoke essentially clear for a little bit, we'll get you okay. Again, I know that you're.
The fact that little girl's dead breaks my fucking heart, dude.
I'm personally, I'm glad to hear that, because if you do show some type of emotion, right? If you do have some type of remorse, that goes a long way, right? As opposed to just a cold-blooded killer monster.
If I was a cold-blooded killer, I would have been killing people for years. You know what I mean? Like, I have a conscience. I have feelings. I'm just a person.
It was a decision that was made at the, you know, you panicked.
It wasn't my decision. I wanted to let her go. There's other jobs out there. He didn't want to let her go. Now I haven't even heard from him in 2 days.
Zero.
No.
What were you doing your eyes like that?
Can you do some research on something for me?
Sure.
Can you look up some of the potential negative psychoactive effects of potentially Prozac?
Let's talk about that real quick. What medications are you on? I know you told me that first night.
Yeah, I'm on Prozac, Strattera, and...
Hang on. Strattera?
Yeah.
Spell that. It's alright. Prozac, Strattera, what else?
And Ritalin for times when I can't sleep. I literally only take that one.
And Remeron?
Remeron, yeah.
Remeron.
Also known as Merzapine.
Who's your doctor?
Foreign dude that works at NHMR Penn Square.
Do you remember his name?
Again, foreign dude, I have no idea how to pronounce
Penn
his name.
Square?
Yeah, Penn
Where's
Square.
Penn Square?
It's a NHMR clinic in Fort Worth.
You mentioned my clinic before. Can you write that down?
Penn Square.
You mentioned my clinic in Fort Worth.
Oh, you did the same thing.
What's up? At the same time?
Yeah.
That's a habit of mine. I got about this week. Broke the same one time, so
Oof.
gets to hurt sometimes.
I do that because as a drummer, like, you can see scars from years and years of playing drums where I just like busted my fingers on freaking snare drum.
Do you see any other doctors, Tanner?
For him, it's weird because when I started getting back on the medication about 7-8 months ago, I'm guessing, like what ended up happening was I was going through like a suicidal episode, right? And you know, instead of leaving my son here without his father, what I wanted to do was get right.
Get some help.
So initially I went to Millwood to, you know, because that's where I originally got probation and all that stuff. And they said they had this outpatient thing called eye care. So I went through them, and you know they helped me get back on my meds and all that stuff.
So let me go back a little bit. Do you care if I get to know you a little bit better? Just real quick.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, let's just literally start about. And I'm not gonna interrupt you. I'm gonna let you do your thing. I just want to know, Tanner, where did you grow up? Where were you born? What did you do? Where did you go to high school? All that stuff. Tell me a little bit about Tanner.
I'm pretty much born and raised in Fort Worth. My dad's a fucking crackhead. Like, if you type in Horner, fucking, pardon my French. If you type in Horner at like Parker County, my dad's name and my brother's names come up a lot.
Okay.
You know, I try to disassociate from them because.
What's your dad's name?
Terry
Horner.
Senior. My oldest brother, his name is Terry Horner as well.
Okay.
He's junior.
So born and raised in Fort Worth.
Yeah.
Where'd you go to school?
Multiple places.
Okay.
Multiple places for elementary.
What elementary around Fort Worth, around Parker County? Or?
Yeah, like Fort Worth.
Okay. So multiple places in Fort Worth. You don't really remember the names. Where's the last elementary you landed at?
Last elementary was Eagle Heights.
Okay. Which is in Fort Worth.
No, that's technically, I think, Eagle School District.
That's a school district. Okay.
Yeah.
And then where'd you go to high school?
High school, I was Hazel. The years before that, I was just kind of moving around a lot. You know what I mean? Because my mom is a heroin addict, so most of my life I was actually raised by my grandparents. Well, my grandmother and my step-grandfather, which I consider him more my grandfather than anybody, because he's the man who raised me.
Okay, what's his name?
Bill Hardison.
Hardison?
Yes, sir.
Where does he live?
Veterans Memorial Cemetery.
Okay, so it's since past what I'm sorry.
He passed a few years ago. Okay.
So he pretty much raised you. What was your childhood like? Was it good? Was it bad? Was it rocky? Like,
I didn't realize how bad it was when I was younger.
okay.
Because, you know, like, I didn't realize, hey, why is my mom always gone? You know what I mean? Why is my dad never around? Like, for a big portion of my childhood, my dad was in prison. And my mom in and out of jail constantly. Like, when my mom and my grandmother sued me, I actually worked on this clever line. As soon as I answered that phone, and my mom's on, she'd be like, oh, how the tables have turned.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a little nod to seeing her in jail most of my life.
Yeah.
So my grandparents raised me, and you know, I'm glad they did, because I wouldn't be the kind of person that literally buys fucking homeless people food. You know what I mean? Like, there's been several points.
They taught you right from wrong, they make you the person you were growing up. Probably instilled some work ethic.
The work ethic, that came later.
Okay.
Yeah, the work ethic I didn't really get until I was a father.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because I was always in and out of jobs when I was there. You know what I mean? Like, my 20s were interesting. And I got to live my 20s to the fullest.
Yeah. Tell me about that. What do you mean by that?
Bands. Play show after show after show. It was great.
Yeah. Good times.
Yeah. Like, especially Sacred Sound, the Christian punk band I was in. It was that time when I met this girl, Nicole. Oh my God. Bunch of crazy.
Yeah.
Bunch of crazy. That woman stressed me out so bad.
What's your girl's last name?
Baka.
Baka?
Baka. Which,
Means cow?
no. No.
Baka?
Funny story. So I ended up, I watched anime, right? You know, like One Piece, Dragon Ball Z, Naruto, all that bullshit. And, you know, sometimes if I caught up with the English dub, I'll watch the subs, right? And that's when I learned that baka in Japanese means stupid. So,
okay.
I know. So, I definitely never told her that, but, you know, I thought it was funny because she's dumb as a brick. You know, she actually, with Sacred Sound, they pretty much gave me a choice, like, hey, it's her, the band, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I chose her like an idiot. She ended up, I'm not racist, I swear to God, but she did end up cheating on me with 2 different black guys. So, which eventually ended up telling me later on what was really going on. And actually, y'all can send this in a Fort Worth. So she, one of the guys that she cheated on me with, right? She put rape charges against him, right? I ended up meeting up with the guy while doing Uber one time. He ended up showing me the messages. She had been cheating on me with him for like 2 months. What he's saying has happened was one time when they were messing around on me, right? He came in her, and there's no way she'd be able to pull that off as my kid, because clearly about as white as glue. Yeah, that's, you know, that's when I went through my first, like, suicidal depression and all that stuff.
What year was that? You remember?
It was like 4 or 5 years ago, something.
Okay, pretty recent.
Yeah, that's the first time we went to Middle.
So that's really the first time you had any type of issue series over a girl. Essentially, you were heartbroken, right? Was that a proper conclusion? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
I mean, yeah, 3.5 years, like, down the drain like that. So, yeah, that's...
You loved her?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, ironically now, supposedly she's a lesbian.
Yeah. So that's kind of your first, obviously, rough upbringing a little bit with your parents, but for the most part, your grandparents kind of filled in that void.
I mean, I was like 20s when that happened. You know what I mean?
And then, so after that, what are you doing there? You're Uber driving, where are you working?
Yeah, I'm doing Uber at that point until I lose my Tahoe, which, you know, she ended up telling the finance company that I was only on liability. So, yeah, that got my car taken away. So I was jobless there for a bit, but I was doing pretty good. Like,
where were you at? Where were you living at then?
My grandparents.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not until I got on Cassie that I moved out.
Okay.
With that, I was like 300 pounds when Nicole broke up with me, right?
Just because you started eating, kind of depressed, kind of doing that thing, or what?
I got stagnant, I got careless. So I got up to like 300 fucking pounds, right? So after the breakup, you know, I get put on medication, all this other stuff, and I'm just like, hey, I'm gonna get myself in a natural routine. So I would wake up every morning and I put myself on the keto diet, which, holy shit, it works. So I would eat 4 sausage patties, 4 eggs when I wake up in the morning. I would wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning, go out in the Uber until like about 5, 6 in the afternoon, right? Then I'd go to the gym, run for I would listen to an entire like music album, and I'd run that entire time. That was my routine for like 3 months. I got down to like 215. Keto literally sheds off your fucking body fat. It's insane.
Yeah.
So I was doing good, you know, ended up actually going out and socializing a lot more because, you know, I've always been an introvert, you know, all that stuff. I'd rather sit at home, like, watching anime, play my guitar, do all that crap, right? But something told me, you know, I actually need to go out and be social. So on Friday nights and Saturday nights, what I would do is I would go out to the bar, and that's where I met, you know, some friends, you know. Karen and Stacy. Stacy's actually a dude. I think his actual name was Randy or some shit, but, you know, he likes to go by Stacy for some reason. So,
I remember his last name.
No.
Yeah.
Funny thing is, he's like one of my best friends, you know, like, the last name things never come up because it's like, it's Stacy.
So you met him at where?
Electric Cowboy, which is sadly shut down. Shut down.
I remember Electric Cowboy. I remember hearing that.
Yeah, it was a fun place, you know. And
So you met them all there. Is that kind of like a routine? You have a routine there?
yeah, we had a routine there for a long time. And
Tell me about that. What would y'all do?
we just go and hang out at the bar. Like we pretty much ran that shit. You know what I mean? Like we were the regulars. You know what I mean? So we'd all just hang out, do our thing, you know, and that's when, you know, I lost my car and all that shit, so I ended up needing work, so I started working with my cousin Bert and my dad.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Bert. What's his last name?
Rodriguez.
Rodriguez.
I know, it sounds strange, right, because I'm white as shit, but yeah, his name's Bert Rodriguez, but I worked for him, and, you know, me and my dad worked for him. We do AC work,
Okay.
which, you know, it's fun, but, you know, it's hard work in fucking summer. Like, we were installers, you know what I mean? We take out units from the attic.
Oh yeah, no, that's hard work. I've seen it. I've got some buddies that own a company that do that, and man, they're constantly just sweating their butts off.
Yeah, this one time, the fucking unit fell out of the ceiling, right? I caught it. Okay, those things are like 200 pounds, so it's kind of raised my knees, and I caught that shit. I was like, oh, God. Hurt my knee like a motherfucker, more than my back, but that's because I actually braced correctly for doing it. But, so, after that, I started going more to guitars and Cadillacs, because that's where my cousin wanted to go instead, because it was just like, oh, fuck Electric Cowboy. There's no chicks there, blah, 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 that whole thing, you know, like, he was just getting over a separation, which, you know, that always sucks, you know. So he starts going through like a midlife crisis, you know. He gets like a freaking not dirt bike, but he gets a motorcycle, like a Yamaha.
Yeah.
You know, like he's in his early 40s at this point.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and he's sitting there acting like he's 20 something.
Kind of a little midlife deal, kind of going on.
Yeah,
So
definitely midlife crisis. But you know, I helped him through that because you know he's my cousin. I love the shit out of him. But
So where's Bert live? Is he living near Hazel too, or what?
he did live in Hazel. It's actually a funny story on that. So with that separation he went through, he wanted a percentage of the house, and his girl wanted a flat amount of like, I don't remember what the amount was, you know, but it was a flat amount. And then fast forward through time, and housing goes up. That means his percentage, his money went up, but hers stayed the same because she wanted a flat amount. So, yeah, he came out on top on that one. Like when they finally were just like, hey, let's go ahead and finish this up, because you know, like COVID put everything back a lot. So he ended up getting us a huge payout because they had to sell the house, you know what I mean? Like, there was no way around it. So I don't know where he is now.
Obviously, you hadn't seen him since he essentially got some money and forgot about his family and friends kind of deal, or what?
No, I think he's having a house built. I just don't know where. Probably like Joshua or something.
Okay, Johnson County area.
Is that county?
Yeah, that's Claiborne, Johnson County.
Yeah. homeless, can I have a place to stay? But I'm sitting here living with my mom and my grandmother, like, I can't help you out. But yeah, during that time, I'm going up to Guitars and Cadillacs. That's when I meet Cassie, and we just hit it off really well.
Okay.
Like really well.
Yeah. Tell me about that. How'd y'all meet? What do y'all have in common?
Well, we're both dorky as shit. Like, personality-wise, we're super dorks. But Cassie, I met her and it just kind of clicked, which is really weird because her mom was trying to hit on me, and her mom's like,
So she was with her mom at the bar? Or what?
Yeah.
Okay.
she was with her mom at the bar, and her mom was interested in me, and I literally was not.
Yeah.
She's like, hey, your daughter's a lot cuter, man. Like, you're like 50.
Yes, I get it. Yeah.
So,
Y'all exchange numbers? How's that going?
actually, I didn't talk to her for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
She legit thought I was gay because I ghosted her like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that. I had a bad problem with like ghosting girls because like I always use it out like we're flirting, like all this other shit, you know, like sometimes we'd sleep together, all that shit, but then like afterwards I'm just like shit, I don't know where to go from here. So, you know.
Yeah. So tell me a little bit about that. How long y'all, what year did y'all start dating?
We started, okay, our anniversary is on October 26th.
2000.
And our third anniversary was recently.
So we're talking 2019 on that.
Yeah, like right before the pandemic.
Okay.
You know, and she had lost her job at one point. Like her mom's always been a bit kind of abusive towards her ever since, you know, her parents split up.
Yeah. So you meet Casey. What's her last name?
Cassie.
Cassie, what's her last name?
Wade.
Yeah. I couldn't remember. So y'all meet around 2019, and is it immediate y'all are dating, or exclusive, or?
Well, our friend Jackie helped us with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, which Jackie always had a thing for Cassie's brother, but,
Who's Jackie? Jackie, what's her last name?
I have no fucking clue.
Just kind of an acquaintance or whatever, friend.
Acquaintance. Actually, the first night I met her. Yeah, that was the thing.
You hook up with Jackie or what?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I actually, before I met Cassie, as I said, like, I would ghost girls, but I definitely made a habit of being a little bit of a, you know, man or this.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you sound like a little bit of a player out there, right?
I used to be.
Yeah.
But, you know, I started realizing getting older, I need to kind of
settle down.
Yeah, settle down essentially.
Okay, so tell me about you and Cassie's relationship.
It's great.
Yeah.
It's really great, man. Like, she ended up after a couple months moving in with me at my grandmother's house because, like I said, her mom's slightly abusive. So she ended up moving over with me, and you know, we ended up getting jobs, all that stuff. But then, you know, Cassie lost her job. I don't remember what job it was or what happened, but she ended up getting those, you know.
You don't remember where she worked though?
No.
Okay.
She's had several jobs. She ended up getting like with stimulus checks in, right? So after a little bit of getting those stimulus checks in, it was like, hey, let's go get an apartment. I'm buying a car for my friend Chris, and, you know, we get an apartment out in Arlington. It's the same apartment complex as our friend Jay, so, you know, we at least know some people out there. So we're out there for quite a bit, just living our lives, that whole thing. I get a job at Papa John's, which I actually used to have that job at Papa John's a couple years prior when I was with Nicole.
Okay.
But it was the Papa John's out in Pantego.
Pantego, okay. What'd you do for Papa John's? Did you work the front or did you do everything?
So let me just say this. Arlington is part of the DFW Metroplex, and Pantego is as well. Pantego is just outside of Arlington, in between Arlington and Mansfield. Let me tell you about Pantego. Pantego is where you do not speed ever. Ever, ever, ever. Not 1 mile per hour over, not half a mile per over. No speeding in Pantego. It's terrible.
Delivery, I was the number one delivery boy.
Yeah.
Though, I will say this, UTA was in our delivery zone, right? And I hated it when I delivered there because, and I'm not mad because I realize it's a cultural thing, but people from India think tipping is disrespectful. But when you're a pizza delivery driver, you're basically living off tips.
Yeah.
They don't tip at all.
So that was probably a lot of Indian folks in that area, I guess is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
I mean, they're going to like TC, you know,
Yeah.
cook them more and all that. So we ended up getting out of that apartment. We ended up moving into where her mom and her were staying previously.
Which was where?
Pembroke.
Pembroke?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right off of what's it called? 377.
Okay.
So we ended up living around there. And it's going relatively well. After a few months, JC's boyfriend gets out of jail. That's Cassie's cousin. We were living with JC at the time.
What's his name?
Levi Henderson.
What was he in jail for?
He's a piece of shit. He's an absolute drug addict piece of shit. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not someone to call someone a piece of shit, but this dude was. If I would have known what he was in trouble for, we would have been able to get him gone sooner. But JC wanted him around, and me and Cassie did not, because at this time, we're finding out, oh shit, Cassie's 3 months pregnant. So we're just
What was he
like,
in trouble for? Which found out he was in trouble for?
I don't know the exact details, but we lived pretty close to a school, and he was not supposed to be that close to a school, supposedly. So
are you alluding to the fact that it was maybe some type of sexual assault on a child or something?
that's what I'm guessing. But I did not like the guy. I did not like the guy being around. So after a couple days, I'm just like, hey, JC, like, why is he still around? And
Yeah.
it was this entire deal. Like, I tried getting him out. Like, I tried forcibly removing him from the property because I didn't want him there.
So you don't have physical altercations with each other? Or?
I wouldn't say physical altercations. Like, there's one point where he straight up called JC a cunt, and I lost my shit on him. Because, you know, JC is Cassie's cousin, so that means she's basically family to me. You're sitting there calling her a stupid cunt bitch. Like, no, like, you respect her, you fuck. So, that's the only time I ever, like, went off on him. But that's, anyways, I digress. I tried to remove him from the house, and then JC called the police, and it's just like, well, you can't do anything because she lives here, and she's letting him come here. So, we really can't do anything to remove him. If we would have known that he can't be that close to a school, we would have been able to get rid of him. God, I wish we would have known that, because this friend of his came around and like busted out my windshield. Like, there's police reports about this and everything.
Yeah. Like through Pembroke?
Yeah.
Okay.
He like busted out my windshield, busted my right window, busted JC's windshield. Like, it was.
He came and really tore y'all stuff up.
Yeah.
I wonder what was the reason? Because he was mad at Levi? Or?
Yeah, he's mad at Levi.
Okay. You know why?
That's when we started to figure out, like, hey, something's not right about this dude other than the fact that he's on drugs. He started sitting there calling him a pedophile, and you know, me, I'm just sitting here like, what? Like, so I'm not liking it.
Yeah.
So, after this all happens, a police report was filed again, and, you know, they actually caught the dude busting our windshields and all that stuff on ring camera. So, they get him out, finally, but then the landlord, like, sees everything that's happened, and...
Yeah, tired of the drama on his place?
Yeah, exactly. So, me and Cassie have to find an apartment. So, we found an apartment out on, Brian Irvin? Yeah, Brian Irvin, over by, I'm trying to remember. It's over by, like, the Sam's Club on the border, all that stuff.
You remember the name of the complex? Just trying to get an idea where it's at.
Well, they changed the name of it.
Yeah.
Like, they got bought out by another we were doing the Texas Rent Relief thing, and
Yeah.
like by the time the Texas Rent Relief check came in, they changed companies, like, you know, they got bought out and all that stuff, so they had to send another check, but it all happened too late, so we got evicted.
Yeah.
So when we got evicted from there, our son was born. Like, he was already born at this point. He's a couple months old.
What year was that?
It was
2021?
Yeah.
Your son's one, right?
Yeah.
So around, when was your son exactly born?
February 2nd at 6:14.
Okay. Yeah. What year though?
I didn't mean February, I meant July.
July?
Yes, sir.
July 2nd, 2021.
Yeah, he was born at 6:14 at 6 pounds, 14 ounces. I will never forget that.
What, and what'd you name him? What's his full name?
Chester Thomas Lindmore. The Chester comes from Chester Bennington, the deceased singer of Linkin Park.
Okay. And then what about his middle name?
The Thomas comes from her brother. The Lynn comes from both her grandfather and you. Yeah, and me.
Okay. But so he's got some meaning behind his, got some soul behind his names, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
His sorry.
Yeah.
So Cassie, bless her heart, like the months leading up to Chester being born, we were both working at what's it called? Australian themed Outback Steakhouse.
Okay. Yeah.
In which that's off of 377.
Okay. What were you doing for them?
I was a dishwasher. She was a server, and she was pregnant and a server, so she was making more money than me, and I was making like $15 an hour.
She's probably making a lot of money because she's pregnant. But,
exactly.
I see somebody that's pregnant, I'm always going to tip extra.
Yeah, that's such a guilt trip. But at the same time, it's just like shit. She needs the help.
Yeah, absolutely.
But bless her heart, man. Up until the week she was giving her birth, she was working doubles. Man, I don't know how the hell she was doing it, man.
That's grit and character.
I know it.
Yeah.
I love that girl. Like,
yeah. That just shows her, her character. So.
But after her son was born, postpartum hit really bad. And,
Where was he? What hospital?
Hewley. I think it's Burleson or Crowley, but it's like right off of 35.
Yeah. Right there in that little corridor.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then you said postpartum hit.
Yeah, postpartum hit. She got really, depressed, all that, which
What were y'all in that then?
That we were still at the apartment at that time.
Okay.
For a few months, and then after a while, we moved over to her grandparents' house when we got evicted from there. Which
her grandparents' house?
Yeah.
Remind me of her grandparents. You mentioned their names earlier.
I didn't mention her grandparents.
So you mentioned your grandparents. I'm sorry. What was her grandparents' names?
Lynn and Patsy.
Lynn and Patsy.
Yeah.
And where do they live?
Burleson.
And it's Wade also?
No.
No? What's their other name?
Wade is on her dad's side.
Okay.
This is her mom's side.
You remember the last one? It's alright. You got so many names in your head.
Bolanger. I don't know if it's French. It's pronounced Bolanger, but like.
Yeah. So y'all became with her grandparents, and at that point, I guess, to give Chester somewhere to be, or...
Yeah, like we needed a good environment for him. Originally we were staying on this little shed. We kept it nice, and it was kept up for a bit until past his postpartum came back a bit. And we ended up moving into the house itself, which at the time I was working for Amazon as a pretty much the same thing I was doing for FedEx. You know what I mean? Just delivering all that stuff.
So what, that's around 2021 that you started working for Amazon delivering to FedEx?
Yeah.
Like a contract company or whatever, same thing?
Yeah. Contract company. It was a Southern Star Express. Oh man, they let themselves go. Actually, fun fact, I brought on drivers from there to go work with us at FedEx.
Just guys you knew from the...
Well, technically, I brought on one person, that was my friend Savannah, and then she brought on her boyfriend, and then someone that worked at Southern Star started working for the company that we work for, and I was just like, oh, hey, this man bring you on? She's like, no, I just applied.
Yeah.
So it was
So
like,
I brought everybody over.
pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, where they went wrong is they kept getting step vans, but you know, in their minds, all right, step vans, we're making more money now, right? But that's like, they have the same work area, but they're getting bigger routes. So they're kind of screwing themselves over because they have all these people that are step van certified, and all these step vans, but not enough routes.
Mm-hmm.
So I was showing up like driving 40 minutes to work every day, just for like the chance to be able to go on a route that day.
Yeah.
And you know, I have a 1-year-old.
So you're trying to make some money.
Yeah, exactly.
So you only get paid if you run a route?
Yeah.
That's the only way you're gonna get paid?
Yeah.
You get paid by the hour or you get paid by the route?
That one I get paid by the hour.
Okay.
Which, you know, that's no way to live if you're trying to sit here and make a freaking home for your family.
Mm-hmm.
So at the time I was back on keto because when COVID hit, I stopped keto and all that, you know, I gained weight. Then I ended up losing weight really fast, a little bit too fast. So one morning I woke up, I stood up too fast, and I just lost consciousness because you're not supposed to lose 60 pounds in 3 months.
Oh yeah, it's not healthy, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's not good. So I hit the ground really hard, hit the back of my head, and I ended up like going into a seizure. And I ended up calling in that day, and you know, told them why. And just like, okay, well, you're going to be on a 3-month leave. She's like, wow, this isn't really changing much because I'm already showing up 40 minutes to work and not being able to work.
Yeah.
So I ended up looking for jobs elsewhere. And since I got my step van certification while I was there, you know, I'm DOT certified. So I ended up going to FedEx from there.
Okay. Where'd you apply for FedEx at?
I think it was Indeed.
Okay. So essentially a third party internet.
Yeah. Yeah, third party internet. Ended up working for these people.
When did you start for them?
February.
February? Okay, so February this year?
Yeah.
Okay. And what routes did you have when you started with them?
What routes?
Yeah, or what area did you work for?
Hazel.
Okay.
Hazel, which, you know, was welcome for me because I know Hazel like the back of my hand, dude. Like, I went to Hazel High School.
Mm-hmm.
So, I would work from like Reno Road. Wait, hold up. I'd go down 730 a little bit, Reno Road, and then I'd work my way out till I got to the center of Springtown. And that was my route for a few months, and then I had kind of a mental breakdown, and that's when I kind of got put on my meds again.
What was the cause of the mental breakdown? What was the cause of you being depressed, upset, whatever?
Inadequacy. I wasn't able to provide for my family. Like, I couldn't get Cassie to do anything because she was in this really bad state of depression. Like, it was just all kind of building up over a few months while I was working at FedEx. And one day I only got like 5 deliveries done in an hour. You know, I couldn't find anything on the truck. I couldn't find where anything was. Like, I was stressing out over it. So I started getting really, really, really suicidal. And it just, from that point, it was getting really bad. I ended up having to leave work early and have Cassie go take me to Millwood, and that's when they told me about their, what's it called, their outpatient program.
Yeah. So essentially, observing you, medicating you, kind of deal, helping you kind of cope with some of the stress that you got going on. Is that my understanding?
Yeah.
On the outpatient treatment?
Yeah, and that's about the time. Hold up.
Are y'all okay?
It's about the time we started popping out.
Right around that time? You remember what month that was? So you're talking February, March, April, May, June, July. You started at, FedEx in February. So
Give me a second, I'm trying to think of timelines.
Do you remember when you went to Millwood?
It's after about 3 months, I think.
So that puts you, if you started facing February, that puts you around April.
Yeah, about that. It's around that time.
Okay. So April timeframe is kind of when you first, tell me about that one, how did that happen?
It just kind of, what do you mean?
Like, you said that's when you first started coming in? Or you first started seeing zero, is that what you're referring to?
Well, not seeing.
Or like hearing, or?
It started off as like almost like a little devil on my shoulder kind of thing, you know what I mean? But then after a while, it just kind of turned into, I was switching back and forth sometimes. Like in times where I was stressed out, I would essentially switch, if that makes sense.
Do you think that was maybe more of a coping mechanism? Maybe some way to, you know, overcome your stress and be more assertive and...
I mean, it's possible.
Yeah. Because, and again, I don't put words in your mouth, but, you know, I know some folks that essentially, you know, put up with so much bullshit and have so much stress going on in order to cope or kind of do things different and not be, you know, regular, nice, easygoing, laid back Tanner. They kick it up a notch so they can overcome and get through some of the hard times, you know? Because it sounds like you were having a lot of coping to do. You were dealing with a lot. You got a 1-year-old at home. You got essentially a fiance. Is that proper fiance or girlfriend? Or fiance. A fiance at home that's not working and she's dealing with some postpartum stuff. And you're the sole provider. You by all accounts don't have your own home.
And she keeps spending all my money.
So every time you get a paycheck in, it's going right down the drain. Is it going to good stuff? Is it going to Chester?
Some of it does, yes, and then other parts of it, not so much.
Okay. So then here we are sitting in April. You go to Millwood. You do the outpatient treatment. Tell me about where do you go from there? You keep working, obviously.
Yeah, I keep working. They end up putting me as a floater, which I absolutely hate.
Yeah.
Like me having Asperger's syndrome, I like being routine.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like I have a routine. I used to have a way I used to do my own route. I used to go down 7:30, hit the businesses first, and then I'd move west from that point.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I always do it the same way every day. But now they're putting me on like different routes every day. Like since while I was away for like a week, right? So they put someone else on my route, and then they became the main on that route. I would only get that route like once a day.
Yeah.
And Polaris at this time had, let me see, they had Paradise, Bridgeport, let me see what else. All of Springtown, Poolville, which, fun fact, I got chased down by a peacock in Poolville. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen those peacocks in Poolville. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. I also delivered to that nudist colony that's apparently out there. That's
rumors, but I've never seen it.
Yeah, no, don't even go there. No, like the dude that answers the front is like 400 pounds and like nude as hell, and I almost called the police right there. And like first thing I did was just say, hey, Jason, this dude just answered this door, dude as fuck, and he's like trying to shake my hand and shit. She's like, oh wait, you're on that route, okay, yeah, no, that's a nudist colony, you're fine. Please don't put me on this route again. Yeah. Like people being naked freaks me out, but
so essentially, it messed up your routine.
Yeah.
It took you away from your comfort zone. It took you away from, you know, you like that control. I'm the same way, right? I like things organized. I like my routine. I like to do things. When you mess up my routine, it kind of throws me into a little bit of a funk. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we're dealing with that. I tried getting them to put me on an Hazel route because, like, let's face it, I know Hazel like the back of my hand. Like, the main city Hazel route, it has high volume, but it's mostly residential. The only place that was kind of a bitch to deliver to was Walmart. And that's because they wanted their stuff early in the morning, and then they give you twice the amount of stuff, so now you're gonna have to work around all that stuff. But that wasn't a big deal for me because I still know how I'm running this route, you know? I get like 50 stops done in like 2 hours by doing all the residential shit.
You need the fastest routes to everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I know how to get it done so I can hurry up and get on, because since I wasn't getting paid by the hour, my goal is hurry up and get done.
So if you weren't, you were getting paid by the route on that one?
Yeah.
Okay.
FedEx I get paid by the route.
Okay.
But they just keep putting me on these like stupid, like, okay, now you're on this route today, now you're on this route today, I never knew what to expect. And then that's when they ended up having to sell some of their routes to this new guy, Richard Davis. Y'all probably talked to him already.
Yeah, I haven't personally talked to him, but yeah, I think they have. The guy that owns these trips, right? The guy that owns the routes you're currently on.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Supervisor for that.
Well, he's the business owner.
Business owner, yeah.
But the reason they sold me over to him was because they were trying to push me out towards those routes.
Mm-hmm.
Which, you know, that irritates the piss out of me because I, coming from Amazon, like condensed routes, you know what I mean? Because, let's face it, like I gained weight because they keep putting me on routes that I'm sitting most of the time versus running shit to the door.
Mm-hmm.
But it was disheartening, but you know, in my mind I'm just like, hey, I have a kid, I have to keep providing, I have to keep doing what I have to do. So it was just kind of frustrating, I guess.
Okay, so how long does that go on? When did they sell over, when did you catch these new routes on this side? I don't remember when that was.
I don't know. I actually don't know.
A few months?
A few months.
Not too terribly long.
Yeah.
So, now you got these new routes, you got this new business. How are you doing at that time? What's your...
I have no clue.
No clue.
Everything just kind of
Yeah.
blends in.
So did that add to your stress a little bit on you and Cassie, obviously?
Yeah, of course, because like we're having to change our locations again. Like it's bad.
Yeah. But you're still running around, you're still working. Is she working anywhere at this point?
No.
No. She's
I mean, she's using my Grubhub account to go get money every once in a while, but it's gone by the next day.
Mm-hmm.
So at least from this point, she's at least providing money for her own dumb shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, dude, she'll go do Grubhub to order Grubhub later.
Yeah.
Gotta love that girl, but that's so dumb. But, sorry.
And Grubhub is just like delivering food.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I always have a backup plan work-wise.
Mm-hmm.
So, we're at my grandmother's for like a month, and then, you know, my grandmother's house in general is just not a clean place.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they have like several little bitty dogs running around all over the place, and it's just, there's shit everywhere. Like, it's not a good place for a boy that's about to start walking.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So we moved to the shed, and, you know, that shed is where I was during all my high school years because, you know, I'm a teenager, I like privacy, you know, and I have a little brother, that whole thing. So we moved back to the shed, and I cleaned the shit out of it. But then I started noticing spiders. And I'm not just talking about like, oh, it's a little house spider. No, like I saw like 3 brown recluses within a 10-minute period.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, having a baby, that's...
It's a no-no.
Yeah, that's a big no-no.
Yeah.
So, we really didn't have a choice in the matter, but we had to let Chester go with her family.
Okay. And did they want him? Did they want Chester?
Yeah, given the circumstance, like wolf spiders, like brown recluses in general, like I was bit by a brown recluse in the 4th grade. It was not fun. But from that, we were just, it was bad.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because now, like, I'm separated from my son,
since?
Yeah, like last 3-4 months.
Okay, so then Chester goes to Cassie's family, and you're still living with your grandmother's. She's Grubhubbing it, you're FedExing it, you're kind of just living life, right?
Yeah, and at this point, we're both just kind of developing a relationship with Zero at this point, because Cassie knows him pretty well at this point.
What do you mean by that?
To her, she's basically dating 2 people, and Cassie herself, she has multiple, but she gets that from her grandmother, her Bacha.
So you're saying she has multiple personalities?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But I only have the one. She says I have 3, but I don't. I haven't seen evidence of the 3rd. So at this point, we're just kind of, it's getting bad. You know what I mean? Because like, I miss my son.
So you're, by bad, you mean you're like,
I miss my son.
a lot of altercations with each other, maybe arguments?
I wouldn't say that, but it's definitely a bit irritating. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like when we were under grandparents, we tried moving out twice. Right? There's this RV park out in Springtown, which the first time we tried moving out, we didn't realize that the people we were dealing with were psychotic. So that only lasted for like a week, and then we were like, yeah, let's get out of this RV and go back to your grandparents. Like 2 weeks later, the RV park manager, because this RV park was on my old route. So she was just like, hey, there's this guy who has an extra RV, and he's trying to rent it out to people, right? So we get there, and we have about as much space in this room, and the air conditioner's not working, and then my car breaks down. So the only car we had at this point was Cassie's car. So fast forward a little bit, since we're only running on Cassie's car, I'm the one who's always going to work and then coming back home, so she's not doing Grubhub anymore because she doesn't like waking up in the morning.
Yeah.
So
you're sharing that account just to kind of make money.
yeah, I let her use it, but which I really need to talk to her about that, because that you have to file as a 1099 for that. But so I'm the only one working there for a bit, and then her car breaks down. Right, and her family's all blaming it on me, but honestly, she could have been working in general. But for like a month, I'm sitting here, driving like the freaking work trucks home.
Yeah, and they allow you to do that, obviously.
Well, Richard's allowing us to do that because the dude's got a heart of gold. He really does.
Yeah.
But he, after a while, I started noticing they were putting up signs, right? And it was for $18.50 an hour for package handlers. Cassie, I'm just like, hey, look at that. She's like, you know what? That's a lot of money. Yeah, I'll do that. So for the last month, she was, she was driving with me up to the
Yeah, so it makes sense, right? Y'all both go to the same place.
Yeah.
She does the packages, you do the delivery.
Yeah, pretty much. So after a few weeks of that, we go to a car dealership because, Richard's just like, all right, so what's the status on the car? So we get a car over at MCMC, which, it only took like $1,000 down, and we got ourselves a car, a little 2015 Chevy, something, I don't know.
Sonic?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is not a bad little car. Not a bad little car, just a little tiny.
Yeah.
But at the same time,
Like 4 wheels and it gets you from point A to point B, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. So y'all get you a car, so essentially, hey, it is what it is. A car is just a means to get to where you need to go, right? It doesn't matter what it is.
And the entire time, all this is going on, it just starts.
What sounds like things are getting better, though.
Yeah.
Essentially, she's working now, you got a car. Sounds like you're kind of coping with each other's shortcomings on these, personality issues, and everything's great, right? I mean, it sounds like it.
Yeah, it's starting to get a lot better.
Yeah.
And then the last like 4 months though, Zero becomes a little bit more prominent. He starts, like ever since, I want to say about 2 months before we moved out of our grandparents' house, becomes a lot more prevalent. Like he's,
Describe that to me. What do you mean by that?
like he's coming out more. He's taking over a lot more, which at the time I really didn't mind because a lot of the times I'm just sitting here like bored as hell, like driving these long ass routes for like, sometimes it's like 15 minutes in between one stop and another, you know what I mean? It gets tedious. So I didn't mind him coming out a little bit more. Plus, like, dude gets trained. Like I listen to a lot of metal, all that stuff, like, his technique's different. I don't know how to describe it. But, so I'm starting to do a lot better. We're doing a lot better. I'm starting to understand a little bit more about this other me, essentially. Cassie's starting to understand a
And I
little
guess
bit more.
you describe that as like you're there, you're present, but you're not present. You're essentially not controlling,
So
but you're present.
there's different states, I could say. Like, say it's a car. So if I'm the one driving, it's just normal. You know what I mean? Sometimes I'm in the back seat, and that's when Zero's driving, and I'm just kind of
along for the ride.
Essentially, yeah. And then there's other times where I call it being in the trunk, where I have no idea what's going on. Because there's been times where I wake up and I have no idea how I got there. Like this, for example, like this right here, I woke up like going through my grandmother's backyard, and I don't even know how the hell that got there. I don't know what happened. It just kind of, it's like I want to say blackout, but like sometimes I can
You can recall.
sometimes I can recall like later on, like when I'm like dreaming, stuff like that.
Yeah, because with Athena, you could recall the majority of it. I mean, so that makes sense.
That night I kind of had a nightmare. And I thought it was a nightmare until I found the pants in my backpack.
Okay.
I thought the entire thing was a nightmare.
Okay. So you saw it, you remember it, but then when you found the pants, you knew it didn't happen. Is that correct?
Essentially, I thought it was just a bad dream.
Yeah.
Sorry, I haven't been able to wash my hands in days. I haven't even
Okay, just to answer you guys in the chat, he did not know the family. Basically, what happened in 2022 was November 30th of 2022, he was assigned a delivery in Paradise, Texas, which is outside of a little bit northwest of Fort Worth. All right, so he goes and does this delivery. It was from Walmart. He was driving as a third-party contractor for FedEx. And he sees a 7-year-old Athena, and he snatches her. And then he kills her. And then he puts her body in a creek. And he didn't know the family. This was a stranger situation. And how they caught him was when her stepmother discovered that Athena was missing, she called her husband, Athena's father. Athena's father's like, call 911. They were on their way to San Antonio. They turned around, came back, and the search began. And while they were out searching is when they noticed that this package had been delivered. So it was Barbie dolls that her stepmother had ordered Athena for Christmas. Well, this is a very rural area. It's out in the middle, there's like not a lot of stuff. They had bought this property. They were busy renovating the house, and there was an abandoned mobile home on the property. And that is where this package was dropped off. So when they do the backtracking of the package, they find out that it's Tanner Horner, who had that package on his truck. And initially they thought it was, he was like maybe a witness, maybe he had seen something. He then tells them, when the law enforcement, that, oh no, I was nervous to drive that truck, drop that package off in that area because it was kind of run down. And then I saw this green Astro minivan, blah, blah, blah. Sent him on a wild goose chase looking for this green minivan. Anyway, they find out that the package that was delivered wasn't marked delivered, like it wasn't in the system. It was there, obviously, physically in front of that mobile home, but it had never been registered in the system. So they start questioning him further. Now he's pretending that, so they start questioning further. Then they end up arresting him on December 2nd. Okay. And they're questioning him back at the cop shop, and that he tells, this Texas Ranger, Espinoza, no, she wasn't alive when I put her in the back of the FedEx van. Leads them, on a wild goose chase through this bamboo field. They never, saying that they're going to find his body. And then they take him out one more time. And finally, the Texas Ranger addresses him as his quote unquote alter personality, Zero. And then Zero spills the tea. It's like a freaking Festivus miracle. And he finally leads them to Athena's body. Now, this interview is taking place on December 7th, which is 5 days after they recovered 7-year-old Athena's nude body in the creek. And this is this interview was requested by the defendant, Tanner Horner. He wanted to make a deal and give them more information, but what he wanted was to spend Christmas with his son one last time on an ankle monitor. And the detective is like, well, first of all, that's above my pay grade. I couldn't make any promises to you, even if I'd have wanted to. And I can tell you right now, I don't want to give you any type of false hope, but due to the crime and the charges, that's not going to happen. And so now he's taken the detective has taken the Texas Ranger has taken the approach of, let's get to know Tanner. So now we're going through the whole getting to know you portion of the date. It's excruciating, because really what they're there for is to talk about why he murdered a 7-year-old girl. And he is basically, I don't know another way to say it. I'm trying to be professional here, but really he's just fucking around. Talking very casually, as if he has not got a care in the world, as if that's not what he's in charge. He's talking to investigators because he's in jail for something very minor, like a bunch of unpaid tickets or some such nonsense. He's pulling the Letitia Shuffle, right? Now, all of a sudden, he has dissociative identity disorder, and that's what they're talking about here is, because initially when he's talking about Zero and whatnot, and, by the way, Zero is his alter personality, according to Tanner, who is the one that actually snatched Athena and killed her and dumped her body. And Zero ain't got nothing for Tanner. Zero calls Tanner a bitch boy. Anywho, so, but he's able to switch back frequently. It's very Letitia Stout-esque. It really is. I don't want to even use that last name. It's very Letitia-esque. It's very Tasha Lynn with the Volturi, and, Maria did it and blah, 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 blah. But that's where we're at now. Okay. Basically what we're getting is this. Hold on. Okay. Homeboy has watched Split a few too many times and thinks he can, pull a bunch of BS on these investigators. They're not falling for it, but they are entertaining it because they want to make sure that they get all of this BS documented. Because what's going to end up happening is, now he's pleaded guilty to this. All right. He's pleaded guilty to capital murder, which means now we're in the penalty phase. All right. So rather than have a short penalty phase, right, where basically the prosecutor puts on all of the aggravating factors in this crime, and then the prosecution, or then the defense puts in all the mitigating factors. This prosecutor, I've been thinking about this for days now. I think for several reasons. One, it's important that Athena's story get told. Two, it keeps Tanner Horner. There's not going to be any unanswered questions. Do you know what I mean? Like when Brian Kohberger took a plea deal, and that was that. He didn't have to admit anything. He didn't have to talk about anything. And, there's still lingering questions and all kinds of conspiracies. And I'm not getting into that. I'm not saying it is or it isn't. I'm just stating it because that's how it's going. This is not going to happen in this situation. He's putting on all of the evidence just as he would have if there had been a trial. All right. But basically what the defense is claiming is that Tanner Horner, his mother drank while she was pregnant with him, and he might have fetal alcohol syndrome. I didn't ever hear if he got diagnosed with that, but for sure he's been diagnosed with, when he was originally diagnosed, it was Asperger's syndrome, so high functioning autism. And so the defense is arguing that he should not be put to death. He should not have capital punishment because he is on the spectrum, and that the U.S. Supreme Court has ruled that people with intellectual disabilities it is a violation of their constitutional right for them to face capital punishment. That's going to be their argument. Okay, so that's where we're at now. All right, are we ready? Did I catch everybody up? Anybody have any questions? Oh, I forgot, this is a very important part. Where is it? Yes, Cassie, who is his fiance and the mother of his child, who in 2022 was a year old. I don't want to get into much to his child because the child is still a minor, even in 2026. Okay. And the child is innocent. But Cassie at the time was his girlfriend, fiance, mother of his child. Cassie and Mima apparently also have dissociative identity as well. Okay. So that's where we're at. Yes, he's completely full of crap. He is an absolute monster. And it irritates me on every single level because as a Texan, I'm going to be paying for this jackass regardless, whether he gets life without the possibility of parole or he gets the death penalty, because his appeals for the death penalty sentence will be automatic. And I know they're going to appeal because they're already making a big fuss about he's on the spectrum and therefore should not be put to death. Anywho, and those appeals, they can last a while, even in Texas, as fast as it is. And I'm going to be paying for that shit too. All right, here we go.
Well, when you stop doing silly stuff like that,
I don't remember doing that.
Well,
That's what I'm talking about. Like, stuff will happen, I don't even remember how it happened. I woke up in a padded cell with that right there. I don't even know how he got anything to do that with.
Tell me a little bit about remembering, where did you find the things?
My backpack.
Okay.
Because Zero is a resourceful motherfucker, apparently, Tanner. Oh God, I'm irritated. Let me stop. Let me not be this way. Let me not be yelly. It's just noon 30 at this point. Remember Chandler Halderson? That's how, Chazzle Dazzle. Yeah, I cooked burgers at about noon 30.
Well, I don't even know what the hell happened.
Yeah.
Like, I just found him in my backpack and I'm just like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, I thought I just had a really fucked up nightmare.
Mm-hmm. What was in your mind before that because obviously now we've gone through kind of that. Was the nightmare pretty similar to what we discussed, or was there any?
I was describing my nightmare.
Yeah.
Like I said, sometimes I recall it in like weird ways. I'll recall stuff in dreams. I'll recall stuff like just random flashbacks to the next day. It's almost like a PTSD kind of thing.
That's stop. Hold on. Excuse me, Alice. Can you back up off the mic a little bit? Alice has entered the chat. Can y'all hear her on the microphone? Will you scooch over, pork chop? Excuse me. That is not how dissociative identity works. You don't have flashbacks. You don't have flashes. There is no memory because that part of your brain is shut off from you. So stop playing with these people. rat bastard. All right, here we go. And by the way, even though we're significantly behind, we're not enough behind. And he brought up his father, who is Terry Lynn Horner. I have his appellate brief up, and I have his the other accusations that have been made against him since his arrest. Okay, so we will be yeah. Tanner sits in the back seat. Son of a, ugh. Yeah, I'm spiced up because I can't take. I don't have a high tolerance for BS anyway, but this is too much. Like, this is way more than even. It's just too much. All right, here we go.
Anything come back that you think maybe we missed that first night that we spoke? Not.
Oh, by the way, they found her. I believe they found her clothing at his house. Let's, because I know that they recovered some of her clothing because they showed her stepmom pictures. Let me rewind this since I cut in too many times. All right, here we go. Stupid son of a bitch.
Where did you find the pants?
My backpack.
Okay.
Well, I don't even know what the hell happened.
Yeah.
Like, I just found them in my backpack and I'm just like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, I thought I just had a really fucked up nightmare.
Mm-hmm. What was in your mind before that when you, because I mean, obviously now we've gone through kind of that. Was the nightmare pretty similar to what we discussed, or was there any?
I was describing my nightmare.
Yeah.
Like I said, sometimes I recall it in like weird ways. I'll recall stuff in dreams. I'll recall stuff like just random flashbacks to the next day. It's almost like a PTSD kind of thing.
So have you recalled anything come back that you think maybe we missed that first night that we spoke?
Not that I can think of.
Yeah. Nothing that just sticks out to you. It's like, oh crap, I remember this, or telling this, nothing like that.
I've been trying to think of something.
Yeah.
But I can't think of anything.
Yeah.
Like I'm at a loss. I'm in trouble for something I don't even remember doing half the time.
Half the time. Yeah. Yeah.
Because I remember, like I said, nightmares,
yeah.
dreams.
Yeah, no, you recall a lot of it in great detail, and I understand some of it you don't, and obviously, ultimately talking to Zero, he filled in a bunch of the holes that Tanner wasn't able to fill in, right? Well, we kind of talked about that, and I'm not discounting anything, right? I 100% believe you, what you told me that night, and the statements you made to me, because of digital evidence, physical evidence, timelines, everything we're able to corroborate, right? That's my job. Now we're talking about the guy that's responsible for doing that. So then I'm responsible for essentially corroborating and filling those holes that you told me to make sure that we're not missing something. And I'll be honest with you, I was able to fill in every single one of those holes for the most part. And some of the holes, like that's that what that we keep talking about, that what that we keep bringing up, right? But then there's just some of that why that comes into it, and I know we touched a little bit about it, but obviously if the child was sexually assaulted and you said no, you were pretty adamant about that. No,
I don't have any visions, memory of any of that.
Any type of sexual assault.
No, sir.
Nothing like that.
No, sir.
Yeah. And obviously, yeah, medical examiners and folks that will determine that.
Yeah.
I'm not a doctor. By
yeah, I'm not too worried. I'm pretty sure you didn't.
Yeah.
Like, I'm 98% for sure.
98%.
Thank you. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I'm like halfway thinking about a cigarette right now. That's why I'm just like, I'm just
98% sure that.
yeah, because I haven't seen anything.
Yeah.
I haven't seen anything in my dreams. I haven't seen anything like at all.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and I trust you on that. I believe you, because I'm going to revert back to whoever I was talking to, whether it was Zero or Tanner, that both of you guys are completely honest with me. Both, 100%. And I think that goes, I'm going to go ahead and accredit that with that throughout your life, throughout the series of events in your life, there's a two-way road with you. You're going to give what's given to you. Am I wrong about that? And if somebody disrespects you, you're more likely, it sounds like, to disrespect them. If somebody...
Not even to that point.
Yeah.
Like, I have a lot of patience with it.
Yeah.
But there's certain lines that when it's crossed, it's crossed. Like, for instance, my mother-in-law putting Cassie and my fucking son in danger.
Yeah.
Like, that's a line you don't cross.
Yeah. So I tend to believe, you know, if you're telling me you didn't sexually assault her, she wasn't sexually assaulted, I believe you. But I'm not the doctor, right? So if the doctor comes and tells me that she's been sexually assaulted, then obviously I have to go with what the doctor's saying. But you're 98% sure that's not going to happen. That's not going to be.
I'm sure that's not going to happen.
Okay. Okay. I believe you. So that being said, as bits and pieces are coming back, that's one thing that you're for sure on, you know, so whether it's sexually assaulted, and obviously we went into some of the details of the way Athena was killed. You know, that was Tanner telling me that, because you remember that pretty good. You know, obviously...
I had nightmares about it for like 2 nights, man.
Here, you've had nightmares?
No.
Oh, before that, after. Yeah, so obviously that was pretty descriptive, you know, she faced away from you, you tried to break her neck at first.
That wasn't saying that was...
Zero tried to break her neck, which is, I mean, and when I say you, obviously, it's not another person, it's you, your body. You physically tried to break her neck, that didn't happen, facing away. Obviously, it's not like the movies, you know, I think that's a misconception, break someone's neck. Obviously, maybe there are some people that can do that, but...
Yeah, maybe like my python.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Every time I say Mark Tyson's name, I do that. It's just a joke that me and my cousin have.
Yeah. So ultimately, you ended up strangling her, or your body ended up strangling her.
Zero strangle.
So zero strangle her. Do you have any recollection? Because I'm gonna shoot you straight. She's got some marks and things on her. Are you aware of how those marks could have potentially got on her?
Like what?
Like some patterns, scratches, or anything like that.
I don't know, it depends. Like, what do you know? I might be able to.
I don't. Again, this is something I don't physically know. I haven't physically seen them or visually seen them, but I've been asked that, so maybe you can feel it. It's like maybe like a pattern on her body. Maybe, and I think it maybe just from the process of transporting her from, you know, the truck to essentially the Trinity River, maybe she got scratches on her somewhere.
Trinity River.
Or the creek.
I'm going to say Trinity River, that's way far off.
Yeah. So we're the creek there, where we found her. So any ideas on that, where she might have gotten any scratches or scarring or anything like that?
I mean, we drug her across the road.
Yeah.
And I threw her in the bamboo.
Okay. So you did, that's one thing I wanted to clarify a little bit. So she was in the bamboo at first?
She was in the bamboo.
At first?
Yes, sir.
And then what made you move her from the bamboo?
That's when I was in the backseat, not in the backseat.
But that was the same day, right? That wasn't a different day you came and got her and moved her to a creek?
Essentially.
Yeah, same day, same time frame.
When I came to, I was getting on 114, coming off of a little county road.
Okay. So essentially you went back. You had to go back, get her, put her back in the truck, and then take her to the creek.
As far as time goes, I don't think that happened.
What do you mean?
I think it all happened in one go.
Okay, so
I
creek, this is the next one.
I got in the driver's seat, and that's when he took back over.
Okay. So essentially it was like, this is probably not a good spot. Somebody's going to find her pretty quick if she's left.
I wanted somebody to find her. I wanted somebody to be able to find this poor little thing.
You went to the zero.
That's my guess.
Okay. So then that's how she ends up in the creek. That's how Athena. And I can say she, I think we should give her the respect by calling her by her name, Athena. That's when Athena is such a pretty name in the creek. So,
Goddess of beauty and mythology.
Yeah, that's, and I thank you for filling in that blank because I was a little confused on it. I guess I got confused on, because we went to the bamboo and she wasn't there.
Sorry, trying to blow out here.
It's okay. And then essentially, you know, once Athena's not there, by the bamboo, I'm a little perplexed because you and I were being pretty honest. But then that's when I had to talk to Zero. And then Zero essentially took me to the creek. Where she was at. So zigzag, or any type of pattern, any type of scratch, anything like that on her would more than likely be from you dragging her on the road or something in the truck. Right?
Sir.
Okay.
Keep in mind the truck floor does have kind of a rugged
Texture?
Yeah.
Okay, and in the FedEx truck? Okay. So you don't think you're gonna try to, in your dreams or in your mind when you're recollecting some of this stuff, you don't think?
I haven't seen anything.
Nothing as far as like trying to smother her or anything like that, just strangling her?
Sir.
Okay, that was it?
Sir.
Okay. And strangling Athena, I'm sorry. Again, I just want to show her the respect, you know, by calling her by her name and not minimizing who she is.
It's a person.
Yeah, it's a person.
That's a child.
Yeah. So, and it is a child. So, and at that point, explain to me a little bit about the clothes. What do you think is the rationale behind taking the clothes? I know it was essentially it was a humiliation factor for Zero, is what I understood, to humiliate her. Is that
It might have been like throw off trails, some kind of thing. I don't know.
okay? Essentially, put the clothes somewhere else, and then it's kind of like the story about the green man, right? So to throw us off. So if we find clothes somewhere, then it kind of throws us off. Is that your train of thought? Maybe is that what the thought was?
That's my theory on it.
Yeah.
I don't know 100%. I haven't talked to Zero in a couple days. So.
Okay. It makes sense, right? I mean, to me, it makes sense. Obviously, you did tell us that the green man was to throw us off, right? So essentially, seeing somebody. So now the clothes, it only makes sense that if you take the clothes.
When the first time that I talked to the people from the FBI, when they saw me when I was dropping off some packages at someone's house, I was in the back seat for that.
Mm-hmm.
When we realized who that was, Zero took over on that.
Okay. So threw them off. Yeah.
I think he had access, like, we share the same mind.
Mm-hmm.
He has access to our memories.
Mm-hmm.
And my dad used to have an old Astro band, and I think that's where he got that from.
Okay. Just a repressed memory, essentially, so to speak.
Yeah, and he had the missing panel off the.
Yeah. And that was very descriptive, so that's what, obviously that's something that was, stuck out to me. It was very descriptive of the way the man is described. But it only makes sense. So do you remember what article? Obviously you found the pants in your backpack at the house, at your house, right? Do you remember where any of the other articles of clothing went? I know we talked about a sock that maybe was thrown out on the side of the road.
Can't think of anything else as far as that
Can't
goes.
think of anything.
No, sir.
Was she completely nude when she was thrown into the creek?
I believe so.
Okay. So she had no more clothing on her person?
No, sir.
Okay. But you don't remember particularly any other signs of injuries, anything that you can remember or recall in your mind, in your memories, of any other injuries that she had on her?
Not that I can think
No.
of.
Yeah. So, we recall a little bit, and I want to talk a little bit about that because I don't want to minimize the actual act. It's like, obviously, get her in the truck and find that dead end road, which we drew up here, right? Let's get to the dead end road and kind of instruct her to face away from you. And then try to strangle her neck, strangle her, and then she did defecate and urinate on herself, right? Yeah, you recall that. Is that maybe the reason some of the clothes came off? She had defecated, or is it just straight to humiliate her? You think? Is that Zero was?
Reword that?
So do you think maybe the clothes came off because she defecated on herself, or because it was just to humiliate her?
I don't remember there being any defecation on the clothes.
Okay, I think Zero stated, or a memory that you recalled, was that she had potentially got a bowel movement.
I remember part of what I threw up. Part of what I cleaned up was throw up.
Okay.
The other part was poop.
Poop?
Poop.
So that's defecate. Essentially, she was it her poop?
Yeah.
Okay. And then the throw was yours.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So essentially, once do you think maybe she was obviously the clothes was taken off in the truck, and then some of it was put in your backpack, but you don't remember where the other stuff went. Sure,
Yes, sir.
that. Okay. But just looking at it, it only makes sense. I think you're on the right track there. Maybe to throw us off, throw law enforcement off.
Again, that's my theory on it.
Yeah. So obviously early on, your grandmother kind of Was it already on your radar? Obviously, it's all over the news. You kind of seen it.
My grandmother sent me a message about it, like, dude, this is up where you're working. Like, you know anything? I was just like, I don't really know anything. Like,
Yeah. And you didn't talk to anybody about it?
no, sir.
No. You didn't mention it to anybody? You didn't tell anybody what you did? Nothing?
No, sir.
No. It was just you and Zero. Nobody else had a clue about it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What do you do at that point when you find out? You know, I mean, this is kind of like an oh shit moment, right? Like, this is real. What's your train of thought? What's your direction?
I think I was in denial.
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of it was denial because, like, I would never have it in my heart to do that.
Did you think about calling law enforcement at that point? Did you think about doing anything like that?
I thought about it. I didn't know what to do.
Yeah. When you thought about it, what did you think about doing? What was your thoughts? I mean, you had events and things going through your head, right? Because we're human, right? We're human. We're natural. You're going to have that human emotion as a parent, as a son. You're going to have some type of emotion or some type of thought of what do I do next?
I didn't know what to do next. I just tried living my life.
Yeah. Just pretend it didn't happen. Right? And that's human.
I didn't like the motion you just made, but
Yeah, I'm sorry, I apologize if I offended you. Yeah, so essentially, human nature, right? Human nature to me is like sometimes I'll screw up on something. It's like, crap, I'm going to forget that it happened because I'm upset with myself. Right?
essentially.
Yeah, is that the human? That's the human in us, right? Saying, hey, I did something wrong. If I can move past it, then, you know, it didn't happen.
Not even that. I didn't do it, but he did, and that's what fucks with me.
Yeah.
I'm wondering who the hell's been in my head this whole time, because for a long time we've been cool, we've been tight, like, me, him, and Cassie have all had conversations together.
Did you think about telling Cassie any of this?
No. We break her heart. It would terrify her.
So essentially, you're more or less in denial at that point, I would say.
Still, part of me is in denial because I didn't pull the trigger.
What do you mean by that?
I didn't pull the trigger.
As far as letting somebody know what happened, or
Doing it.
you feel like Zero pulled the trigger?
I feel like, yeah.
Okay.
I tried to disarm the gun.
Okay.
I tried to stop all of this from happening.
I guess the whole motivating factor, and again, going back to that why, is, hey, we bumped this little girl with a truck, and I'm gonna lose my job, potentially lose my freedom, you know, potentially.
I wasn't worried about the losing freedom part because honestly, that's an honest accident. You know what I mean? Like, all it would take is going up there and just talking to the parent. And you're like, hey, I accidentally bumped your daughter. Like, there's more jobs out there. You know what I mean? Like, it's not hard to find a job. I mean, shit, like.
But that was Tanner that bumped Athena. That was Tanner that put Athena in the van.
No. I set her on the back of the van, trying to calm her down.
Mm-hmm.
But she wasn't calming down. Zero kind of took over.
Yeah. So when Zero took over, do you remember that, or can you see that? Or did he put his hand over her mouth? Did he physically restrain her and put her in the van? How did that go down?
He told her, just get in the back of the van. We're going to go to the hospital.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so then she goes into the back door, right? Okay. And then of course we walked through this map. You kind of remember drawing that, don't you? Yeah, just kind of where we went on that day, leaving the house and then coming back out, going around and finding that dead end road. And that's obviously where she was killed on that dead end road. And then private road, I'm sorry. So after that private road, after she's killed on that private road, we go back out, we go up that main road to the bamboo, with the band, was that, what was the?
It was 123 to cross over 46.8, 46.9.
Cross over 51.
Yeah, over 51, 46.99, and back into Boyd and then back to the creek, where essentially, her body was left. And then after that, you go to the Love's convenience store, and then you ask them for cleaning material, which we obviously corroborate that. What kind of cleaning material did they give you? Do you remember what kind of spray they gave you?
Just some sanitizing spray, I'm guessing. It said sanitizer on it.
Okay, so just some generic spray. Paper towels, the brown paper towel, white paper towels, something like that. And then you kind of clean the poop and the vomit out of the truck, right? And that was approximately, according to my time. Do you remember what time it was? I think our time, I think we have a time stat there, was around 7. 7 or 7 when you were there at that Love's. So, and obviously this is the time span, we believe, approximately from about 5:45 to 7. So it wasn't an extended amount, period of time, wasn't a long, drawn out thing. It happened pretty quick. Do you recall at all any times in your head, or do you remember seeing a clock or anything like that? I know there was a little bit of a confliction there on the phone. Was the phone completely turned off, or did it legitimately die throughout that thing?
I'm guessing that he turned it off. I don't know if it just died or if he turned it off. I only noticed when I plugged it in, it had a really low battery.
Okay. So it was off at some point within that time frame, and then it was plugged back in and came back on, and you had it. Is there anything else you recall that really sticks out to you?
I think I can think of.
Yeah. And obviously, Investigator Oliver has been, kind of letting us chat up, and I know he's probably sitting over here thinking of 1,000 things he wants to ask you. Is there anything particular? I know we covered a lot of details, so you may not have anything you want to ask, but.
Not right now. I knew there was some stuff that you kind of cross over some of these things and cross them off my list for me. You said that one of the things that got me is that said you're in the backseat sometimes, you're in the trunk sometimes, talk about zero and everything like that. And Cassie said you have 3 personalities.
And she says I have 3, but I've never personally seen any evidence of this third one.
She given a name to the 3rd personality?
Not that I know of.
Did she give any particulars of the 3rd personality? Nice, mean, any descriptions?
Not really. There's been times where she'll just say, hey, you have a 3rd person up there, right? And I'm just like, no, I don't. Because I figured of all people I would know. You know what I mean? Like, it's my brain. I figured if I knew there was someone else in there, I would know.
You mentioned earlier too, I guess you're aware of the FedEx cameras, that there's FedEx in that cameras in that FedEx truck.
Yeah.
Okay, and you know how they operate.
Yeah, they operate on, if you make any, they record if it's like you're speeding, or if like you may take a turn too tight, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm guessing.
Yeah. And because you made the comment earlier that we'd be able to see it on the cameras anyways.
Yeah. I
guess you're aware that those cameras can be accessed without any type of impact or anything like that.
That I didn't know.
Okay.
Yeah, we know you didn't know that. That's why they're asking him these questions, because they have the audio and this is the 7th of December. Yeah, I think by this point they have some video clips at this point. I don't know if they have the full audio, but everything that happened inside of that FedEx van was recorded in some form or fashion, whether it's in increments of video or an audio, or just the audio. So everything that happened, they're going to be able to hear. And he does not know that the van can do that.
Tanner, do you think Zero told anybody about this? Because you said you did. Do you think Zero told anybody?
I don't think he did.
You don't believe so?
Is that tattoo on your forearm? No, tell me about that.
That's actually how we came up with the name from. So this is a Christian metal band named Under Oath, and the O in Under Oath is, the O with So, like, when we were trying to think of a name for that, you know, other personality of mine, I just kind of looked at mine and was just like, Zero. And that's how I just came up with it.
Okay, so essentially that was something you and Cassie came up with.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
That's the first thing I saw. So
Are they a pretty new band? I mean, is it?
Oh, no. Technically, okay, so the first EP came out in like 99.
Okay.
Their second EP came out in like 2002, and then their first full-length album was 2003, and then 2004. Between 2003 and 2004, they switched vocalists because he's going through a lot of like mental problems at the time. You know, he fell asleep at the wheel, and his girlfriend died. It's a big thing, but yeah, they've been around for a long time.
I'm gonna have to look them up. I'm gonna have to listen to some of it.
Well, so some of their earlier stuff, it's more like death metal kind of sounding stuff, but you know, they're trying to bring that whole positive spin to an otherwise really negative scene, which I love the crap out of. And then after their first 3 EPs, they went more towards the like emo direction, where there's a lot of singing and screaming like mixed together pretty well. You know what I mean? Then they went more towards metalcore, which is still singing and screaming together, but less on the emotional side. Even though he does talk a lot about like mental health problems and all that stuff. And then they got experimental for 2 albums. On the second of those 2 albums, the drummer left, who was also the clean vocalist, the singer. Then they made 1 more album with the drummer from this other Christian band called Omagene. Then they split up for a long time, and they got back together a few years ago as more of like a heavy rock group. Like, almost like, I don't know how to describe it, but it's definitely a lot more singing. But when they got back together, they weren't Christian anymore, sadly, but you know, it's their band, their choice, they can do what they want.
Yeah, so that kind of explains the name a little bit. It clarifies something for me as far as the name goes.
Sorry, I went on a tangent about that. I like info dumping.
I'm not telling you. I want to know Tanner, right? I want to know that's important to me. So the tangent, I'm good with. I don't need you on a tangent to explain things to me that way I can fully understand you, right?
Like all-time 3 favorites are like Under Oath, Linkin Park, and recently Dance Gavin Dance, which weird name for a band, I know, but the singer, his voice is just phenomenal.
Yeah, you said Dance Gavin Dance.
I know, right? Like that is a weird ass name, I know.
You know what? I got this on the tip of my tongue before I forget. You know, we talked the other day a little bit about. You know, you spoke to Athena. You kind of remember that. You recall that when I was talking.
Bits and pieces. Like when we were talking to Athena, me and Zero were also arguing
over what to do next.
Yeah, like I was trying to be like, you just put her back and forget the whole fucking thing.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? But he seemed adamant.
So you obviously asked her her name.
Yeah, he seemed a little bit different than normal too. Like, cause normally, like, he's the cool guy. You know what I mean? Like, he's almost like everything I wanted to be. He's like super suave, super like, you know what I mean?
Confident,
yes.
Yeah.
But he was a little bit more manic than normal, I guess. It was kind of weird.
It was a panic mode situation, right?
Yeah.
Are we going to get in trouble kind of deal? Do you remember, and this is more for do you remember any of the conversation with Athena? I know you asked her name and she told you her name was Athena. I know that you told her you were going to go to essentially give her help, hospital or whatever. And I know she asked for her dad several times. Do you remember any other conversations with her? Anything else she might have said or anything like that?
I remember there was a point where me and Zero were getting verbal, like outward verbal versus inside the head verbal. And she was kind of like freaking out over it.
How was she freaking out?
Like, she was just kind of looking at us like, why is this dude talking to himself? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know how to describe it.
Do you remember Athena saying anything during that time?
No, she just kind of looked like, what the hell?
Yeah, she
she's terrified, right?
Yeah, if I saw someone talking, like having a conversation, arguing with themselves, like I'd be freaking out too.
Yeah. So, again, there's some things that are, you know, obviously she asked for her dad, and she was scared. She did ask her to stop, right? I mean, Aubrey asked Zero to stop, not to do it. Did she say anything like that?
Before he answers that, I just want you guys to keep in mind that her father is in the gallery. He's hearing this. So, I mean, I have to admire the family's restraint, because this part is the part that, as a parent, might get me to do something. Do you know what I mean? To react, to know that my child was calling for me and I couldn't help her because this fat fuck over here decided what he wanted was more important than letting Athena live. Just, he's such a freaking monster. Ugh.
I don't think she knew. I think she was just more like not knowing what was going on.
Need some more water?
Yeah. Sorry. I think it's more stress than anything. That, and I have to, like, when I ask people for water while I'm in that fucking padded cell, I'm sitting there waiting for, like,
I've got a case of water, so if you want to, I'll get it.
when I'm sitting there asking people for water, like, everybody there looks at me like I'm a monster. Which, understandably so, given the circumstance, but I'm not a monster.
Give me just a second, okay? Make sure you have no smoke. You need anything else? You happy right here? You okay? Yeah, let's do it. Hey, it's not my house. I'm gonna respect the rules, alright? That's fair.
So, you never told me what this means.
Hang on a second. Let's get you right there.
Throw it in the middle of the water. Did you go grab it? Okay.
Do you have further questions to ask Ranger Espinosa?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, let's break for lunch. Your lunch is here, and we'll start back up at 1:15, okay? So we'll enjoy your lunch. All rise.
I'm guessing they decided to go to lunch. Is that what we're at now? All right, so let's see. Hold on a minute. Hold on a second. Hold on a minute. Where did that part go? Is he walking unattended to the back there? Is that what's happening? How did I miss that? How am I back? Hold on a minute. Might have to let this go. I guess I'm going to have to let that part go. How is it that I saw it and now I can't find it again? What in the absolute hell? So obviously, I need to let it go, but clearly you see the struggle that's going on. I cannot. All right, so while we wait for that, let me pull this up for you guys. Okay. So, remember I told you guys that Tanner had been, after he was arrested, he was charged with something else. Okay, so I'm going to read this article. It is from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, and I will explain it. All right. So, and this article came out yesterday at 4:00. The former FedEx driver who pleaded guilty this week in the November 2022 capital murder of a 7-year-old girl was accused of sexually assaulting another minor years prior, according to arrest warrant affidavits. A woman contacted Fort Worth police about 2 months after the man Tanner Horner was arrested in the kidnapping and killing of Athena Strand in Wise County, according to 3 affidavits obtained Wednesday by the Star-Telegram. The woman told detectives Horner raped her in 2013 and 2014 when she was 16 years old, and that Horner, then age 22, was aware of her age at the time of the assaults. The woman told police that she and Horner were acquaintances and were hanging out with several other people at a home in December 2014, according to one of the affidavits. At one point, after having too much to drink, the unnamed victim decided she wanted to go to bed, she told police. When she did so, Horner lay down next to her and began touching her without consent, she said. Hours later, the woman told police she awoke to Horner restraining her and forcing intercourse. The woman told detectives that she was so intoxicated that she could not move to make Horner stop, police wrote in the affidavit. Horner previously victimized the young woman under similar circumstances in the summer of 2013, according to other affidavits. In those affidavits, police wrote screenshots of messages between Horner and the woman show that Horner was aware the victim was underage at the time. Quote, you know, I've never understood why people freak out over weird age gaps, end quote, Horner wrote in one message. In 2018, Horner attempted to forcibly kiss the victim at a bar, according to the documents. When the victim refused and resisted, Horner told her she was, quote, more fun as a kid, the affidavit states. The Tarrant County Criminal District Attorney's Office declined to prosecute Horner on the charges while he is being tried for a possible death penalty in the Athena Strand case, according to Star-Telegram media partner WFAA-TV. Horner pleaded guilty on Tuesday to capital murder in Athena's death, and the jury at his trial will decide if he will be sentenced to death or life in prison without parole. The trial is being held in Tarrant County after a change of venue from Wise County. So that is that. Okay, hold on a second. We appear. Are we at lunch? Is that what's going on here? I think so. All right, hold on. No, because I can see movement, but I just can't hear anything. Are we on lunch or are we just on a regular break? My daughter came over to come and get the nuggie, so I missed that part. Now to Terry Lynn Horner. Okay, we are at lunch. All right. We should probably be coming back shortly. Yes. Okay. So Terry Lynn Horner is Tanner Horner's father. Okay. And I will share this one with you guys. Okay. So this is in the Court of Appeals, Second Appellate District of Texas, Fort Worth. Terry Lynn Horner appellate versus the state of Texas. On appeal from the 43rd District Court, Parker County, Texas, trial court, blah, 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 right? Okay. This is the opinion, but let's see what he did. Background. Around midnight on April 25th, 2021, Horner was driving his vehicle on Highway 199 in Springtown. Around that time, Deputy Antonio Jimenez with the Parker County Sheriff's Office observed that Horner's vehicle had an obstructed tag and no license plate lights. Deputy Jimenez initiated a traffic stop on Horner's vehicle, but rather than stop his vehicle, Horner attempted to flee from Deputy Jimenez. A car chase, which lasted approximately an hour and a half, ensued. During that chase, Horner's vehicle reached speeds of over 100 miles per hour. He failed to stop at stop signs and red lights on multiple occasions, and during parts of the chase, he drove the wrong direction in lanes of travel. Horner eventually lost control of his vehicle, and he jumped out of it and took off running before his vehicle had come to a stop. Deputy Jimenez followed Horner on foot and ordered him to stop, but Horner did not comply. Deputy Jimenez then deployed his taser on Horner, and Horner was placed under arrest. Horner was later indicted for evading arrest or detention with the vehicle, enhanced by 2 prior felony convictions. The first enhancement paragraph alleged that Horner had previously been convicted of the felony offense of possession of a controlled substance with intent to deliver on January 5th, 2016, in the 415th District Court of Parker County. The second enhancement paragraph alleged that Horner had previously been convicted of the felony offense of burglary of a habitation on July 14, 1998, in the 271st District Court of Wise County. Horner later signed a written plea agreement in which he indicated that he intended to plead guilty to the offense of evading arrest or detention with a vehicle and, quote unquote, not true to the enhanced paragraphs. The written plea agreement also indicated that Horner wanted a jury to assess his punishment. Horner's punishment trial took place over 3 days in November 2021. On the first day of trial, just before voir dire, Horner indicated in open court that he wished to plead guilty, which is exactly what his son just did. Indicated in open court that he wished to plead guilty to the underlying offense and to plead not true to the enhanced paragraphs. On the second day of trial, just prior to opening statements, Horner once again stated in open court that he wished to plead not true to the enhancement paragraphs. During the evidentiary portion of Horner's trial, the state called 3 witnesses: Deputy Jimenez, Detective Ryan Urbanek of the Lake Worth Police Department, and Officer Beth Turnbow, Parker County District Attorney's Office. We need not detail the witnesses' respective testimonies to resolve this appeal. We simply note that 1, Deputy Jimenez testified regarding his attempt to stop Horner's vehicle and regarding the subject car and foot chases that ensued. 2, Detective Urbanek testified regarding a stop he had made on Horner's vehicle in 2020 while Detective Urbanek was employed as an officer with the Boyd Police Department, explaining during that stop he had discovered methamphetamine in Horner's vehicle and that Horner had been arrested for the manufacture or delivery of a controlled substance stemming from that incident. And 3, Officer Turnbow testified as the state's fingerprint expert, offering testimony regarding numerous exhibits offered by the state that related to Horner's various prior convictions. Horner did not call any witnesses to testify on his behalf. The jury ultimately found both enhancement paragraphs to be true, and it set his punishment at 75 years confinement. The trial court sentenced Horner accordingly. This appeal followed. So, in his first point, Horner argues that his trial counsel overrode his autonomy in the contravention of McCoy by conceding the enhancement allegation despite his expressed desire to plead not true to those allegations. Applicable law. In McCoy, the United States Supreme Court reversed defendant's conviction for capital murder and remanded the case to trial court when the defendant's trial counsel conceded the defendant's guilt over his clear objection to the contrary. So, let's see. They acknowledged that Horner had this is a bunch of bullshit. But I think they failed. His appeal did not go through. His appeal was not successful. So he raised an ineffective assistance of appeal, and our review of counsel's reputation is highly deferential, and we indulge a strong presumption that the counsel's conduct was not deficient. It is an appellate court may, this is important for when you guys ask a lot of times about ineffective assistance of counsel. Let's read this because this is important, right? This is the standard. An appellate court may not infer ineffective assistance simply from an unclear record or a record that does not show why counsel failed to do something. Trial counsel should ordinarily be afforded an opportunity to explain his actions before being denounced as ineffective. If trial counsel did not have that opportunity, we should not conclude that counsel performed deficiently unless the challenged conduct was, quote, so outrageous that no competent attorney would have engaged in it. That is the standard. So outrageous that no competent attorney would have engaged in it. Direct appeal is usually inadequate for raising an ineffective assistance of counsel claim because the record generally does not show counsel's reasons for any alleged deficient performance. In his second point, Horner argues that he was denied the effective assistance of counsel when his trial counsel conceded the enhancement allegations and admitted that Horner had a criminal record. Horner argues that, quote, there is no conceivable reasonable strategy to admit or concede to his criminal history or the truth of the enhancement allegations. The court saying, we disagree. Here, Horner's trial counsel stressed during voir dire and closing arguments the importance of Horner's taking responsibility for his actions. Admitting to the enhancement allegations and Horner's criminal past fits with that theme. Owning up to a defendant's past in effort to lessen the likely penalty is, quote, an appropriate trial strategy. So his third point, he says that he was denied effective assistance of counsel when his trial counsel failed to object to Officer Turnbow as an expert witness. Specifically, Horner argues that his trial counsel should have objected to Officer Turnbow's testimony under Texas Rule of Evidence 702. So, they did not believe that either. This is more about the evidence, but they denied all of this. So that is his father. So there you have it. All right, there we go. So that's what's going on. I do recall that, Tony. Good to see you, by the way. I'm glad you're here. Let me see what you guys are saying. Hannah says with DID, it's rare the host is aware of the alters. So him being aware of 0 is sus AF. Yeah, it is. It's completely and totally sus. It's absolutely BS. Because the alters are typically aware of each other, but the host is never aware of the alters. It's only when they try, oh God, what is it called? Let me Google. My brain is super buffering all day today. All right, hold on. Oh, I spelled that wrong, so that's going to give me a wrong answer. Let's see. It's integration, huh? So it says when someone dissociative identity disorder works to combine their separate identities, alters, into a single cohesive sense of self, it is most commonly called integration. The final complete unification of all alters into one identity is specifically referred to as final fusion. He details about integration and fusion. Integration is the long-term process of reducing the dissociative barriers between alters, allowing them to share memories, feelings, and skills. Fusion, this is the actual merging of two or more alters into one. Goal, while many aim for final fusion, successful therapy can also mean achieving functional multiplicity or co-consciousness, where alters work together harmoniously without completely merging. Process integration is generally achieved through psychotherapy, such as this specialized DID treatment that focuses on building communication stability and processing traumatic memories.
How many times do you estimate during your questioning of him did he come back around and ask you to either present this to a judge or talk to somebody again?
Approximately 5 or 6 times during the first course of that initial interview, he would always redirect to asking that question.
And I noticed in here when we were talking about this, he presented what his terms were, his price, I think is what he said, for this, and conditioned it. If he was able to get this, he would tell you the truth. Is that what your understanding was?
Yes, sir. That's what I understood.
And absent meeting that price, he wasn't going to tell you the truth, right?
Correct, sir.
Objection, that's a mischaracterization.
Overruled. So, once you get done talking about that, you said he redirected you. What types of questions were you asking him when he continued to redirect you to want this deal?
I was mainly wanting to ask why this happened, as you heard in the interview, because we were able to corroborate a lot of the what with physical and digital evidence, so we already knew what transpired. It was more of a why for closure.
Push that microphone back just a little bit. There you go.
So at any point, was he willing to tell you why?
No, sir.
Now I noticed in here there was a point at which we were talking about, you were asking questions about Athena, and you made a statement that basically she was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir. I recall that statement.
And you made that statement to Tanner Horner, and what was his response to that?
I can't exactly recall what his exact statement was to that, but I believe it was something to the extent of, I guess so.
So let's talk about a couple of things that have now come up in this. I noticed in here that Tanner Horner mentioned something to you about wanting to take her to the hospital. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir. I recall that.
Okay. And was this the first time that's come up?
Yes, sir. That was, to my recollection, throughout the course, this is the first time during an interview where he had mentioned something about taking her to the hospital.
And again, this is Tanner telling you that's what he wanted to do.
Yes, sir.
Now, when we go through this and we start looking at this, we start talking about the pants. And at some point, does he admit that he found he found Athena's pants in his backpack?
Yes, sir. I believe that was a statement that he located Athena's pants in his backpack at his grandmother's residence.
Now, prior to this, if you'll remember, did he deny taking any items of clothing from Athena with him?
Yes, sir.
Now, let me just ask you, he talked about the pants. Did he mention whether or not he took her socks with him?
No, sir, he did not. The statements made on the socks were varied from he threw them out to he found one in the truck at the Love's.
And did he mention where her underwear ended up?
Initially, he stated that the underwear were on her, and then after that, he stated he could not remember what happened to the underwear.
And let me just ask you, with regard to this whole zero thing and how it came up, was he finally able to explain to you how that it came up and how the name came about?
Yes, sir. As you heard in the interview, I got a few statements from him essentially about the name, where the name originated, which was based off a tattoo, a Christian band. Then I also got some clarity on something that he and his girlfriend discussed about her having personalities, him having personalities, and that's how they came up with the name Zero, and that's how they referred to it throughout the course of that interview.
All right. Let's move a little bit, if you will, now that you've done that final interview. Is your involvement in this investigation over?
No, sir.
What types of things are you doing once you've now found Athena's body, you conducted this interview on the 7th? Was there anything that happened in between locating her body on the 2nd and this secondary interview on the 7th?
Yes, sir. Obviously, this is a tremendous investigation as far as moving parts go. There's a lot of key elements that we now got to start focus on, which is one, preservation of evidence, getting the evidence properly stored, figuring out who's going to take what to what lab, and then we also have this digital evidence that we have, which is an SD card that obtains potentially more video. So I have to figure out a way to get the proprietary owner, which basically who owns the software to play that SD card, and figure out a way to preserve that evidence.
Let's back up a little bit, talk just a little bit about evidence. We have the truck in which Athena was murdered in, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
We have the truck in which he was found in on the 2nd, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do both of those items, are those going to need to be processed, CSI work and things like that done to them?
Yes, sir.
And then you also said that there was a search done at the Horner home in Lakewood, is that right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And in Horner home in Lakewood? And you didn't conduct that search, right?
No, sir, they were just conducted in my direction.
All right. And then we have social media, DNA, things of that nature that are all happening, is that right?
Correct, yes, sir.
And then, I didn't ask you this before, was there an autopsy performed on Athena?
Yes, sir, there was.
And do you remember who the doctor was that did that?
I believe the chief medical examiner now is Dr. Dwyer.
Okay. And so we talked about evidence, so all of that is, would you say, in process when we're working on that, is that right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, like I said, a lot of moving parts, a lot of things moving forward, a lot of things that we need to get doing. I've literally been working on this case along with the district attorney's office for over 3 years.
So let's talk a little bit about some of the items that needed to be tested. Were you involved in, once the forensic, the CSI stuff was done on the vehicles and all of that was done, were you involved in getting that evidence from Wise County to the lab?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. And why would you, being the lead ranger, be involved in getting it from Wise County to the lab?
One, it's chain of custody, so everything that goes in, evidence-wise, DNA-wise for testing, it's one person handling it. I grabbed it, took it to the lab with essentially a submission that says what needs to be tested for what, which would be trace evidence, DNA evidence, and different things like that.
Judge, ma'am. Yes. Ranger Espinoza, I'm going to show you something marked as State's Exhibit 41. Is that what you were talking about with the evidence?
Yes, sir. This is a chain of custody transfer receipt from the Wise County Sheriff's Office to me.
And is that a true and correct copy of that chain of custody receipt when you took the evidence to DPS?
Yes, sir.
And when did you take that to DPS?
February 21st of 2023, and I can verify that with my signature at the bottom of the page.
Judgment offer states 41.
Your Honor, we object as this is a police report and not admissible under the hearsay exception.
Let me see 41.
Hey, Music City Mom. Good to see you, babe.
Mr. Staten, what's the relevance of this documentation?
This is the evidence, that he took from the lab and then picked up from the lab. It's not a police report.
Right, your objection is overruled. States Exhibit 41 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Additionally to that, you mentioned, and I think we talked about this a little bit before, mentioned an SD card, and we'll talk to some other people about the SD card, but are you aware that there's an SD card in the FedEx truck where Athena was kidnapped and murdered? Are you aware of that?
I am aware of that SD card. Like I said before, we knew it contained video evidence, digital evidence, because we'd already obtained it. So I was already in the process of going to North Carolina to meet with Velociter in reference to that SD card.
Now let me ask you, when we say an SD card, and I'll show you the card, the evidence here in just a second, but is this what we would consider just to be like a normal, like an SD card, like we would see in a camera or something along those lines?
Yes, sir. Yeah, just your standard SD card you slide into, when you take a photo or when you're collecting in a smaller video camera, that type of SD card.
And at some point, were you attempting to access that SD card to obtain the video from the FedEx truck?
Yes, sir, I was.
And were you able to do that?
No, sir, I was not.
Okay. And what steps did you take to be able to view what was on that SD card?
Like I stated before, we knew that we needed to get with the proprietary owner, which is Velociter, and get on their schedule. They do nationwide contracts, so it was a matter of getting them at their headquarters in North Carolina. Numerous times we were working out a schedule, and we finally nailed a date down of January 23rd, and I was able to request a plane through DPS headquarters in the governor's office, and it picked me up in Decatur and flew me to North Carolina, where I met with Jim Becker to preserve and obtain the digital evidence from the FedEx truck.
All right. And I'm not going to ask you specifically questions about what's on it, but let me ask you, so you said something about something being proprietary. Well, what does that mean?
So, yes, sir, I did. So the software that they use for that SD card is basically only for them. If you want to play their videos, you have to have...
Object. This is all based on hearsay.
Overruled.
You basically have to have their software in order to play that SD card. So we just can't play it. They own it. So in order for us to play that, we have to go and use their software.
Okay. And that's what you mean by proprietary. It's not just a reader that we have on a common laptop. Is that
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. And does that particular reader have a name?
I believe it's TrueView, if my memory recalls.
Okay. But we could get Jim Becker to talk about that. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, he's the brains. He provided me the software, provided me the video, and then that allowed us to play it.
And so, and again, I'm not going to ask you directly about it, but once you had the proprietary software, okay, once you had that, did you get that when you were in North Carolina?
Yes, sir. I flew there, obtained it, stayed until we had the evidence, secured it, made sure it played, and then I flew back to Wise County from North Carolina.
So at that point, you got the software, and now you can see the entirety of the video on the date in question. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Judge? Approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 116. Do you recognize can you tell us why?
Yes, sir, I do recognize it, and it does have my initials and a date stamp.
So let me ask you, is this stage 116, is the SD card contained within that?
Yes, sir, and also contained within is jump drives, which the video evidence was actually transferred to by Velocity.
And so all of this, this is what you picked up from Wise County?
Yes, sir.
And then this is what you took to Velocity, and this is what you brought back?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And that's your initial and signature on this?
Yes, sir.
So it sounds like all you needed was their player. Is that right?
Essentially, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So we've made that happen. You've gone to the crime lab. You're taking the jet to North Carolina, right?
Yes, sir.
So why go to all these links just for that?
Is very important. One, it's to preserve the evidence of what happened. It's all there. And two, it's important for us not to essentially tamper with any type of evidence. Like, I don't know the software. I don't know what it is. It's better to have the people that run it, operate it, and own it do that for us so we can get it back, and the video has everything on it.
Ranger Espinosa, I want to thank you for the last couple of days of your testimony, evidence in this particular case, and thank you for your work on it. That's what
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Ranger Espinosa, while we're talking about the SD card, who removed and recovered the SD card from the van?
That would be the CSI group, which would be with the ERT and the Wise County Sheriff's Office.
And who with Wise County Sheriff's Office removed the SD card?
I would have to check the chain of custody on who actually removed it and placed it into evidence.
So you don't know how many hands that went through before it was placed in evidence?
No, ma'am. Because I did personally not do it.
You had said that you had to go to North Carolina in order to have this card reviewed by the software engineers. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so who at Wise County, or I'll even make it a little broader, who attempted to play that SD card prior to you taking it to North Carolina?
Only to my knowledge, when it was checked out of evidence, it was only Patrick McGuire with the FBI and myself while speaking to Velocity.
But at some point you knew that someone had tried to play that card and were unable to.
I had no knowledge of that, no, ma'am.
And the reason you took it to North Carolina was because it was not able to be played on a regular reader.
That's correct.
I want to talk just a little bit about these interrogations. When Tanner was first arrested and was first taken to the Wise County Jail, you had the moments in the car where you were talking to him. But at that point, you had not read him his rights, had you?
No, ma'am, I had not.
So even though he was arrested by your brother and placed in handcuffs and put in the back of a car and being questioned about an offense, you did not see fit to read him his rights.
Correct. That falls under the public safety exception, which is an exception to Miranda.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
One at a time. Your objection is sustained.
Ranger Espinosa, if you need to expound on something, then I'm sure the district attorney will ask any questions that need to be followed up on, okay? So right now, if you'll just answer only the questions that I'm asking.
Yes, ma'am.
So at that point, In fact, I think it wasn't until 16 minutes into that video did you read Tanner Horner's rights.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Throughout these interrogations and throughout the videos that the jury has watched, Tanner asked several times about attorneys. Isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
He asked how the attorney thing worked. You agree with me on that one?
Yes, ma'am.
At one point, Zero is saying we need to speak to an attorney. Would you agree with that one?
Yes, ma'am.
He asked about what happens if I get an attorney.
Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
And he also asked what happens when I get an attorney.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so then, and that was just in the first two interrogations. So now we get to December the 7th, and we have that fourth interrogation, the fourth video. And when you Mirandized Tanner, he told you that he has an attorney. Is that correct?
Correct.
But you didn't reach out and try to find out who that attorney was, did you?
No, ma'am.
And you didn't try to make any contact with that attorney?
No, ma'am.
You didn't even bother to find out who that attorney was?
I actually did find out who the attorney was after.
Afterwards you found out who it was?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you make any attempt to contact that attorney and tell him, hey, guess what? I just spent 2 hours with your client talking to him about his case?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Ranger Espinosa, you had testified earlier that Tanner had reached out to you on December the 6th of 2022. And this was about 4 days after his arrest, right?
I received the notification on December the 7th, but you're correct. The actual timestamp, I believe, was 9 p.m. on the 6th.
Were you aware that the night that he reached out to you, he had cut himself in his jail cell?
Yes, ma'am. I believe I asked him what that was on his arms.
Now, during your interrogations, Tanner talked to you about his history of self-harm, didn't he?
Yes, ma'am.
And you had learned through these interrogations that he had several suicide attempts.
Yes, ma'am. By his statements, I was able to corroborate those.
And the most recent suicide attempt was while in the custody of Weiss County Jail, correct?
You'll have to tell me about the day, or...
So, were you aware that he attempted suicide in the Weiss County Jail in May of 2023?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Throughout the interrogations, Tanner also spoke to you about his suicidal ideations. Would you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
So, you learned that he had previously tried to hang himself.
Yes, ma'am.
And you also learned that he had also suicidal ideations before his arrest. Did you not?
Yes, ma'am.
And you learned that he had current suicidal ideations. In other words, he was still feeling suicidal at the time that you were speaking with him.
Judge Object, that's cause for speculation about what Tanner Horner was feeling.
Sustain.
Well, isn't it true, Ranger Espinosa, that Tanner asked how you can stop him from hurting himself?
Yes, ma'am. I believe that was his statement.
And didn't he also ask you to just shoot him in the head?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, didn't he ask you on several times, can you just shoot me in the head?
To the best of my recollection, he only asked me once to shoot him in the head.
During your interrogations, Tanner also talked about his history of mental health issues. Is that correct?
I don't know about the mental health issues, but yes, he talked about some of his issues.
Well, he talked about being hospitalized in a mental health facility, did he not?
I believe that was an outpatient visit, is what I believe, which means it was not hospitalized.
And you were aware that he was hospitalized after his suicide attempt where he attempted to hang himself?
I don't recall that one. I believe in May of 23 he was, but I don't know about the other one.
And you did know that he was, you know, had received medications.
Yes, ma'am. I believe we discussed some medications during the course of that interview.
You also learned during your interrogation that Tanner has Asperger's.
I believe Asperger's was mentioned by him, but I had no knowledge that he was diagnosed with Asperger's.
So you knew by report from Tanner that he had Asperger's.
I don't know if he has Asperger's. He just said he had Asperger's.
You learned about the hospitalizations. You had mentioned that he had talked to you about medications that he was taking. In fact, you even asked him about the medications he was taking.
Correct.
And he told you that he was taking Prozac and Strattera. Is that right?
I believe so.
So are you aware that Strattera is used to treat ADHD?
Judge, I'll object. He's not an expert on that.
I'll let him answer it if he knows it.
Were you aware that Strattera is used to treat ADHD?
I'm not aware of that, no ma'am.
And are you aware that Prozac is used to treat major depressive disorder?
I'm also not aware of that.
During these interrogations, well, let me back up. You testified to the jury that you did not think that Tanner expressed any remorse during all these interrogations. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
But you would agree with me that he told you several times that he felt bad about what had happened. And he may not have said, I feel bad, but he expressed his emotions about what had happened.
Yes, ma'am. I did not believe him.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Sustain.
Yes, ma'am.
He expressed that when you had said, he had been talking about what had happened, and you go, that's all right. And he says, no, it's not all right. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am. I recall that.
And your response to him was that, no, it's all right for you to talk to me. That's what you were referring to, right? About it being all right?
Yes, ma'am. I believe so.
And then based on Tanner's response, he was telling you that it was not all right to hurt a child.
Yes, ma'am. I believe that's what he was implying.
And later on, when you asked him if he was remorseful for what he did, he told you, and was very emotional when he told you, that I'm a father. I took something away from someone. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am. I do.
And when you asked him about what he wanted to say to the community, do you remember his response to that?
No, ma'am. I do not recall.
Do you recall that he said, no one deserves this?
Yes, I do remember that.
He also told you that the fact that Athena was dead broke his heart.
Yes, ma'am. I recall that.
Ranger Espinosa, you also recognized that Tanner was being remorseful as well, didn't you?
No, ma'am.
You don't recall telling him, I see remorse in you, I see regret in you?
That is part of an interview tack in order to maintain rapport.
So you lied to him?
No, ma'am. Again, that's a rapport. It's a common strategy. If you want to call it a lie, you can, but it's strategy.
But you did tell him that you saw remorse in him.
Correct, I did.
And you did tell him that you saw regret in him.
Yes, ma'am.
During these interrogations, Tanner was being cooperative with you.
Yes, ma'am.
And at times you even praised him for his cooperation.
Yes, ma'am.
And you even told him that you would be sure to tell everybody how cooperative he had been during the process.
Correct.
Did you tell everybody how cooperative he had been during the process?
No, ma'am, I did not.
In fact, you even thanked him for his willingness to help. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And did you tell anybody, or did you tell everybody that he was willing to help?
No, ma'am, I did not.
You testified on direct that Tanner was not being truthful throughout the interrogations. And at one point you told Tanner that what it was all about was doing the right thing. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And for you, doing the right thing would mean confessing to the murder. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Tanner confessed to the murder, didn't he?
Yes, ma'am.
And for you, doing the right thing meant helping law enforcement to recover the body. Do you
Yes.
agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Tanner eventually helped you recover the body, did he not?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
You also stated on direct that Tanner blamed everyone else but himself. But Zero told you the truth about abducting Athena. Is that correct?
Tanner told me the truth about abducting Athena.
And he also told the truth about killing her.
Again, that's Tanner. It's Tanner Horner, not Zero.
So the persona of Zero brought you to Bobo's Crossing.
Yes, ma'am.
So when Tanner is being truthful about those other things, and Zero is being truthful about other things, and Zero is Tanner, doesn't that mean that Tanner was being truthful about what had happened?
Yes, ma'am.
Although you claim that Tanner was not being truthful during the interrogations, he wasn't the only one that was being untruthful. Would you agree with that?
Could you elaborate?
Well, Tanner asked to talk to Cassie, and you told him that you would allow him to do that in a minute, but you never let him call her, did you?
What I meant by that is he'd be allowed to make phone calls from the jail.
But you told him that he would be able to do that in a minute, but...
Yeah, in a minute when I'm done talking to you, Ash, you can call from the jail. Okay, Brandy, Zero, this is very Tisha-esque. Zero is his alter personality. Yeah.
You did not allow him to do that, did you?
I'm sure the Wise County Sheriff's Office provided him his phone call to Cassie if he wanted to call her.
But my question is for you, Ranger Espinosa, did you allow him to make that call?
I did not.
He asked to have a video chat with her, and your response was, okay. Did you allow him to have a video chat with Cassie?
No, ma'am.
You asked about, or Tanner asked about...
Hold on a minute. Did he not allow him to have it? Did he tell the Wise County Sheriff's Department that he was not allowed to make any calls to Cassie? No.
Saying his son, and you told him that you would... Did you allow him to have a video chat with Cassie?
No, ma'am.
You asked about, or Tanner asked about seeing his son, and you told him that you would do that for him. Did you let him see his son?
I don't recall telling him I was going to let him see his son.
Well, the jury heard the video, so they'll remember what you told him.
Mm-hmm.
When Tanner made the request, and I believe it was, your phrasing was that he wanted to cut a deal. You said that you felt that, well, actually what you told the jury was that the deal would be that if he received the deal requested, he would tell you the truth. That's what you told the jury, right?
I believe it's what he stated, yes, ma'am.
But that's not the complete truth, is it? Because, and again, the jury saw this video, so I'm sure they will remember that, and you would agree with me, that Tanner was willing to enter a plea in this case. Do you remember him telling you that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember him telling you that he would be willing to give up all of his defenses?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember telling him that he would be willing to give you any information that you wanted?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you remember him telling you that he was willing to give up everything and go to prison forever?
Yes, ma'am.
And all of this, the plea, the defenses, the information, going to prison forever, was just so he would be able to have a chance to say goodbye to his family.
I believe, yes, ma'am, that's what he wanted.
He asked you to relay all of this to the judge and to the prosecutors. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
You told him that you would do this. Did you relay it to the judge?
I believe I spoke to the judge and the district attorney's office in reference to that.
To the deal?
Yes, just that he wanted to cut a deal.
You didn't give him any of the other details?
No, ma'am.
When did you speak to the judge about this? And which judge, well, let me back up. Which judge did you speak to?
I believe during the course of that week, I informed everybody about the reinitiated interview, and I mentioned of Tanner wanting to cut a deal where he was released on an ankle monitor with video surveillance, which is not possible, and I told him that was not possible. So,
Well, you're not the prosecutor in the case, are you?
no, ma'am, I'm not.
And you told Tanner that you couldn't give him legal advice, right?
Correct. I'm not going
But now you're making a legal conclusion about what is and isn't possible. Do you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am. Again, I told him it is above my pay grade. That is a decision for the district attorney's office.
And you said it's a question that you'd have to ask.
Correct.
So the question I have is, and you just said that you talked to the judge about it, which judge did you talk to?
It was mentioned to Brock Smith
When?
during that time frame sometime.
When did you speak to the prosecutors about it?
I believe, actually, district attorney's office we had a meeting with the district attorney's office that day at the Wise County Sheriff's Office, and I informed them about it.
The question I have is, why wasn't that included in your police report that you prepared for this case?
It was included in the police report.
The fact that he was willing to give up all of his defenses?
Yes, ma'am. There's video evidence of that.
What I'm saying is that in your written police report, you did not update your written police report to include all this information, did you?
My police report says for all the details reference the videos in this report. So yes, ma'am, I did include it in this case.
Now, you have, how long is your police report?
I believe this one is 75 pages.
And you have other details in that police report. Do you agree with me?
Correct.
And what you're telling the jury is that something as important as he is willing to make a deal, you didn't think was important enough to put into a written form?
Correct. Again, I did put it in a written form as far as reference my report. My report references that all the details are contained within the video.
All right, so let's talk some more about this video.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to talk to you a little bit about Tanner's demeanor during his interrogations. Hold on one moment, I'm sorry. You would agree with me that during all of the videos that were shown to the jury over the last couple of days, that it was obvious during some of those videos that Tanner was easily distracted.
That's a matter of opinion.
Well, you testified earlier that he became distracted and you would have to redirect him. Do you remember that?
No, ma'am, I actually stated that he would interrupt to talk about his deal, and I would have to redirect him back to what we were talking about.
So when he was distracted by the gel that was in your hair, when he was distracted by your shoes, you were able to redirect him back to the information that you were interested in, right?
Yeah, I was definitely able to keep communicating with him. Yes, ma'am.
You would agree with me that Tanner was polite to all the officers.
To the best of my recollection, yes, ma'am.
And, well, I mean, you've sat here and watched all the videos. Was he rude to any officer during those videos?
Not in my presence, no, ma'am.
He said yes, sir, and he said no, sir. when
Yes,
asked.
yes, ma'am, correct.
He didn't curse at any of the officers.
Yes, ma'am, correct.
He didn't threaten any of the officers.
No, ma'am, correct.
Didn't raise his voice in anger at any of the officers.
Correct.
The only time his voice raised a little bit was when he got excited about talking about something that interested him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
When he was arrested, he didn't put up any resistance.
Correct.
When you took him out of the jail, he didn't put up any fight or any resistance.
No, ma'am.
When you walked him around the bamboo forest, he didn't try to run or escape.
No, ma'am.
He was respectful to your authority, was he not?
Yes, ma'am.
Ranger Espinosa, you have a Bible verse on your handcuffs, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
That's Romans 13:4.
Yes, ma'am.
And you would agree with me that Romans 13:4 says, "For he is the servant of God, an avenger who carries out God's wrath on the wrongdoer." Is that what 13:4?
It depends which version of the Bible you read, but yes, ma'am, that's correct.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to try to get through this here. This fourth interview that you conducted, who requested it?
Tanner Horner.
In this fourth interview, when you go in there, you said before that he wanted to cut a deal. And that was essentially, he wanted you to cut him loose on some kind of monitor, and then he would tell you the truth.
Yes, sir.
Correct? Now, all of this stuff that Ms. Anderson went over with you about his suicide attempts, mental health, all of the things that are in there, that all came from Tanner Horner, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, this is the same Tanner Horner who told you that Athena's body was in the bamboo
Yes, sir.
and took you on that 3 or 4 hour boondoggle out there trying to
Objection,
find
Your Honor, to the characterization.
Overruled.
He took you out there and lied to you twice and drug you out there where she wasn't, correct?
Correct.
And let's just go through this. If we're going to talk about a little bit about the things he's telling you, you don't have any knowledge whether anything he's telling you is true, do you?
I have knowledge that it's all lies based on evidence that I had.
Well, let me back up. Anything that he is saying about himself, you don't have any evidence that that in and of itself is true.
No, I don't have any medical records. I don't have any history of that.
That's what he's telling you.
Yes, sir.
But he also told you that that he backed into her with the truck. Is that true?
No, sir.
He also told you that she, at one point that she was deceased when he put her in the truck. Was that true?
No, sir.
He also told you, additionally, that he didn't take off her clothes when he dumped her body. Was that true?
No, sir.
He also told you that her body was next to the bamboo forest. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Was that true?
No, sir.
So essentially, you told him several times when, during these interviews, that you had faith in him and confidence in him and he was telling the truth. You remember that, right?
Yes, sir.
When you told him that, do you really believe he's telling the truth?
I know he's not telling the truth because I've already seen the video, and I already have physical evidence. I know that he's lying to me the entire time.
So when you're telling him that, is that just to keep him talking?
Yeah, that's called maintaining rapport, so I don't lose the rapport and then essentially lose finding Athena.
So when we're talking about this, and we're going through this bit of information, you asked him if he felt remorseful, did you not?
Yes, sir, I did.
You had to ask him what it was he would say to the community, did you not?
Yes, sir, I did.
And at that time, that is when he did not answer and say that he was remorseful. He just said he was a father.
Yes, sir.
And that he said that no one deserves this.
Yes, sir.
But he didn't say, I kidnapped her, I killed her, I'm sorry.
No, sir, he did not say that.
So when we talk about whether or not Tanner Horner was truthful about what happened, you were asked a minute ago if he was truthful in telling you that she was placed in the bamboo. Is that right?
No, sir, he's not truthful about saying that.
You were asked if that was truthful. Is that truthful?
No, sir, it's not.
As far as whether or not there were any clothes taken from the scene, was he truthful about that?
No, sir, he was not.
So how are you to believe anything about him as a person if literally the entirety of his statements to you have been lies?
I couldn't believe anything that he was saying.
And in fact, when he's lying to you throughout this, you said you knew he was lying.
Yes, sir.
But you kept him talking.
Yes, sir.
And throughout the entirety of all of this, yes, he is being cooperative.
Yes, sir.
Except that he's lying.
Yes, sir.
He is being cooperative, except he's trying to divert you from the truth.
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Sustained.
When you sat down with him in that fourth interview, he wanted you to pay a price to buy his truth.
Objection, Your Honor.
Let me hear the question. Go ahead.
His statement to you was that was his price to get the truth.
Yes, sir, that was correct.
Objection, that is a misstatement of the testimony. He never said the truth.
The jury will recall the testimony.
So throughout all of this, the only thing that he told you that was the truth was that she was deceased. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
The rest of that stuff you had to learn on your own.
Yes, sir.
That's what it is.
Ms. Anderson.
Just a couple of things. After Tanner told you about being at Millwood and taking medications, did you attempt to confirm that information?
Yes, ma'am, that's information that was passed, and at some point, either Watts County Sheriff's Office or the District Attorney's Office would attempt to make or obtain medical records.
And so, knowing that they were able to obtain medical records from Millwood, it wasn't a lie then when he told you that he was at Millwood.
I actually don't know what medical records were actually obtained. I wasn't privy to them. I just know that the medical records were requested.
And earlier you just said that they obtained medical records. So if they were able to obtain medical records, you wouldn't be able to obtain them if they weren't there. Would you agree with that?
Objection.
He just said, first of all, he testified that he wasn't privy to the information that is contained in the medical records. Therefore, your first question is that At the time when he was doing that interview, after all the lies on lies on lies on lies that Tanner Horner had told him at that point, how could he believe a lying liar face who tells lies? In that moment, you're asking him with hindsight, not in that moment.
Speculation. He said he doesn't know about these records.
Sustained.
But you don't obtain records for somebody if no records exist, right?
Same objection, call for speculation.
He can answer that.
Basically, what we do is an overall. It doesn't have to be from a specific place. Usually when we have a defendant, we try to find a medical history. So it may not be for that particular, but the district attorney's office would obtain all records. It does, maybe not these particular ones we're talking about, but all records would. If there's some there, we're going to try to obtain them.
All right, so if you were able to obtain records from Millwood, you would have obtained records from Millwood.
Correct. If the district attorney's office would have obtained records from Millwood, they would be privy to the district attorney's office.
And the way the district attorney asked the question, he characterized that Tanner's price for telling you the truth was that he received the electronic monitoring. Do you recall him asking you that question?
Yes, ma'am. I believe that's what he said.
That's not quite accurate, is it? Because it wasn't the price for telling the truth. Tanner's price was for entering a plea in this case.
I believe the underlining purpose of the deal was to tell the story or the truth and then get the deal for the monitoring.
Well, actually, that's not quite what the video showed, is it? I mean, the video said that he would be willing to enter a plea, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then he'd be willing to give up his defenses, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Then he would be willing to go to prison for life, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that he would be willing to tell you everything you know, or everything that you would like to know, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it's just not telling the truth. There was a whole list of things that he wanted. And that was what he was willing to do if you were to speak to the judge, speak to the prosecutors about the possibility of electronic monitoring.
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further.
Mr. Singh?
Just a couple questions, Your Honor, thank you. I didn't hit on this before, and I apologize, Ranger Espinosa. When you initially detained Tanner Horner on scene there at the corner of Faith and Hope, you had testified before about your basis for doing so.
Correct.
What was that basis?
Objection, Your Honor. Ms. Ranger Espinosa did not detain him on. That was his brother.
Sustained.
Once you got to the scene and Tanner Horner was there in cuffs, what was the purpose of your question?
So the purpose of the questioning fell under the public safety exception, which has an exception to Miranda, which is exception to rights, which is basically preserving life, which means I don't have to Mirandize him. If I'm looking for a kidnapped child that could potentially be alive, Miranda does not apply.
And your questions to him at any point prior to the time that you Mirandized him, did you ask him what happened?
Yes, sir.
Prior to Miranda or after Miranda?
After Miranda. Pre-Miranda, there was no questions about any details of the case other than where's Athena? Take me to her.
And in fact, he attempted at some point to tell you what had happened, and you stopped him from talking about it.
Objection, Your Honor, this leading.
Sustained. Rephrase your question.
When you got in the truck, what did Tanner attempt to tell you about what had happened?
At that point, when I asked him, as y'all saw the video, he attempts to say something or tell me something. I said, stop. We'll worry about that later. We just need to find Athena, which falls within the parameters of the public safety exception and the exception to Miranda.
And at that point, was he under arrest or just detained?
At that point, he was detained.
And then once you read him his Miranda rights, at that point, was he under arrest?
He was.
House of Witness.
Ms. Anderson?
No, Your Honor, I'm done.
May Ranger Espinosa be excused subject to any potential recall?
Bless his heart.
Final statement.
No objection.
Thank you, sir.
Now, look, I appreciate and understand what the defense attorney here is trying to do. I'm not 100% in love with her tone or her technique or her method of going about it, but I understand why it's necessary. And what they need, they're trying to mitigate. So in all of this, they're trying to they're trying to elicit the Texas Ranger to say he was cooperative, he told the truth, he was remorseful, blah, 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 all the things, right? Because those would be mitigating circumstances for sparing his life and thus not giving him the death penalty. Ridiculous. Let's see who's next.
Can we first?
Oh, here we go. This every damn time. Yes, Lil D. She out here representing 02. This is annoying. That every single time there's a new witness called, this heffalump needs to approach. Well, in 2 hours and 45 minutes, when you see this, Music City Mom, hey. Let's see how far behind we are. Not enough to make any kind of appreciable difference, so we'll just sit here and wait.
Who do you have next? Taylor Page. I'm sorry?
Taylor Page.
Taylor Page.
I'm not sure who Taylor Page is. I don't believe that is the name that they used with respect. Oh, for fuck's sake. We don't want to hear your objections. I don't know. I'm not familiar with Taylor Page, although I'm trying to recall who it was that is the proprietor of the software and then the reader for the footage in the truck. But I don't think that name sounds right.
I'm sorry?
Need to put objections to the testimony record. Wants the approach to do that?
Do you do it in the presence of the jury or outside?
I don't think it will hurt. It's whatever you want to do. If you want me to approach, I can do it.
Go ahead. No, you can go ahead.
Your Honor, I think I would like to renew the objections we made at the 702, 705 hearing.
Oh, gosh.
In addition, I would like to object. There are 48
Hold on.
There are 48 potential FBI agents involved in this case. The FBI, per their policy, we requested those personnel records, which could be potentially exculpatory. They denied access to all of those. I believe that's a violation of the Michael Morton Act. I would ask that the court refuse to allow any of the FBI agents to testify in this case based on that. They require a 2E letter for you to get their personnel records. We went through the process of doing that, and they denied us any of those records. Obviously, with any Texas law enforcement officer, we would get those records directly from the district attorney, but the federal government just doesn't do what the states ask them to do. They don't have to, and we can't make them.
What?
Your objection is overruled. You may have a running objection.
Your Honor, I think there'll only be one other agent testify, but I would ask for the same.
So the same objection would apply to the second agent?
Yes.
Okay, just remind me when that agent comes in.
Thanks, Your Honor. The other issue is when he testified at the 702, 705, I believe his testimony was that he didn't only perform.
Your Honor, I would object us to having this discussion in front of the jury about things that happened in the hearing outside the presence of the jury.
Go to your room.
Oh, I love this judge. Good for you, Your Honor, having a sense of humor about this. While they do that, let me tell y'all what a 702 hearing is, all right? A 702 hearing in Texas is a pretrial hearing, often called a Dauber or Robinson hearing, used to determine if an expert witness's testimony is reliable, relevant, and admissible under Rule 702 of the Texas Rules of Evidence. It acts as a gatekeeper function where the judge evaluates the expert's qualifications, and methodology before they testified. Key components of a 702 hearing: to prevent unreliable junk science or unqualified opinions from influencing the jury. The three-pronged test. The court ensures the expert is qualified, skills/training. The testimony is reliable, proper methodology, and the testimony is relevant, fits the facts of the case. I.E. DuPont de Nemours and Company Incorporated v. Robinson. Texas courts use the Robinson's standard, similar to the federal Dauber standard, to evaluate scientific evidence reliability. This is the DNA, you guys. I think. Procedure. It often involves a motion to exclude or strike an expert witness. The hearing can be pre-trial or in some cases held during trial. Voir dire. Burden of proof. The party offering the expert witness has the burden to prove admissibility by preponderance of the evidence. They're not fixing to, and what they want is, what they're arguing is, we want to get access to this particular FBI agent's personnel files to see if this person has any blemishes on their permanent record that would negate their expert being qualified as an expert witness, therefore prohibited from giving expert testimony. And his argument is because that this witness, because I don't know, Taylor can be a male or a female, or I think is it Paige Taylor or Taylor Page? Regardless, the FBI agent. Because the FBI agent is with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, i.e. the federal government, his argument is the federal government does not have to follow the rules. They don't have to listen to the state's requests. Okay, there you go. And they are not forced to comply with a request like that. All right, here we go. I hope you all took copious notes. There will be a quiz later. You are so very welcome, Nicole Be Cool. How come we don't get to hear this? What a load of crap.
With the FBI in Dallas.
All right, hold on. Let's see. Spoiler alert, Taylor Page is male.
Mr.
Barry.
Yes, sir. Mr. Page, would you please state your name and spell your first and last name for the court?
Yes, sir. My name is Taylor Page, spelled Taylorpage.
And what do you do for a living?
Jonah's mom says that she has a doctor's note that says I don't have to take the quiz. Overruled. Where's it at? Hold on a minute. There you have it. Overruled. You must take the quiz. There's no doctor's notes that get out of it. It is what it is. You must take the quiz. All right, let me get this out of y'all's way. And let's get on with the show.
I'm a special agent with the FBI in Dallas.
So Special Agent Page, can you tell me a little bit about your background as far as how it was that you became a special agent with the FBI?
I've got a bachelor's degree from the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee. Worked in private sector for about 10 years before coming over to the Bureau. Nothing law enforcement related, but the Bureau has a history of hiring folks from a lot of different fields. So I went through the application process, and then everything that I've learned through the academy, and then since I've been an agent, obviously brought me to this point of being an investigator with the FBI then.
You talked about the academy. Where's the academy located?
Quantico, Virginia.
And what does that entail? What kind of process?
It's about 5 months from start to finish at the academy. There's legal training, tactics, self-defense, firearms, everything that you would expect kind of in a police academy. Same type of things for FBI academy as well.
And were you a field agent before you do what you do now?
So I'm still a field agent. I'm assigned to the Dallas Violent Crimes Task Force. So it's going to be agents and task force officers from surrounding agencies that investigate primarily violent crimes, so carjackings, bank robberies, kidnappings. There's about 20 or so of us on that task force that specialize in those types of offenses. And then in addition to that, I have a certification within the FBI for the cellular analysis team. And so part of my role is to serve in that capacity as well.
Okay, and the cellular analysis team, does that have some type of a special acronym that goes with it?
Yeah, so Cellular Analysis Survey Team, or CAST, you'll hear it often referred to.
Okay, and tell me how, what do? You said that you work with these different types of violent offenses, including kidnappings. What does the Cellular Analysis Survey Team do?
So the CAST unit is different than the Violent Crimes Task Force. So I happen to be a CAST asset that just sits on that Violent Crimes Task Force. But this CAST unit within the FBI, again, there's about 100 or so of us spaced throughout the country. We specialize in the analysis of cellular records. And oftentimes, to your question, if there is something like an Amber Alert or a mass casualty event or something that requires a big law enforcement response, if there's something that's going to have a cellular component to it, a lot of the times you're going to see a CAST asset that gets dispatched to that command post or that location.
And we're talking about command posts. Explain what you mean by a command post.
So a command post is oftentimes set up by law enforcement in response to usually a threat to life type situation that's occurring. It's oftentimes set up in an area very close to where the actual crime may have occurred. So while our office is in Dallas, if there's a situation that occurs in a different part of North Texas, we may send a command post or establish a command post in an area nearer to that so that the law enforcement response can be centralized to that immediate area.
And how is it that you do that? Do you pitch a tent out there? How does it happen?
So the FBI has a mobile command post. Several agencies I know around North Texas also have mobile command posts. It's a giant semi-trailer that will pull up to the scene, and it allows us access to some of our equipment and technology that we would otherwise have at our headquarters division, and that isn't necessarily always available right there in the field. But again, it's a good centralized spot for the law enforcement response to be concentrated.
And when a crime occurs, like a kidnapping, and there's somebody missing that you're trying to locate, what kind of things do you do to try to make that happen?
There's a lot of things that can be done from a law enforcement perspective. No two situations are the same. Certain, again, mass casualty type events, things like that where the subject of that may already be deceased. Sometimes the law enforcement response is to uncover what was going on with that person before they committed that mass casualty event. If it's something like an Amber Alert or a missing kid, the number one priority is to find the missing kid. And especially from the CAST perspective, a lot of times there's cellular records that can become relevant, especially in a world where most folks have cell phones. If it's able to be determined what cell phone may be of relevance to that investigation, we're going to try to help identify that device and then locate it with the expectation that maybe that missing kid is near that device.
And were you called to come to the scene where a girl by the name of Athena Strand went missing on November 30th of 2022?
Yes, I was the second CAST agent that went there. One of my colleagues, Mark Sedgwick, was the first CAST agent that responded to the scene, and then I arrived, I think, the second day to help him out.
Okay. And when you arrived that second day, so you say the second day, did you arrive on December 1st or December 2nd?
I believe I was there December 1st, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so the day after, and then if the arrest took place on December the 2nd, would that be correct?
I think that sounds correct.
All right. So as agents, you and Sedgwick, or Special Agent Sedgwick, are you collecting certain information that you can then analyze?
Yes. Again, it's all dependent on what's happening in that particular situation. If, again, there's cellular records that appear that they're going to be of relevance, we will reach out directly to those cell providers, so Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, and try to explain to them, hey, here's what we've got going on, and we'll make what are called exigent requests for information. So things that are not accompanied with a warrant at that time. There's an immediate threat to life that's going on, and we're trying to mitigate that as best we can. So we make the request in good faith to those cell providers that, hey, we believe these records could be helpful in locating or identifying this missing person.
Now, in this particular case, was the child still missing when you arrived?
Yes, sir.
And was there any knowledge one way or the other as to whether the child was still alive or not?
We had no indication of her status at that time.
So did that qualify then for these exigent requests that you're making to different phone companies and different social media carriers, things like that?
Yes, sir.
And I mean, there's a commonly known or a common term that's out there called geofencing. Can you kind of explain what that means?
Yeah. So geofencing, just the general concept of a geofence is that there's a particular area where something happened, and then if you draw basically a radius around that, say 400 meters, you could potentially identify devices that fall within that radius. It's done in order to identify possibly unidentifiable persons that may have been present in that area by way of cellular connectivity oftentimes. Certain geofences are not only related to cell phone connectivity. There's other types of geospatial geofences that can be done that may be GPS related. But the general concept of it is just that there is a known quantity or a known event and then a radius that you want to establish around that area to identify the devices that were present in that spot.
And are you able to limit that to certain times and parameters?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you do that in this particular case?
We did.
Okay. Now, when you go to the scene out there, or really any scene of a missing child, who are the first people that you are often tasked to look at and look at their mobile devices?
Usually it's the parents or close family that may be living with that person. So a lot of times it's not even necessarily that that person is a suspect per se, but you also want to get corroboration for statements that those folks may be making to law enforcement. So if a parent says, I was at work all day, if you get the phone records for that person, you could pretty easily identify, depending on how far away they live from their work, you could potentially identify that, yes, they were at work that day and their statements are consistent, as opposed to someone whose phone was not near their office that day, then maybe the statements that they made that they were at work could be more concerning.
And was that done in this particular case with regard to the missing child, Athena Strand?
Yes, sir. I believe Special Agent Sedgwick started that process.
Okay. Now, when you got there and you became involved in this process, was there another phone number that was identified as being a potential point of interest that y'all wanted to obtain some records related to?
So there were a couple things that took place. We did a geofence to T-Mobile, and there was a device that was identified within that geofence. That device became of interest for us. Second to that, there's a phone number for Mr. Horner that was also identified, and that became more relevant as the command post situation started to unfold.
Okay. And with regard to that, did you obtain these exigent records related to that phone number for Mr. Horner?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And based upon reviewing those records, are you able to determine whether the device that is generating those records is moving or not moving based upon your analysis of that device?
We can usually get to a pretty quick conclusion about whether a device is movement or stationary based on those records. Yes, sir.
And with regard to this particular device, did you find that this device was at times stationary?
We did.
And that then it would move some and then be stationary again for certain periods of time?
That particular device associated with Mr. Horner, yes, as well as the device, the second device that was within that T-Mobile geofence. We saw consistent movement and stops for both of those devices.
And are those two devices moving at the same places and stopping at the same place?
Generally, yes. That would be my overarching conclusion, that they were generally moving together. There are subsets of information within there where there would be gaps of information for the phone number associated to Mr. Horner, that the other device in that T-Mobile geofence could kind of fill in the gap of what those movement times might have been. But generally, for the time period that we were looking at, both devices appeared to be moving together.
Now let me ask you this. If a person turns off their...
Can we approach?
Yes. Now, if one of the types of devices that you may be looking at, cell phones,
Yes, sir.
okay? There are also sometimes GPS or cell phones even that are embedded within vehicles.
Modems, more to that point, yes, sir.
Okay. So explain to the jury what a modem is.
So a modem could be something that's got, in this particular case, cellular connectivity. So it's a mobile modem to provide internet access, but that internet access is provided via the cellular network. So it's not a hardwire internet connection like you might have at your house on your home router. It's transportable. It's usually a battery-powered thing, but it connects to the cellular network in the same way your phone does in order to provide internet service to a particular device. So it's not a phone, but it provides internet to another mobile device.
So if my car that I'm driving down the road has one of these modems in it, and I also have a cell phone while I'm driving down the road, are both of those essentially going to be moving at the same time?
Your phone would very likely have its own SIM card, but yes, you would see movement on both devices.
Okay. And if then I turned off my phone, or I took the SIM card out, or whatever it was that I did, would then that keep that particular device from communicating with the cellular network?
Yes, correct. If a cell phone were powered down, you would see a gap in communications with the network during that time period.
Okay. But my car, unless there's some way I disable it, would continue to connect?
I would expect that it would, yes, sir.
Right. And is that the type of thing that you're talking about?
In this particular case, it's a modem, and yes, that device maintained connectivity.
Even though the phone stopped communicating?
That's correct.
All right. And so, based upon the information that you were receiving for these two devices, were you able to determine potential points where maybe searches might need to be done based upon areas where these two devices were stopping and stationary for some period of time?
Yes, sir, we did.
And were you familiar with the location? I'm not asking you to give an address, I'm asking if you know the location where Athena Strand body was ultimately located.
I don't know the exact address, but I am familiar with it, yes, sir.
And based upon the information that you had from these two devices, did you target that location as a place that needed to be searched?
We did.
Okay. And was that information communicated through the command post to officers in the field prior to her body ever being located?
It was.
Now, many officers were all called to look in a particular location during that same period of time, correct?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
And so was there enough bodies to then go out and look at all these different areas where you're saying we need to look here, we need to look here, we need to look here?
It can become a big strain on resources when you're trying to dispatch law enforcement to multiple spots. So to answer your question, I don't know exactly what personnel were assigned to which area, but again, we did identify the location where her body was ultimately located as one of the areas to be searched.
And that location was actually identified in advance by some period of time of when she was actually located, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
But because the resources were diverted to a different location, that area was never able to be searched prior to her body being located, is that right?
I don't think it was searched thoroughly. The area that we identified was a body of water, and obviously if the body is not readily viewable on the top of the water, and especially given certain times of day, darkness would be a factor in that as well. So yeah, if you don't have adequate personnel to do a proper search of that spot, you may not find what you're looking for at that initial search.
So if officers had been available to thoroughly search that location.
Objection, speculation.
Let me hear the question.
Is it your opinion that if officers had been available to thoroughly search those locations, that her body could have been located earlier in the day?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
With regard to your work, you said you were working with Mr. Sedgwick, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And he is also a member of this CAS team.
Yes, sir.
And then, does the CAS team often, in preparation for a trial like this, or to sort of analyze the data that you have, do they prepare something called a CAS analysis?
We do, yes, sir.
Okay, and tell me what a CAS analysis is.
It's oftentimes going to be centered around cellular records, as you might expect, but then it's going to have information related to activity of the cell phones that are cellular devices that are being analyzed, and then that activity is going to be mapped in concert with known events related to a particular crime. Just because the mapping of a phone or a cellular item itself isn't necessarily meaningful unless you have locations of relevance as it relates to the crime that's being charged.
And are there potentially other devices that could be used to corroborate the modem in the vehicle as well as the cell phone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would package scanner potentially be something like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would geolocation data on a video be something like that?
That would also assist in that, yes, sir.
And so if those things also corroborated those points of data you already had, that would be something that might go into the CAS analysis.
Yes, sir.
Objection, Lee.
Don't lead your witness.
Now, with regard to this particular case, was a CAS analysis done?
It was.
And who was the officer that did that CAS analysis?
Special Agent Sedgwick.
And with regard to your part in that, did you act as a technical reviewer of that?
A peer review, yes, sir.
Okay. And, but it would be Agent Sedgwick that would be the one to actually present that analysis, correct?
That's correct.
Pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, sir.
Good to see you again.
Yes, sir.
Just one question. So, as far as that analysis goes, your contribution was to request the geofence data from T-Mobile.
So the initial geofence request was done by me, and then once the phone number was identified as the result of that geofence, as well as the phone number associated with Mr. Horner, both of those exigent requests were also made by me to T-Mobile.
Okay. And then you're talking about from this command center, you're comparing data as it comes in with Agent Sedgwick.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
Read the record.
Nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
May Agent Page be excused subject to any potential recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, I need a break. Okay? Give me 15 minutes and we'll start back up at 5 minutes to 3, okay?
Bruh, it's like my first day streaming. We got about 10 minutes before he's supposed to be back local time. I wonder who they're going to call next. And the thing of it is, I'm curious about the strategy and I want to know what you guys think here. So we're fast approaching the end of Thursday, okay? And we have obviously all day Friday. And the state in their opening statement did say, he said in the coming weeks. And it appears to me that he intends to present basically the trial, which I appreciate because there's not going to be any room, not that I think there would have been in this case, but I think we know that there has been in other cases that where the defendant has pled and then usually it's a plea deal where the defendant will plead guilty and in exchange for the taking of the death penalty off the table, like Chris Watts, like Koberger. But that didn't happen in this case. We don't know yet. Shamina asked, did I miss what was said? Did he turn his phone off or did the battery die? We don't know yet. We don't know because he explained what a cast report was. He did the peer review of the cast report, but another agent is actually the one that prepared the cast report. So we don't know. And I don't know if a cast report, I'm not that familiar with cast reports, to be honest. Let's look it up. Let's look it up. I'm getting on a watch. I'm getting on a list. I promise you. Can a cast report determine whether a phone was powered off or if the battery died? Let's look. Here we go. A cell site location information CAST report can often distinguish between a phone being powered off and the battery dying by analyzing the nature of the final network disconnection. A graceful disconnection suggests a user-initiated shutdown, while an abrupt cessation of signals, no or minimal last gasp message, suggests sudden power loss. So I will say that it can be that can determine. So can a cell phone extraction, that we know. But like I said, since he isn't the one who actually prepared the report, he peer reviewed the report. I think there's going to be another FBI agent that's going to testify about what the report actually contained. this is what I was wondering about, because I got, and I just, well, you know how I am, you guys. You guys are used to the buffer. And I appreciate you guys just let it go. Like, you don't bring it up too much. You don't get on to me too much for it, because I try to get right back on task. All right. So Amber says, personally, I think they will show it Friday afternoon and let it marinate with the jury over the weekend. See, that was going to be my question. Will they show it and let them sit with it over the weekend? Which, if I was the prosecutor, that is what I would do. It has to be seen. It would have been seen during the trial. And likely portions of it would have been replayed during the penalty phase, because that would absolutely show aggravating evidence. So, like, when they charge people with, there's like burglary and then there's aggravated burglary. So, it's like charge enhancers. So, yes, Jenny, my searches will be way better than Tasha Lynn's. No periods in between them. But I'm all the searches that I do, I'm on some damn watch list, and even before that, every time I flew, I was always getting pulled to the side every single time. Ever since 9/11, I cannot think of a single time that I have flown that I haven't gotten pulled to the side. And I even flew right after 9/11. Like, it happened in September. I flew in October, and I was pulled to the side. I was flying from Texas to Chicago to see my sister. So yeah, I got pulled then. Yeah, it was a big ass nightmare. Yeah, I'm aggravated. I appreciate what the prosecution is doing here. I really do, because the jury knew they were going to be here for a long time anyway, because there was going to be the trial, and then there was going to be potentially, the penalty phase, right? So they already had been prepared. And on top of it, the jury was selected in February for this trial. And so, they've been waiting to hear this case. So, and they've had to be quiet about what case they're going to, you can say that you've been picked as a juror. You can say that. You can say, I have jury duty, but you can't say what case it's for. So they've been sitting with this whole time. And, hey, Lisa, when you catch up in 2 hours and a half minutes, unless you're listening to me on like 2 times speed or 1.5 and then whatever. But when you hear this, hey, good to see you. Yeah, like, I forgot what I was even saying. What was I even talking about just a second ago? God, now I'm really buffering. Oh dear. See, this is what happens. This is why I get all upset when I can't have my 5-hour energy first thing in the morning. Okay. Because I do have the ADHDs. Okay. And that combination of a cup of coffee and the caffeine that's in the 5-hour energy, when they combine, I can act right. And when I don't have it, like when I have to have my coffee first, and then this was because I woke up at 4:30 and I didn't get that 5-hour till 7:30. So what is that? 3 hours later, I got my 5-hour energy. I'm all over the place. Amber, I thought about this. Amber says, I set myself up for disappointment. I believed the original report of his OG story. Hearing all this added BS makes me so much more disgusted. Can you imagine the restraint that it took? Because let me find out when the gag order was issued. Let's see. But when? Not why. When did he? Let's see. When? Let's see. Let me try it this. When was Oh, you know what? Let me try it like this. Let me try what date. There we go. I understand that the trial is on April 7th of 2020. I'm watching the trial. Come on, bro. Let me try AI mode. They can't find it. Okay, I would imagine that it's got to be sometime around September of 2024 because that is when it was moved. And this is the judge that issued the gag order. So that has to be when it happened, somewhere around that area of time, because the case has been under significant judicial restrictions for some time. It was notably moved from Wise County to Tarrant County in September 2024 by Judge George Gallagher to ensure a fair trial amidst intense pretrial publicity. So I'm going to say somewhere in that vicinity, okay? But let's say for argument's sake, which would make it almost at least 2 years old, potentially since maybe January or December, whenever it would probably be just like January of 2023. That's at least 3 years, right? 2023 to 2020. Yeah. So it's at least that gag order has been in place at least 3 years. Okay. And that is a long time for them to have to sit on evidence and leave it. The last thing they said, which was what his story was way back in when he was first arrested in December of 2022. Like, that's a long time, but I applaud everybody in this case, even the defense attorneys, because the defense attorneys will not violate a gag order. But, you know, remember Owens in Sarah Boone's trial, and he did that. He gave that interview like right before the trial was going to start, and he said some disparaging things about George and his brothers. Remember that? Like, it happens. They put, attorneys have been known to put things, in the media. There's a reason they do that. And so, like, I admire the fact that they didn't do it. I admire that they kept it under wraps. It does make this, I don't know, I won't say, I don't think the details now that we know some of them, and we like only know the tip of the iceberg really with some of the details, because what we've really heard is what Tanner says happened, right? Which we all know he lied his face off because he is a lying liar face who tells lies, right? So we only know that Tanner lied. We don't know yet what the entire truth is. And I think when we do learn it, I think it's going to be incredibly, yes, we know the tip of the tip of the tip, Jenny, absolutely. It's, oh gosh. Hey, Justified, good to see you, babe. How you doing? Yeah, I just think 5-hour baddie here too, says Amber. I'm the same exact way. Coffee, breakfast, 5 hours. It's a daily routine. See, I am a 5-hour, have a cig. While I'm smoking the cig, the Keurig is Keuriging, and I'm waiting for the coffee. Then I come in, I prepare the coffee. Then I go outside. I have another cig with my coffee, and then then I run around the house, getting dressed, getting Nuggies. They're not her medicine droppers. And then I get my iPad, my phone, my cigs, put it all in a bag, and rush on over to my daughter's place. And then I wait for the Chicky Nuggy Papaya Esquire to awaken. And then we come over here. And then, yeah. And today was just like super hectic. And I found out, I forgot to tell you guys this while after lunch, but I found out my husband came home for lunch, and not only did they hit a water main, they hit the gas line too. Yeah. So super dangerous. And I was annoyed last night. I'm not even going to lie about the water being off. Okay. Because thing is, in Florida, after a hurricane, the water is usually off for a little bit. So, not only do you not have electricity, you also don't have water. So, when I moved back to Texas, I was like, okay, I don't have to go through that again, but here we are. Yeah, the apartments didn't do it. Somebody with the city did. I don't know what the hell they were doing. I don't know, like, unless you're digging, they must have been digging, and they hit the gas and the water line. Like, I know that sometimes, like, at the street level, like, they're close together, but how close could they be? You know what I'm saying? Like, how do you do that? How do you hit a line and you don't stop? And you're like, oh, let me just scooch over a little bit. Uh-oh, I've hit another one. Like, I don't know how you do that. But anyway, I'm just glad nobody was hurt, really. Like, it was an inconvenience, and I was annoyed by it. But nobody was hurt, and that's the important thing. And when the water came on, me and Nuggie were still getting her stuff together over at her place, and she was like, "Oh gosh, Granny, okay, I'm gonna put on my dirty clothes from yesterday, so I can take a shower." And I was like, "Okay, we'll get your stuff together." And she said, "Granny's gonna get me all the way put together today. I'm gonna have lotions and potions and the spritz." Yeah, she loves it. Oh, wow. That's scary, Neat. Neat said last winter they had a main a block over and came and woke us up to evacuate at 3 a.m. That's scary. I'm glad nobody was hurt though. Was anybody hurt? I hope nobody was hurt. Like that's what I worry about. Like I get annoyed, mostly because I'm a lot like I don't know the best way to describe myself unless you've seen I guess if you've seen what is the name of that show? Sheldon. I can't think of the name of the show. I'm singing the whole song in my head. Big Bang Theory. I have a routine and I just don't, I have a very difficult time when my routine gets interrupted or there's a major a disturbance in the force, right? Like if I'm off of my routine, like by minutes or even, whatever, that's not the issue. It's when there's a missing component of my routine. For example, the 5-hour energy this morning. That has like a domino effect, and my whole day is like messed up from that point on. Bro, you said that we would be back at 5 minutes to 3. It is now 6 minutes after 3. What are we doing? Let's go. Oh, hey, Twisty. Well, I'm glad you spoke up. Twisty said, hey, I have been listening to the trial through you. I just wanted to thank you. Well, thank you so much for being here. You're welcome. I appreciate you guys being here. I really do. And listening to my inane ramblings during the break. I mean, every so often I might hit on something that is relevant to the actual topic at hand, i.e. the trial, right? But for the most part, I'm just yakking. I feel you, Neat. Neat said, I refuse to leave. They're swearing somebody in. I refused to leave. We only had to evacuate because they cut the gas and we had no heat. It was more work to arrange a place to go than it was to put on a hoodie. I'm with you, babe. I would have been like, I'll put on a hoodie.
Rule of evidence in effect says you cannot be in court unless you're testifying. Once you have testified, don't discuss your testimony with anybody else except the lawyers, okay?
Yes, sir.
First and last name for the court reporter and spell it for her, please.
Bruce Sherman, BRUCESHERMAN.
Ms. Dooley.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
How are you, ma'am?
Do me a favor, push that mic back just a little towards the way. Yeah, there. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Can you go ahead and tell the jury how you are presently employed?
I'm a lieutenant with the Texas Department of Public Safety.
And what do you do for that?
I'm in our Internal Affairs Division. We call it the Office of Inspector General.
Okay. Now, back in December of 2022, how were you employed?
I was a Texas Ranger for the Department of Public Safety.
So the same overarching thing, but a little bit different.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. How'd you become a Ranger?
I started with the Department of Public Safety in 2007, and as a highway patrolman out of the academy, and I was a trooper around several places in Texas. I started out down in the Beaumont area, and then I've been in North Texas since 2008. I worked in Denton for a little while, and then I was in Rockwall before I went into the narcotics service in our criminal investigations division. And I conducted investigations into drug trafficking organizations for about 3 years before I went to the Rangers.
And how long were you a Texas Ranger?
From 2017 to 2023.
So not long after this case, you made a move.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. How did you initially become involved with the investigation and the search for Athena Strand?
Yeah, the initial call that I got to be involved was really for a support role. I got called by one of the ranger lieutenants. It was actually not from my area, but covered the Wise County area. And he just requested for me to come out and offer some sort of support. And so I responded to kind of the command post, if you will. I don't remember the exact location, but I remember there were a lot of people doing a lot of different things.
Is that normal for, I guess, a large scene to have multiple rangers involved?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall about how many other rangers were out there?
You know, when I got there, just a handful. I would say, you know, somewhere between 4 and 6. But I know that there were others out in the field that were tracking down, you know, potential leads, following up on things. Some of them had gone home to take a little break because they'd been out there for countless hours. And so just the ones that I saw, there was a handful of us out there.
Was this an all-hands-on-deck situation?
Yes, ma'am.
And you mentioned a lot of people. Was that a lot of other law enforcement agencies besides the Texas Rangers?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall who all you saw when you arrived?
Yeah, I know the Federal Bureau of Investigation was out there. A lot of what appeared to be civilian personnel, people who were out there just waiting for an assignment. They wanted to help, and they were there to just offer any kind of help that they could give. But a lot of civilian support, but also a lot of law enforcement support as well.
Athena Strand went missing on November 30th of 22. What day did you actually get involved?
December 2nd, 2022.
And when you were asked to come out, where did you specifically go first?
I went straight from my duty station out in the Garland-Rockwall County area, straight to that command post again. I don't remember the address or even what city it was in, really. I can see it in my head. I just don't know exactly where it was at.
And when you arrived, were you given a task by a ranger or anybody else at that command post?
Yeah, initially I wasn't. I was there just kind of waiting for a lead to follow up on or some support role. But after a short period of time, there were some developments that were made, and I could tell just by kind of body language and some information that I was getting, things were rapidly evolving as far as the leads that were coming in. And at that point, one of the ways that I assisted was by using social media and working with our intelligence and counterterrorism division to try to locate potential online leads and efforts to preserve any information that could potentially be evidence.
And at this point, was that lead that they had a suspect who was a FedEx driver?
Yes, ma'am.
And so what were you asked to do to preserve any evidence within social media?
Yeah, one of the things that we did, certainly it involved online leads, social media leads, but it was involved parties that were associated with the person of interest, which I think at that time, that's what we would probably call them, was the best lead, and based on the evidence that had come in with that lead, we were just trying to find out common associates with him, you know, any of their online accounts, if there were any abnormalities, things like that. And then, of course, our analysts with the Intelligence and Counterterrorism Division were helping me with that. They actually have a lot of better resources than I do. So we were collaboratively working to locate and preserve some of those things.
And you said with him, so at this point, you were looking for persons of interest associated with Tanner Horner.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were taking anybody that you found associated with Tanner.
Your Honor, leading.
What were you actually doing with the persons of interest of Tanner Horner that you were speaking about?
Yeah, we were finding any digital fingerprint, if you will, of them that existed publicly online. And so, you know, some of the most common ways that is maybe a Facebook account or an Instagram account, Google accounts, things like that that are publicly available. And then obviously, if we found something of interest or more interest, then we would use our Intelligence and Counterterrorism Division to look into those things further.
And did you start your search with Tanner Horner or with someone else?
With Tanner Horner.
And what did you do to preserve any accounts?
Yeah, so the way that works with most of our social media and digital evidence, if you will, those don't require a formal legal process, if you will, through the court system. We're simply asking those digital online platforms, if you will, Meta, Facebook, Instagram, Google, places like that. All we're asking them to do is say we've identified an account of a person that we believe is the owner or user of that account, and based on our criminal investigation, there could be evidence there, and we're just asking you to hold that or preserve it so that it can't be deleted or tampered with. And so as we would identify those accounts for Mr. Horner, we would just ask those platforms to preserve it so it couldn't be deleted or tampered with.
I want to dumb this down, but is this essentially a form that you fill out somewhere?
Digitally, yes, ma'am. So what we do is there's what's called a law enforcement portal, and so once these platforms have confirmed and vetted us as law enforcement investigators, we have a portal we can go into, and we can use that portal to tell them what kind of crimes we may be investigating, but the accounts that could be associated with it at our request to preserve it.
This puts a hold on the account where it preserves the information. Is that what you're trying to tell us?
It's the same, rephrase your question.
What is the actual, what is Facebook, Meta, Google, whomever you're sending these to, what are they actually doing to preserve anything?
Yeah, so as far as we'll just use Mr. Horner, because that's the example we're using. He would never know, nothing changes for his account, doesn't freeze, it doesn't hold. It just means that if he goes in and tries to delete or tamper with some sort of potential evidence that's there, it can't disappear. It's there. And so if we followed up within a 90-day period with a legal process, which would require probable cause, then we would still be able to have that evidence that can't be tampered with.
So with the preservation request, does that allow you to receive any information?
No, ma'am.
And what would you need to receive any information?
A search warrant or an order from a judge, a district court.
And you were not the person to get any search warrants in this case?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
No, ma'am.
At some point, you were asked to do something different, a different task, if you will. Can you tell the jury what you were asked to do next?
Yes, ma'am. So at some point, as that information was coming in, the leads had evolved. I was asked to go to his residence, or the residence of his family. So we went out there, and I conducted surveillance, along with several other law enforcement, between DPS and I believe there were some other agencies as well. But we were in unmarked vehicles, wasn't a marked presence, and we just basically were there to ensure or keep an eye on the residents for anyone that came or went, if you will, while we were waiting for a response from our SWAT team, if you will. They call it a special response team.
And you say our SWAT team or special response team. Who is the our?
Texas Department of Public Safety.
Now, is this a Texas Ranger SRT team or a DPS SRT team?
Both. Okay. So the Ranger Division, it encompasses our SWAT and special response team, but both are under the DPS umbrella.
Okay. And at some point, did they arrive on that scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And where were you at that time?
I was within sight of the house, and just kind of kept a visual on the house when they went in the home to look for Athena.
Was this Tanner Horner's house?
Yes, ma'am.
You said when they went into the house, was an exigency search performed?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain what an exigency search is?
That means that there's, in this case, imminent threat to serious bodily injury or death. And so we're trying to locate a physical person to ensure their well-being and locate that person.
And who was the physical person you were looking for in this case?
Athena Strand.
Was Athena Strand found in this house?
No, ma'am.
were there any other people in this home when the search took place?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was in there?
Mr. Horner's mom, his grandma, and his brother.
And what did you and y'all's team do with those individuals?
We had them basically walk outside. So they didn't stay in the home, they had them come outside. And then I was one of the people that actually spoke with them and just did kind of an informal interview, if you will. It was a recorded interview, but it was an informal interview outside during the exigent search of the home.
And why is it important to remove them from the home?
Well, it kind of goes back to preservation of potential evidence. And so we had reason to believe Athena was in potential harm, serious bodily injury or death. And so that's the purpose in serving that exigency search for her. And because of that, we wanted to preserve the scene. If there was any potential evidence related to her being missing or her being hurt, or in this case, her death. And so having them come outside with us is just a way for that team to be able to execute a thorough exigent search, maintaining the integrity of a potential scene.
And at that time, the exigent search was only looking for Athena, is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you mentioned you were speaking to the family members. Did you do anything else with the family members regarding their phones?
Later that afternoon, we did.
And what did you do with those?
I did a cellular extraction of each of their phones with each of their verbal and written consent.
And after the exigent search, what was your kind of role at that point on the house?
Yeah, so some time went by. We basically, again, it felt like, now that I'm talking about it, it was a night of preservation on my behalf between potential digital evidence, cellular evidence, and then the home, the residence. And so, you know, in talking to the occupants of the residence, we kind of learned a little bit about the structure of the residence, where folks lived, and the home, and a separate piece of the home, if you will. But basically, after that exigent search was conducted, we figured out that Athena wasn't there. We preserved it, and so we kept Mr. Horner's mama, grandma, and his brother outside with us. Of course, I was visiting with them for a long time, and we helped facilitate get their animals into a safe location so they'd be okay and not run off. And then we worked on, with another ranger, procuring a search warrant to be able to go back into that evidence, a residence, and process a potential crime scene.
And why did y'all need a warrant?
Because based on the information that Ranger Espinoza was receiving at an off-site location. So that's another kind of piece of this, if you will, is that while we're at the residence, Ranger Espinoza is nowhere close to us, to my knowledge. It certainly didn't feel that way. And so, you know, we're getting bits and pieces of information from his end with Mr. Horner. And so as we're getting that information, one of our other rangers was having to procure a search warrant in order for us to go search that residence and process it.
You mentioned Ranger Espinoza. At this time, so we kind of understand the timeline, Ranger Espinoza is with the then suspect, now defendant in this case, interviewing him.
Yes, ma'am.
And you and your team are at his home.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At some point, did y'all get that search warrant?
We did. And so that kind of what we're talking about, this encompasses several hours. So this didn't happen fast. The surveillance that we did lasted for a good while. The search team was able to get together, respond, execute the search. These interviews were conducted. There's a lot of things that are transpiring at a pretty rapid pace, but it happens over several hours.
And Your Honor, may I first witness?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 52. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
And was this photo taken by you?
I think this picture was sent to me, but that.
Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Oh yeah, yes, ma'am.
And is that how that looked on the day and night that you were there?
Yes, ma'am.
And so is it a fair and accurate depiction of what's in this photo
Yes,
as
ma'am.
you saw it?
Yes, ma'am.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state offers into evidence State's Exhibit.
No objections.
State's Exhibit 52 is admitted.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury what we're looking at here?
That's the front of Mr. Horner's mom, grandmother, and brother's residence. There's a separate structure to the rear where Mr. Horner and his child's mother were living.
And so when you, yes, we're doing surveillance, I think was the word you used, on the home, were you guys just kind of sitting outside the house looking at it?
Yep, so as you're looking at this, if you can imagine to the left, there's just a driveway on an empty lot, if you will, just down a block or so, and that's where I was backed into watching the residents, you know, to the left, if you will. But then there were other units, unmarked units, I remember being down the road to the right as well. And so we were trying to stay in communication with each other throughout our surveillance while we were waiting for the SRT to get there.
And once your SRT team got there and the other ranger came back with a warrant, what happened next?
Yeah, so the Federal Bureau of Investigation had a unit or a team come out and begin processing the scene. We're canvassed, again, they're in communication directly with Ranger Espinoza or the folks that are with him, relaying information, which I'm not privy to. He would best answer what those things were, but I know that they were back and forth in communication, and so they knew the things that they should be potentially looking for while they're searching and processing this residence. So they're canvassing for potential residents based on the information that Ranger Espinoza has and knows. And then during that time, Ranger Don Stoner and the FBI group had identified several cell phones in the residence. Come to find out, that was for Mr. Horner's mom, grandmother, and his brother. They all provided verbal and written consent for those. And so while FBI was processing the crime scene, at that point I did digital forensic extractions for their phones.
So it's at that point that you and the other team, I guess, take the family's phones out of the home?
Yes, ma'am.
So they did not have them on them when they originally left the home?
That's correct.
Okay. So while they're doing their CSI stuff inside the house, you are doing the extractions. Is that kind of the timeline?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At this point, did you have any other role in this search or investigation?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. No further questions. I'll pass.
Ma'am.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly. Ranger Sherman, how you doing?
Good, ma'am. How are you?
I'm doing fine, thank you. The way that you described this search and the way that you described the approach of the SWAT seems like it was just another day at the office. But wouldn't you agree with me that it was just a little bit more than that?
Well, it was a lot more than that.
Well, let's back up to the search. All right, you said that you were working on the street, that you were down the street surveilling the house.
Yes, ma'am.
And that you were waiting for the, what did you call them?
The SRT, Special Response Team.
And describe for the jury the arrival at the house? What did they arrive in?
As you would expect, almost it's a tactical unit, right? And so they're going in there prepared to encounter any threat, if you will.
So this tactical team arrives in basically an armored vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
And they are rolling up the street in this armored vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
How many are there?
A team. It's
So,
not, like you said, it's not a normal day at the office.
So you have more than one armored vehicle riding up this residential street
Yes, ma'am.
with how many people in each vehicle?
Ooh, I don't know.
Were the officers just in the vehicle, or were they also hanging out on the outside of the vehicle?
I don't recall that.
Okay. But you have these officers rolling up, and they are in, and they're wearing body armor, are they not?
Yes, ma'am.
And they're wearing helmets.
Yes, ma'am.
And they have automatic weapons.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you have this tactical team rolling up this residential street to this small house, and then the officers swarm the house, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
They did not get an announce and say, please let us in. They just broke on in.
Yes, ma'am.
And when they broke in, they're screaming, there's yelling. Would you agree with that?
Those would be assumptions. I didn't hear those things from my location based on the way exigency searches would go with an SRT. That would be fair to say.
And you said that they found his mother and grandmother and brother in the home. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And these officers, when they came in the home, pointed these automatic weapons at the members of his family. Is that correct?
Let me hear the question. Now, what's your objection?
I mean, it would be speculation. He's already said he was not there with the team, so he doesn't know if they pointed guns at anyone.
It's the same.
So do you know if they pointed guns at them?
No, ma'am.
And you said that they were escorted out. Are you the one that did the escort outside?
No, ma'am.
Or were you aware that the grandmother was in a wheelchair?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you have officers breaking into the house wearing tactical gear and pointing guns at an elderly woman in a wheelchair.
I don't know if they pointed.
Objection, Judge.
He's getting ready to answer. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I don't know. I don't know what transpired inside of the home.
Okay. With regards to exigent circumstances and the warrants, or let's try that again. With regards to the exception to the warrant that we call the exigent circumstances.
Yes, ma'am.
That's really not a free-for-all for officers to search, is it?
Agree.
And that there are limitations on an exigent search.
Yes, ma'am.
So you would agree with me that when performing an exigent search, you are not there looking for evidence of crime.
Agree.
The only purpose of that is to determine whether or not the person that you're searching for is in the home.
Correct.
So if an officer finds something that they believe might be evidence of a crime, they would have to go and get another search warrant.
They would have to get a search warrant. Yeah. If you're talking about like in plain view, if they saw something in plain view during an
Correct.
exigent. Yes, ma'am.
All right, so in the case of a missing person, like I said, the exigency involved is to find that missing person.
Yes, ma'am.
And hopefully find them alive.
Sure.
And if a person is presumed to be deceased, then that particular exigency would disappear, would it not?
I don't know if that presumption was there. That's information that I don't have.
But let's just go back to my question,
Okay.
that if a person is presumed to be deceased, then that exigency no longer exists, does it?
I think that would be dependent on circumstances. That would be a case-by-case basis, I believe. Yes, ma'am. When
you had Tanner's grandmother and mother and brother outside. You know what, Judge? I've got nothing further. Thank you, officer. Or
Bruce. Bruce.
Bruce. Thank
Yes,
you,
ma'am.
Bruce.
You bet.
That's my dog's name.
I'm flattered.
Redirect.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Sherman will be excused subject to any potential recall.
And no objection.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Judge. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Who do you have next?
FBI's Kurt DeRoss.
I'm sorry?
FBI Kurt DeRoss.
Kurt DeRoss.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Look here, Miss Anderson. I appreciate that Meemaw was in a wheelchair, okay, and that she's elderly. But it ain't like they tossed Meemaw like Tanner described tossing Athena in the bamboo field, all right? So you need to just chill your beans, lady. And also, Tanner said she was dead, but Tanner was also lying to police. He lied about where she was located, all the things, right? He'd been lying the whole time. So the evidence that existed outside of Tanner's own words were that Athena was alive. They had some video. So they thought that she was alive. And that's why they did everything that they did. Stop trying to make it out like, you know, they stormed this house for no good reason. They thought that a 7-year-old was there who had been, which they also saw, snatched. Literally. Also, Neat is always far more professional and less spicy than me. And Neat says, a kidnapped child seems pretty damn exigent to me, and it would remain exigent until that child was found. Yes. So we over here at the ward do not appreciate your tone, ma'am. Let's skip forward a little bit. I don't know what they're approaching about. We're barely behind. And now we wait. I like I said, I understand that she needs to do her job, but at the same time, her job is at this point in the proceedings is to provide mitigating evidence. Okay, there's no reasonable doubt he's pled guilty. That's it. This is about mitigating circumstances, which would make it impossible which would make the jury render a verdict of life without the possibility of parole instead of the death penalty. So stop, okay? Acting like they just stormed a home and traumatized poor Meemaw. Come on. I'm sure Meemaw was scared. I'm sure Meemaw and her daughter and Tanner's baby mama, girlfriend, fiance were scared out of their minds. I would be if the popo rolled up like that. I'd be scared too. But at the end of the day, I would do whatever it took to cooperate with the popos to help find a child. Sheesh. What Tanner did to them as a result of his crime is probably far more traumatizing and heartbreaking, especially now that they know that he's up for the death penalty, than the SWAT coming into their home. You need to stop playing with these people, ma'am. Stop trying to get the jury to feel bad. They're not going to feel bad. They're going to say they did what they needed to do to find a missing child. That's it. That's all. I don't know why you need to approach every time there's a change of witnesses. It's getting annoying. I don't know what you're up there arguing. All this stuff was covered in pretrial. It's coming in. It's been coming in. It was always going to come in. So whatever. It's just annoying. And I'm over it. I'm ready for, I want to hear what else he did. We want to get to the truth. We want to know what happened to Athena. Her story deserves to be told, and you're delaying that process, and now you're on my nerves. Even though I know you're doing your job. It's a conundrum. I have conflicting emotions at this time. I'm annoyed, yet understanding, which I'm not even sure how that can be possible, but that's what's happening currently. How are you guys doing in the chat? Frankly, I'm glad for the reprieve from having to hear from Tanner and Zero. Let me play a video. Maybe that'll help me.
Everything's perfectly all right now. We're fine. We're all fine here now. Thank you. How are you?
Okay, I feel a little bit better. Maybe this will help more.
What a bunch of a-holes.
There. Okay. It gets frustrating sometimes with I don't know if all of the frustration is with the defense team currently. I mean, because I also understand why they have to do what they have to do. So there's probably like 1.5% frustration with my own self at the fact that I'm even frustrated with the attorneys to begin with. But I don't understand the need for an approach after every single witness. Like, I know homeboy doesn't have a charcuterie tray up there because of the way that the camera is positioned. I can see everything up there at the bench. Okay, there's not a snack tray. There's no fruit platter, no charcuterie, no chips and dips. There's no reason to be up there this long. Come on. And I have no commentary either because I'm frustrated. So now I don't even have any good commentary. Hannah, I think Hannah asked, did he hope confessing would keep some of the evidence showing how evil he was stay out? I don't think I think he was hoping that the confessing would provide some leniency in his, what they would, charge him with, or what the penalty for, would be, what his ultimate punishment would be. But I think the pleading guilty, yes. I think him pleading guilty was an attempt at avoiding the totality of the evidence, because this is a capital punishment trial at this point. We're in the punishment phase. All of the aggravating circumstances would have to come out, and that would likely include his certainly the video and audio portions of what occurred in that FedEx truck. I think that was going to be played in front of the jury for sure. Maybe not the full videos of the interrogation. I think he was hoping that maybe only some of it would be played, not played in its entirety. Because you'll notice that he didn't attempt a plea at I don't even know if Texas has it. I think they do. They do. But let me just make sure. Yeah. There is, we do have a not guilty by reason of insanity. I knew we did, but not every defendant can use it. So at any point, at any rate, I'm sorry. You'll notice he didn't use that like like Letitia did, right? Letitia tried not, she was not successful at it. I mean, she got to use the defense, but the defense wasn't successful. And there was not even an attempt in this situation. So I think he was hoping that part of it wouldn't come out, because that does look bad. I mean, it makes him appear as what he is: conniving, manipulative, a liar. And, I think he was hoping, that some of that wouldn't come in, because I am convinced that when the judge would not suppress the interrogation videos, I think that is when the "I'm better just plead guilty" came up. You know what I'm saying? Because at that point, he confessed. And even if everything in that confession, as far as he didn't say every single thing that he did, right? And he lied about certain elements, like saying that Athena got into the back of that FedEx truck, when that's not what happened at all. Saying that he hit her with the truck, didn't happen either. And then there are the lies by omission, things that he did that they know he did, but he didn't confess to. So it's not like it's not a bad confession. It's not a false confession, because, he said that he strangled her. And when her autopsy was done, her manner or cause of death was asphyxiation, and her manner of death was homicide. So that the fundamental basic facts that he laid out in his confession were true, but there were details about the confession, or the details in his confession, that he either lied about or he left out. But the things that he lied about were not such that it would render the confession false. Like saying, let's say she was found in the creek bound by rope or shoelaces, and he said that she was bound with rope. There were, the details that only the killer would know, he knew and said. So, I think that So Nate says, I still don't understand how in this day and age people think they can get away with this type of crime. I mean, this dumbass had cameras in and around the truck. He did. But I don't think he knew what all those cameras were capable of catching. And perhaps what he thought, well, we heard in his interrogation video that he thought that the cameras and stuff were inside the vehicle were activated if you were like speeding or you were in an accident, right? And so perhaps I don't think he knew all the things that those cameras could do and that they were on 25/8. And Hannah says, in my opinion, they think they haven't drawn attention to themselves so they can get away with it because no one will check on them. Chief says, neat noodle, that part. And Neat says to Hannah, perhaps, but he left the package at the house. Clearly he was there. See, I'm thinking about that, right? I wonder, and we don't know yet, and I don't know if we will know. I wonder if that package wasn't the lure. And I wonder if in his haste of getting her into that vehicle and getting the hell out of there as quickly as possible, he didn't forget to grab that package. And I say that because, yes, he left the package there, but he did not log the delivery into the system. So not only was FedEx and Walmart not notified that the package had been delivered, but Athena's stepmother, Elizabeth, was also not notified that the package had been delivered. So I wonder if that package was not intended to be used for a lure. And then in his haste, he forgot to get it. And then I think he thought that once they tracked that package back to him, I think that he thought he did a good enough job from that point in covering his tracks that he could mislead the investigation and the search with the whole Astro van. So Jenny says, I'm sorry if don't say sorry, babe. You can ask any question, even if it had been covered before, even if I covered it 50 times before, I'll cover it 51 times just for you. I promise. And I don't ever get frustrated with that. But Jenny says, I'm sorry if this has been covered, but had he delivered in that neighborhood before? Had he seen her before? Why Athena? Oh, I meant to highlight that, there we go. No, he had not delivered in that neighborhood before. She did not recognize him. Oh, babe, I'm sorry that happened to you, but that won't happen here, I promise, ever. Okay, so Neat says it would be interesting to see if the package was just laying in the middle of the road or put where it normally would be. The package was laying in front of the abandoned mobile home on the property. But from the outside of that mobile home, right? Because the mobile home had a carport, and it actually, from the outside of the mobile home, you wouldn't be able to tell that it was abandoned. Nobody was living in it because they were using the carport. So that's where it was put. It was not in the front, but it was, they showed the pictures on day one. In fact, hold on a minute. Let me see. Let me go back to day one while they're doing whatever the heck it is they're doing over there. And I'll show you really quick. It's after this. Okay. So here's where it was at. Hold on a second. All right, so here's the box. Oops. Here. Okay. The mobile home is off this way. Let me go forward just a little tiny bit. Because I remember them showing, there's that picture. There's the mobile home. So see, from here, you can't quite tell that it's abandoned. Do you know what I mean? I mean, so, and it's over here that it was delivered, I think. So it's kind of hard. Hey, Elizabeth, good to see you. Aw. The channel where you get smart and funny. I hope you're talking about this channel. If not, tell me what channel you are talking about, because I love smart and funny. Yeah, hang out here with us. We don't act like that. They're still, I don't know what the problem is. I don't know what's going on. But so see, it's interesting. I am very, very, very curious how all of this, how he did this. Oh, thank you, Elizabeth. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I try to be smunny and smunny. I try to be funny, and occasionally some smart comes out. Occasionally. Even obviously not then, because it's funny. Funny. How did I say it? Funny or something like that. Yeah. So I'm curious what he did. Because see, what Athena was supposed to be doing is she was supposed to be separating out her clothes to do the laundry. Smunny, that's what I said, smunny. And to get them ready for laundry. And I wonder if she heard or saw the FedEx truck. Do you know what I mean? And came out there. And see, the thing is, at that age, it's teaching children, because I was going through this with Nuggie. She wants to play Roblox so bad. There's no way to play Roblox like without the chat, or without it. It's not like Minecraft. Minecraft has a mode where you can play and nobody can chat to you. You can't chat to anybody else. You're not actually on somebody's server. You're just playing Minecraft. But Roblox, to my knowledge, doesn't have that. And I was trying to, me and her mom and dad were trying to explain to her why Roblox is dangerous. And we were talking to her about strangers and explaining to her that a stranger is a person that you don't know and mom, dad, and granny don't know, or papa. And the reason we amended it to us not knowing is because predators frequently introduce themselves to children and say, see, now we're not strangers, we're friends. And to a young child, and 7 is young, that is rational. And so that's why we added on, we have to know them.
The FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Or they're strangers.
Do you go by any special title with the FBI?
I'm a special agent with the FBI.
So, special agent, I want to answer Lil D. So Lil D says, I don't, and good to see you, by the way, I don't understand the girls' rooms. It's in a shed. Okay, so where they lived is very rural, okay? And they were on this piece of property, and the main home was being renovated. So it was uninhabitable. So what they had done is they converted a shed. It's not like, I mean, it is a shed you could have, somebody could use to put tools and stuff in, right? But it had been converted to be a living space. It's not like they were in there with the tools. Do you know what I mean? They made it into a room. And I think that because they were out there and there were several, it wasn't just Athena and her siblings and her stepmom and dad on that property. Her aunt and uncle also lived on that property. So I think they felt sort of safe. For me personally, I'm going to tell you, I watch way too many horror movies. A shed would never fly for me, on any, not for me and not for any member of my family. Like, to me, being out there in the middle of nowhere would be scarier than being in like a neighborhood. Too many horror movies. All right, let's hear from Special Agent.
So if I refer you as Special Agent, that would be appropriate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how long have you worked for the FBI?
21 years.
And what's your educational background before or during the FBI?
So before the FBI, I graduated from Texas A&M, class of 99. I was an environmental science major and did environmental consulting for 4 years before joining the FBI in 2004. And when I joined the FBI as a special agent, stationed in Washington, D.C. for 7 years and moved back to Texas in San Antonio. I was then back to our headquarters and then back here to Dallas in 2019. The whole time I was as part of our evidence response team, our hazardous evidence response team. So I've been doing evidence response for at least 18 of those 21 years.
And to be
Yes, Lil D, they weren't alone. It was like, like a tiny home, but they weren't alone. Like they weren't,
You're part of the evidence response team. Do you have any specific training?
We do. So as special agents, we have some basic crime scene training in our new agents class, but we then can volunteer to be a part of the evidence response team, which is
Lil D says, I get it now. The way it looked like it was just the girls in there. Well, it was just the girls in that shed, but there were other buildings where the that family was living. Does that, and then there were other homes on the property. But that is initially why Elizabeth Strand took such a rash of shit online, where they like actually accused her of murdering Athena before she was even found. This is in when she was still missing. Like she went missing in the early evening of November 30th. Okay, she was found December 2nd. So November 30th, December 1st, December 2nd, that's 3 days. But in those 3 days, because it was late in the evening when they made the announcement, I think around 10 o'clock Central Time. But in those 3 days, the internet was pointing the finger and accusing Elizabeth Strand, which is her stepmom.
Is
All right,
an ancillary
now
duty that we can take on with our normal day-to-day jobs, but in order to be a part of that team, you do have to go through a 2-week basic class that teaches you evidence collection, fingerprinting, DNA, photography, alternate light source, and some other techniques that we use, a little bit of computer forensics, not much, we have specialists for that. And then we can go to advanced crime scene courses as well, so advanced fingerprinting, we go to the body farm, which is to recover bodies, and we can go to some outside of the FBI classes as well.
Have you been to the body farm?
I have not, no.
Have you done any of these other special or advanced trainings?
So I have done, like I said, I'm the team leader for our hazardous evidence response team, so I focus a lot on collection of evidence in hazardous environments. So I've done some extra latent fingerprint lifting, and some DNA training as well.
Now, how did the FBI get involved in the, search and investigation for Athena Strand?
Sure. So typically when the FBI gets involved in a non-federal case, we're invited by whoever the executive authority is for whatever agency, whether it's a sheriff's office, like in this case, or a police chief of a police department. We're asked to assist, and we have a method for doing that from executive to executive level. And then one thing that the FBI provides, the ERT at the FBI Dallas, we have 3 teams of 8 to 10 people. So that's 30 personnel. Some of them are still in the process of training, but I would say probably at least at the time of this, especially over half of them were fully certified with advanced training. And so we would be kind of a force multiplier. So anytime there's a scene or a crime that spreads across multiple crime scenes, lots of police departments don't have the crime scene capability to handle 3 or 4 crime scenes at a time, and so we can provide that supplemental crime scene processing.
So the FBI in this case was an assisting agency because there were multiple crime scenes?
Correct, yes. Yeah, it was a state warrant that we were assisting on, so they provided that warrant, and then we provided the trained personnel to conduct the search.
And I think you mentioned you were a team leader. How does a team leader work in these teams?
Correct. So with a team leader, it's my job to assign roles within the search. So we have various roles on each search. We have obviously a team leader. We'll have an assistant team leader. We'll have a photographer. We'll have a person that does sketching. We'll have an evidence custodian that is in charge of making sure the evidence stays clear and is labeled properly and is packaged properly. And then we have usually several searchers that will then go out into the scene and do various searches, just depending on what we're doing. If it's a forensic search, then we have certain techniques that we utilize there. If it's just a document search, it might not be quite the same as a forensic search. So it's my job as the team leader to decide what steps we conduct that search, what personal protective equipment needs to be used to both protect the agents or the professional staff, the ERT team, and then what personal protective equipment needs to be worn to protect the crime scene as well. So we have our suits, Tyvek suits that we wear. You've probably seen them, on TV or something, but they have hoodies, we have booties, we always wear gloves, so that keeps our forensic fingerprint, our DNA, our fingerprints, our hairs, our fibers out of the scene for a forensic scene. So it's my job to not only assign those tasks, but to decide how people are going to enter that crime scene.
You mentioned the Tyvek suits. Are those a certain color?
Typically they're white, yes.
And in general, are there certain standard policies and procedures that the FBI ERT team follows when going into a crime scene?
There are. So we have a set order of how we process a crime scene, and first step is to conduct a kind of a one-on-one turnover with whoever initially had that scene. The FBI ERT is never, I feel confident saying never the first one on scene. Typically, the local police department was there, or maybe our FBI SWAT team, or in this case, the Texas Rangers, SRT. So if there's another agency that's there, it's my job as the team leader to liaison with them, figure out what kind of situation, see if there's any evidence that is obvious and possibly transient that might disappear. We may need to collect quicker. Sometimes electronic evidence such as phones or computers can be perishable, so we need to react to those quicker. So all that would be discussed in the turnover. And then once I have that turnover from whatever agency was holding the scene until we got there, I would then go ahead and walk the scene with that person, and while the rest of the team is kind of setting up a little base of operations area, just simple table, chairs, places that we can bring out the evidence to, getting sign-in logs started and getting some of the other admin logs started about like what time we got there, who was there, other things. So we would then walk through the scene as carefully as possible with the proper PPE on to preserve the scene itself. Like I said, as we're walking through, I'm noting, I'll have a sheet from time to time of noting certain evidence as we walk through, just depending on how big the scene is and how much I can and can't remember. So we'll walk through the scene completely, and usually we're with the photographer too, who is also one of the first steps we do in that walkthrough is we take initial photographs of the scene before we do any searching. So they're called entry photos. It's to show how we found the scene. It's not necessarily how the scene was before anybody got there. It's the scene as we found it when we showed up. And it starts with the front door, hopefully getting the address numbers in the picture, and it's usually walking through into the house, if it's a residence, around the house, and any other outbuildings that may be on the property itself. So those would be the entry photos that get taken as we're doing the initial walkthrough.
And at some point, your ERT team was called out. Where were you guys called out first to?
We were called out directly to the residence. It was 7628 Somerville Place Road, Fort Worth, Texas.
Was that the defendant, Tanner Horner's residence?
From what I understand, from when I was called out there, yes.
Okay. And when you arrive on scene, what did you see?
Sure. When we arrived, there were multiple law enforcement personnel already there, multiple Texas Rangers, a couple of FBI special agents from the squad that was assisting Wise County, and they were kind of there holding the scene until we got there. At that point, the Rangers had already secured the scene from any kind of a threat, like a person threat at the house, so they cleared it, and they were just kind of waiting for us to show up. And so I got there, and the rest of the team got there a few minutes later, and we started to do all the things that I just described, kind of set up a little base area and start with our entry photos.
And so I think you said when you got there, the Rangers had already secured the house.
Correct, yes.
Did you receive a warrant, like a search warrant for the home when you
Yes.
arrived on scene?
Yes, we did from the Rangers.
Okay. And earlier you said part of your procedure is to do a walkthrough. Did you do a walkthrough with the Rangers in this case?
I did, yes.
And after you did that walkthrough, what did you do next?
So after that walkthrough, we identified a couple of things that looked like they were possible items of evidence outside of the residence, around behind the shed, which was later identified as the defendant's quote-unquote bedroom or place where he stayed. And then we were able to see in there, and I could see that the area inside that shed where the defendant stayed was very messy, very much in a disarray. There's lots of trash, so I knew from there that the search was going to be a little bit more difficult because of the nature of that residence. It was separate than the main house. The main house was a little bit more orderly, and I kind of divided up. So from that walkthrough, I decided we're probably going to tackle this in kind of almost like two teams, one in the main house and then one focus. It just wasn't big enough. The shed wasn't big enough for multiple people to be in there. It's really big enough. We search in teams of two, just for checks and balances to make sure we always have two of our ERT folks together. So I saw, after that walkthrough, I saw what was identified as children's clothes back behind the shed in the grass. Typically, and in this case it was no different, when I see evidence like that could have trace DNA on it outside at night, I tend to collect that as quickly as possible, but still following procedures. I don't want the weather, the wind, or somebody else trampling through there to mess it up as we see it. So we started moving forward. Once the entry photos were done, I would have instructed the photographer to go ahead and get in-place pictures of those items, and then we would label them with our evidence tents and then go ahead and collect them so that they were out of the elements and we could secure those as quickly as possible.
And so you noticed these items yourself on your initial walkthrough?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were there any other items, I guess I'll call it evidentiary value that you saw that were ultimately collected?
There were, in his bedroom, I believe on his bed, there was a FedEx shirt and a hoodie that during this whole search, we had been talking to the Rangers, and that turnover, like I mentioned, they were telling us kind of what kind of clothes we might be looking for, what they were interested in. I believe they were interviewing him at the time of our search, and so little tidbits of things would come out from that interview, and so one of those was a FedEx shirt, and so we collected that FedEx shirt, and then a hoodie that was also found on his bed.
So during this search, you were getting information that was being provided by the suspect, and were you also providing information back to others for the interview with the suspect?
Yes, yeah. So as we located items that appeared to be, as we started photographing them, they fit the description of the victim's clothing that she was wearing that day. We told the Rangers, and they were able to phone that back to the interview team.
So that's so Ranger Espinoza would have updated information while he was interviewing the suspect?
Correct, yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what are marked as States Exhibits 53 through 82. And prior to you sitting here, have you gone through all of these photos?
I have, yes.
And can you tell me what those are?
So these are crime scene photos from the residence that night, starting with our entry photos, and then there are some photos of the actual evidence taken both in place and when we process forensic items of evidence. We usually have to stretch them out to get a good idea of what they are. We don't want to leave them balled up. We do that on a clean sheet of brown kind of butcher paper that we just unrolled and cut. And we do 2 sheets, one on the ground, and we do another sheet, and we place the items on top of that sheet. We take photos of both sides of the item, and then from there, we wrap that sheet, that brown sheet, over the items and package that, so that if anything had fallen off while we were moving the items, it still gets collected within the bag and can be processed by the lab.
You can take a look if you don't recall what are in those pictures, but if you do they all fairly and accurately depict the actual resident and all the evidence collected as you personally saw it that night?
They do.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers into evidence State's Exhibit 52, 53 through 82.
Any objections other than in addition to those previously given to the court?
No additional objection, Your Honor.
Then your previous objections remain overruled, and States Exhibits 53 through 82 are admitted.
Thank you, Judge. And may we publish?
Yes.
We're talking about how one of the first things you do is do a walkthrough, and then you do, I guess, what we call initial photos.
We call them entry photos.
Entry photos?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is that what these photos that we're going to be looking at are?
Correct. Yeah, this would have been probably the first photo that was taken, because our first photo tries to incorporate a house number as well as the front door of the house, which this photo does.
And so in this photo, does it have, I guess, the address in the photo?
It does here on the mailbox post, 7628.
So this next photo, what are we looking at here?
What exhibit number are we looking at?
This is.
Be sure to identify them by exhibit number.
So this would be 54.
Okay.
I'm showing you what is marked as State's Exhibit 54.
So that's the front of the residence.
And now I'm showing you what is marked as State's Exhibit 55. Is that just kind of a slightly different angle of the residence?
Yes. Yeah, we try to take all sides of the residence before we enter.
Okay. And this is State's Exhibit 56. What am I looking at now?
So this is, if you were looking at the house, the right side of the house, and then the shed over to the right side of the photograph is the shed where the defendant was, I assume, living. There's a bed in there, and that's where his clothes were.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 57, what do we see in this?
So now on the left side of that photograph is the same shed where the defendant was living. And then the building on the right was just kind of like a storage building. And then if you walk in between those buildings and around the back of that shed on the left is where we noted the children's clothing, child's clothing.
So State's Exhibit 58, it looks like this is a closer-up view to that shed. Are we seeing anything else in here?
I mean, there's items, trash, looks like recent trash outside the item. There's a guitar that may or may not have worked, but yeah, it's just kind of the front-on view of that shed.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 59?
Similar, just a closer-up version of that.
And is it standard to kind of take kind of further out and then kind of go closer in photos, or how do y'all normally do
Yeah,
that?
for evidence, absolutely, but even for our entry photos, if we decide, sometimes when there's a lot going on, meaning there's a lot of items in there, then we'll kind of approach that scene. It's the photographer's training to make their photography look as if you're walking up to a door that you're going to then go in and search. And so, yeah, different angles is pretty common.
This is State's Exhibit 60. This is just a slightly different angle.
Yeah. Yeah, I think noting, so lots of times we want to use even our entry photos can also show evidence in place. So with the bed being there, our photographer would have tried to get as much as she could have on that bed without actually walking in.
I'm showing State's Exhibit 61.
Same thing. So she just approached the door a little bit closer, took another photograph.
And State's Exhibit 62.
Similar. So she probably stepped, just a little bit into the shed, and
So she's kind of right at the door frame now.
yeah.
Okay.
This pigsty's giving me anxiety. First of all, I'm thinking maybe a fan, maybe a heater, but regardless, there's clothes around it. This is a complete fire hazard. It's absolutely filthy. There's no sheets on the bed. Ugh, it's disgusting. It's giving me anxiety.
All right, now State's Exhibit 63. What are we looking at here?
So this just would have been another angle within the shed. It's still the shed where that bed is that you saw before.
Is this kind of more the left side of the shed compared
Correct.
to the
Yeah, as you walk in the
right?
door to the left. And as I said, these are entry photos, so this is the condition of it as we found it. And just by looking at it, it was already in that kind of disarray when we found it.
So this disarray was not done by your search.
No, this is before we've done any searching.
And State's Exhibit.
I mean, look, y'all, hold on. Let me go back. There's a clothes hamper here, yet no clothes are in there. The clothes are all over the floor. There's trash. It's disgusting. And what are these up here? I'm curious if we'll get better photographs of those.
No, this is before we've done any searching.
And State's Exhibit 64.
Same, just getting our training for entry photos typically teaches us to take a photo from each corner of the room. Because of the amount of stuff that was in here, we couldn't do that without completely moving everything, which we weren't prepared to do at that time. We needed to get our in-place photos. So I remember having this conversation with the photographer that let's just get, from the center of the room, let's just get pictures panning around.
Yes, Amber. This is disgusting. Mind you, 2 grown adults and at one point an infant lived here. I was thinking the same thing.
Okay. And State's
Disgusting.
Exhibit 65.
So similar, now she's looking back at that front door. So she's doing that kind of 360 look as she pans around.
In State's Exhibit 66.
Same thing. Now she's turned to look at the bed and take that entry photo.
Now, was there any floor space for you to walk on, or?
Very little. Yeah, there was a lot of trash, dirty clothes, some kids' toys, just other items that were kind of just all over the place. Yeah.
Now, State's Exhibit 66.
So just noting the items on the shelf here, I think she would have just, like we say, we don't know what's evidence at that point when we're doing our entry photos. So when we see a shelf like that, she would have easily recognized that as maybe a place something could be. So she wants to get it in place, picture of it. And, in this case, there's some children's toys, there's, Tide Pods and just other stuff on the shelf. I believe there's a game console up there, so she might have been trying to get that in there as well. If you can see at the top shelf, that white box, is the game console.
That's the Xbox One.
On the floor?
Uh-huh.
Yes, yeah.
And looks like we're moving back outside. Talking about, I guess, the inside of the shed, was there any type of smell?
From what I remember, yeah, it smelled like kind of old garbage, like you hadn't taken out your garbage in days. And
Ew. Yeah, Nicole B., this is the hypocrisy, right? Pretty crazy considering Tanner tried to say he didn't deliver to the Strand house because of how it looked, right?
you know, probably a mixture of dirty clothes as well. Yeah, it smelled pretty bad.
All right, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 68. So slightly different angle. So what are we looking at here?
So this is, now that she has gotten the photos of the inside of the shed, she's going to work her way around the outside before we start doing any evidence collection. So that's part of this process, is taking another photo of that angle as she's moving down that area between the two buildings. And I would have been right with her as the walkthrough. We would be behind her and she would be taking pictures, and then we'd walk and picture and then walk.
And State's Exhibit 69.
Same thing, just continuing that walk. You can see we're getting closer to that trash can if you look back at the other picture.
And now we're looking at State's Exhibit 70. Now orientate us between those two. Are we between those two buildings? Where are we at now?
So now we're kind of over behind the shed,
Okay.
in that building. And this is the area where the ranger said they thought they saw some children's clothes, specifically a little girl's clothes. So we kind of keyed on that and wanted to get a picture of it before we walked back there and started messing with anything. But it's really hard on the screen, but you can almost see dead center, a little bit bottom of center. There is what looks to be like a little sock. Yeah. So that's the first thing that we noted, that from what we knew of the victim seemed to match.
And is there also, it looks like maybe a cigarette package there to the left?
Yeah, it could be. There was a lot of garbage just buried in there too. I think at one point they were just, it seemed like whoever, whether it was the defendant or other people who lived on the property, were just kind of dumping trash there.
All right, and this is State's Exhibit 71. And what am I looking at here?
So kind of that
Absolute, hold
you can
on.
see down in the bottom.
Absolute filth, disgustingness. Oh my God. That's what you're looking at. Like, they have trash. I mean, obviously these people didn't have trash service, but trash service is available.
Bottom of this picture, what's labeled number 1 from our evidence tent, is that sock that I initially mentioned. And then as you got closer to that sock, you kind of looked around that other building. You could see, if you move up to number 2, it's looks to be child's underwear, you know, from that distance. And then if you move on to where number 3 is, over there, just to the right of the number 3 are small in size, looks like little girls' blue jeans.
And so kind of for orientation purposes, let me see if I can. So where we originally saw the sock, kind of the front part of that trash pile, now we're seeing those clothes are kind of just all in line, the 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, kind of around that other outbuilding that's next to the shed.
And it looks like there's a little tent there. Can you explain what that is and why y'all do that?
So
this is State's Exhibit.
State's Exhibit 72.
Okay.
Sorry, Judge.
So our procedures when we collect evidence is we take an in-place photograph. So that would have been that first one you saw that didn't have any label on it. And then we take a medium shot of it, so that would have been the one where you saw all 3 evidence tents, and then we do a close-up in place as well. And so since this will be item number 1, the tent suggested it's item number 1, and it's the close-up of the item in place where we found it.
States Exhibit 73. And so what are we looking at here?
So that's that sock, item number 1. You can see it written there on the butcher paper. This is that brown paper that I was referring to earlier. So we always take a close-up with scale as our next photo. So we have the scale there, and then we have the photograph to show size. And then this item after this picture would have been packaged up with that brown paper into a paper evidence bag.
And so what is the sock is laying on that butcher paper you spoke about earlier?
Correct.
And go next.
Yeah, once we identify it and take our pictures close up, we can then move it from that location.
So once y'all do that, you scale it, you put, I think it's that number 1. Why do you write that number 1 on there?
Just so in the photograph we can remember which one it is, in case there's multiple items that are similar in style or nature.
Is that number 1 also how y'all label your evidence log?
Yes, in this case it is, yeah.
And you're on the approach?
Yes.
Canton Police Department, this is how you document and collect evidence. I hope y'all are paying attention.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 83. And do you recognize this item?
I do, yeah. This is our packaging and our labeling style. And this would have been one of our evidence items, number 1.
And what is in evidence item number 1?
It's listed here, child's light blue multicolored sock found behind shed on ground.
And is that the same piece of evidence that we're looking at here on States Exhibit 73?
It appears to be, yes.
You know, it occurs to me also that there was a lot of debris lying around, and yet no leaf blower was used to get to the underlayers of debris to find evidence.
Are there any other identifying marks on this bag?
Yeah, we have 7 items that we put on all of our evidence bags. So we have the item number, we have the date, we have a case number, an FBI case number. We put the address, and then we have 2 initials. The initials are the collector and the assistant.
And is that bag still sealed?
It is sealed with evidence tape, yes.
And are there
The FBI bougie, y'all. Bougie. No leaf blowers, no solo cups, no Stop and Shop bags. Bougie, I tells you.
any marks on this bag that are not yours?
So the Wise County Sheriff's Office sticker, that would have been possibly for their evidence folks. And then these 2 labels might be, lots of times, the lab that it's taken to will put their own markings on it, so it could be from that. We don't, with the FBI ERT, we don't process any evidence. We're collectors, and it goes to the official either FBI lab or state crime lab for processing.
So you collected this item, but then it will go off to a lab to be processed for
Examined, yeah.
DNA or anything else that
Sure.
needs to be looked at.
Yeah, in this case, it would most likely be DNA. Sometimes it's fingerprints. Sometimes it's computer forensics.
Hopefully not computer forensics on our
No.
side. And Your Honor, at this time, the state offers into evidence States Exhibit 83.
No additional objection.
All right, States Exhibit 83, they are overruled, and States Exhibit 83 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge.
Now, we weren't privy to the objections. I imagine that's what was going on at the sidebar, but I can't imagine what reasonable
what is,
objections the defense could possibly have made for keeping these out, but whatever.
been admitted as State's Exhibit 74 here on the screen. And what are we looking at here?
So in the previous picture where you saw all 3, 1, 2, 3 items, this would be the second item in that row, which appears to be a child's underwear. Looks to be female underwear.
Now I'm showing you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 75. And what are we looking at here?
So this would have been a picture close up with scale of those underwear after they were removed from the location that they were originally found, as per our standard procedures to take those scale photographs on that same butcher paper like I was talking about.
And is there a number listed on that butcher paper?
There is number 2.
And did that correspond with the yellow tint that y'all had next to the item?
It does.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I am showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 84. And do you recognize this item?
I do. Yeah, this is our, once again, our packaging, our labeling system, and it says item 2, and it's child's white Hanes underwear found behind shed on ground. So it would have matched the description of what we're seeing in the photograph.
And other than the lab processing, is there appear to be, is it sealed? Is there any?
So once again, there's a Wise County Sheriff's Office sticker on there. We wouldn't have put that. That would be Wise County that would put that. And then a couple other markers that look like could have been from the state lab or something that would be used for their processing.
Other than that, has it been altered in any way to your knowledge?
No, it looks like it might have been opened and resealed by the lab. And other than that, no.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers into evidence State's Exhibit 84.
Same objections to Mr. Gold?
Yes, sir.
All right, those are overruled. State's 84 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Now I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 76. What are we looking at here?
So in those 3 items out behind the shed, this would have been the third one in that order. It appears to be a pair of small blue jeans. At the angle we're at and everything, it kind of fits the description, but we're not sure. But we went ahead and labeled it item number 3, took photos of it in place so that we can then remove it and better examine it.
And you said fits the description. At this point, was there a description? Did you have a description of what the Athena Strand was wearing when she was kidnapped?
I believe we did. It was a pair of jeans with some flowers on it. We didn't have a picture or an exact knowledge, but it was blue jeans with a flower pattern on it.
And what are we looking at here?
So as with the other photographs, we would have removed it from that area to better examine it, get it out somewhere where we can spread it out on the brown paper, the clean brown paper. And I just want to reiterate, the brown paper gets wrapped up with each item, so it's a new piece of brown paper each time we take this photograph.
And just to be clear for the record, this is State's Exhibit 77 that we're looking at right now.
And it's labeled item number 3 on the paper. It has scale, so we can add size to it. And this would have been obviously the back side of the blue jeans.
And I'm showing you now what has been marked as State's Exhibit 78.
So this would be the other side, the front side of the blue jeans. And from this, I told the rangers that were out there, I can't remember exactly which ranger, and they were able to see it and relay that back to the other investigative teams that were either talking to the family or talking with the defendant to see if that's an accurate description of what she was wearing at the time of the abduction. So, and we also note when we saw this, you can see there's something in that leg, the pant leg, so looks like a sock, which it turns out to be a sock.
Now I'm showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 79. And so what are we looking at here?
So these are the blue jeans with the sock removed. We would have packaged these together since they were found inside, since that sock was found in there. So we removed it, photographed it with scale, and then we'll wrap it up into that that brown paper.
So one sock was found separately out
Just
in
by
the
itself,
garden,
right.
but one sock was still inside her pants.
Inside the pants, yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yeah.
I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 85. Do you recognize this one?
I do. It's our packaging, our labeling system, our item number, and the description of the item is youth denim jeans with flowers on pocket and one light blue multicolored sock and pant leg found behind shed on ground.
Does that also show that it's item number 3?
It does, yes.
And kind of like the packages before, other than the markings and resealing from the lab, has it been altered in any way?
Yeah. Nope, just the additional markings from the lab and the Weiss County Sheriff's Office sticker label.
Your Honor, this time the state offers into evidence State's Exhibit, can't read, 85.
Same objections, Mr. Gold?
Yes, sir.
Those are overruled and State's Exhibit 85 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. We're now showing on the screen what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 80. And what are we looking at here?
So this was a FedEx shirt that was found in the shed on the bed. That we did our same procedures of collecting it with scale and identifying the number. So it would be item number 4.
And it looks like State's Exhibit 81. Is this just the front side of the shirt?
Correct, yes.
And were you given information of why to take this specific item, or?
We were, because at that point we had determined that she was taken in the FedEx van from the defendant wearing his FedEx uniform or clothing.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
What an absolute monster he is. Just an absolute.
I'm showing you what's been
disgusting
marked as
monster.
State's Exhibit 86. And do you recognize this item?
Yeah, it's labeled item number 4. Same labeling system that we use, and recognize the initials. Extra large black and purple shirt with FedEx found on bed in shed.
And other than the labeling and the sealing from the lab, has it been altered in any way?
Nope, just the Weiss County label and the marks from the lab.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers into evidence State's Exhibit 86.
Same objections, Mr. Gold?
Yes, sir.
Those are overruled and State's Exhibit 86 is admitted.
Judge? Now showing you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 82. And what are we looking at here?
So dark colored hoodie. I believe at the time we were told that you might have been wearing a hoodie as well, so we went ahead and collected that as part of the evidence.
And does this also have a number on it?
It does, number 5.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm now showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 87. And do you recognize this item?
I do. It's our labeling process, and it's item number 5. Large tech gear, gray and navy hoodie found on bed in shed with those additional Wise County labeling and lab.
I'm going to have Mr. Berry here. Can you zoom in on what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 82? And does that read large tech gear sweatshirt?
Yes,
So does that match the item that's listed in that bag?
it does.
And other than the any type of resealing or labels from the lab, is it been altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers into evidence State's Exhibit 87.
Same objections, Mr. Gold?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, those are overruled. State's Exhibit 87 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. And Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
All right, so just while I'm thinking about it, earlier when we were talking about when the gag order was placed, I don't know what I was thinking. When the trial is moved, the whole trial is moved. That includes the judge. So I know that there's been a reference to a couple, maybe 1 or 2 other judges in this case, and I think they were early on, maybe for arraignment or whatever, but this is the judge that's been presiding over it. So I'd like to amend my statement about the gag order. I think that the gag order likely has been in place since probably early 2023, probably January of 2023. I think he's dismissing the jury and the witness. Yeah. Let's see what happens next. I think they're going to be done for the day. And with respect to the clothing items, he doesn't do any of the processing. So when was the probable cause affidavit? I'm trying to remember. I am not familiar with Rebecca Park, but I can absolutely familiarize myself and cover that trial if you would like. Also, Larry Millett's trial is coming up next month. So, but yeah, Nicole, I would absolutely cover that. Hey, Coffee, you're very late, babe. We're at the end of the day. It's about to be over. Anyway, the FBI agent who was just testifying, he collected the items. He didn't process the items, so we still have to hear about what, if anything, was found on those items. I don't know if they're done for the day and they're just, I don't know what's going on. But I never like to end it or leave until Courtney Clenny did get pushed back again. I never like to leave until we actually it goes off. The signals stopped. It's no longer streaming because you never know what you're going to miss. Well, I appreciate you being here, babe. Crazy day, huh? I hope you get to chill out now. Hold on a sec. What was that? Oh, Nicole Be Cool, thank you for being a member for 3 months. I appreciate that, babe. Thank you so much. Thank you for supporting me in the channel. I appreciate it. You never know what they might, what they might say. So I'm always curious. I guess that's it. Let me just see. Yeah. I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. All right. All right, you guys. Thank you so much for being here. I think the interrogations and the videos of them taking Tanner Horner out to find Athena, recover her, were hard, but mainly hard because they were tedious and because he's so full of crap. You know what I mean? But I think the most difficult evidence is still to come in testimony. So I want to thank you guys all for being here, because this would be really hard to get through if I just had to do it on my own. So just watching it, you know what I mean? So anyway, thank you all for being here. If you haven't done so, give your girl a thumbs up, thumbs down, and I will see you guys back here same time tomorrow, 9:45 a.m. Central, 10:45 Eastern, 7:45 Pacific, and 8:45 Mountain. All right, you guys have a great rest of your night. Tomorrow's Friday, end of the week, into the weekend. We're getting into the weekend, I should say, end of the week. All right, you guys have a great rest of your Thursday night, and I'll talk to y'all tomorrow. Bye.